Engine 5 ambulance to 1745 South 5th for a subject having difficulty breathing. Engine 5 ambulance to 1745 South 5th. Difficulty breathing, having to page 554. Respond on city fire. Amen. Ambulance one.
Jake, I major 5 to get off 1745 South 5th.
England's doing route 1745 South. Double 301. Something like 241.
Runs clear and valid to Multainer. Dennis Eubanks and Michael Atkins out of Bradley on black 2016 Kia utility.
City on a plate for Dennis Eubanks. So he's looking for that vehicle. What call is that reference to?
Denver.
Probably Conic at St. Mary's Hospital. Dude looks like he's there trying to get keys from her. Called earlier tonight, there's the incident report done on it. .23 JCDC.
K-12 first shift. 30 North Union, 530 North Union, of a 14-year-old and 7-year-old, 1017 advised that the parents are 1056.5 and they're concerned for the kids.
Okay, got me to 5 on table.
5.
What, please?
Anytime 717, 1042.
Then off shift?
Cancom 717, 1042.
Ha! AI just merged my two systems. That's fucking badass. Ha! AI just merged my two systems. That's fucking badass.
K-12-21 third shift status.
Okay.
So it's basically there are 5 available.
And got me real quick. This is just a list assist or service attorney. Software. Jackson, you've got me at Oak Tree Lane.
Can't count me on still. That's Riverside.
Software.
K-12 23 in Union. Can't come, K-12 picture. Mel has his key. Don't wait, job. Can't count up with that. Could you retest it at 16684, 16684? Can you change the location under the 45.5 South Lane, please? Tampa.
Not for several times and those twice and that.
Can't count up with that. Could you change the 485, please? That'll be quick.
Ambulance 1, Miller Rehab, 1601 Butterfield, for a full arrest. 1, engine 5, Miller Rehab, 1601 Butterfield room, E Edward 107 for a full arrest. Advise I do have the AED on the patient. And page 611 on that picture. Okay.
Units 2 is the right service type.
Okay, Terminator, hold on, please.
Engine 5 on there.
System 3, protected by the arrow.
Engine 5, you want to grab that backboard in King Vision as well? You didn't grab a backboard, you saying? Next ambulance there.
Okay, I'm 56.
56.
I gave Mr. Green 21. 43 was given. I updated narrative and he
Jump on.
By 15 up service.
Stand by.
Yeah, 514, service. 514. Azure 5.
I need 1075 contact.
Okay. That's correct. Okay.
10-10.
Engine 5.
Go ahead.
Do you want him to call the number they called in on? No. Definitely.
Yeah, it's 16.
But
We're at St. Mary's ER, just one of the staff members.
Okay.
early Engine 5 will be available? No.
Now, we're going to address a couple things. Number one, a lot of you have said in my comment section, oh, you want to be seen,
Good morning.
No.
I reached out, they addressed it. They are done with this case. What they are doing right now is called public control. They're making sure everything is as accurate as it needs to be so that there's no issues going into the case or going in front of judges. That's number one. Number two, they're making sure that everything is in its own place and in its own order. Number two, let's say he wanted to release the numbers today.
21 service.
Sometimes not for sure yes or no or what to do. So whenever you follow this, we're going to see where it goes. And number three, they said first week of August, the final report will be done. Between now and then, they will be more judges having hearings or meetings. But officially coming out to the public, first week of August. I hope that we stay out a little bit. God bless you guys.
Okay, County Road 24.
So,
It's going in the wrong direction. A very bad direction. Where can
Turn to make.
All right, guys. Big update out of AZ was just released. Now, we're going to address a couple things. Number one, a lot of you have said in my comment section, oh, if you go into azatt.com, you can see they're still doing the investigation. I reached out. They addressed it. They are done with the investigation. What they are doing right now is called quality control. They're making sure everything is as accurate as it needs to be so that there's no issues going into the future and going in front of judges. That's number one. Number two, they're making sure that everything is in its own place and in its own order. Number two, they did say we wanted to release the numbers today, but we are doing quality control on that also, and we are hoping to have one released this week. They said they're hoping, and sometime this week. They did not say for sure yes or no, or what day. So we're going to keep following this. We're going to see where it goes. And number three, they said first week of August is when the final report will be done. Between now and then, they will be meeting with judges. They will be having hearings and meetings, but officially coming out to the public first week of August. I hope that clears the air up a little bit. God bless you guys. I'll see you soon.
Senator Cotton has asked for recognition.
Yeah, I'll keep this brief. I think in some ways, David Chipman for President Biden is a perfectly suitable nominee because the Biden-Harris administration has already marked itself out as the most anti-gun and pro-crime administration in American history. President Biden gave a speech yesterday afternoon that was supposed to be about how to stop a crime wave that's crashing across this country with a murder rate that's increased in the single biggest jump on record over the last year. And what did he do? He basically threw in the towel. He said, yeah, I know that murders and violent crime went up a lot last year, and they went up a lot the first few months of this year, but well, crime goes up in the summer months too, so it's going to get even worse over the next 3 months. So I hope you don't get killed walking the streets of your community. And then what did he talk about? Did he talk about imposing tough sentences on people who commit crimes? Talk about adding more.
A good buddy, my confidant, Juan, lots going on, man, and I wanted to get you back as soon as possible because I want to make sense of the madness, help my audience. A lot of stuff going down, and I have some things to read to you because, and I just want to get your perspective on this, your outlook on it, because, you're just a wealth of info for my audience. The DHS is Trump installing fear, because they're, and that letter in the alphabet, we know what that letter is because I'm going to try to put this up on YouTube later. That letter in the alphabet, conspiracy theories of Trump becoming president in August, is really worrying the DHS report. And they're coming out saying that anyone who follows this or buys into this is a threat. They're in trouble. They like to interrupt. They do this every time. It's like they go all day without barking, and then I do a show and they start barking. So it's just, I think they do it on purpose. So there's that. So there's the conspiracy theories of Trump becoming president in August, and they're starting to say, these are a danger to society. These people who think like this, we're pushing this. Kind of worries me a little bit, Juan, a little bit. And then I'm also hearing organization could face criminal charges in New York as soon as next week. There's lots of those articles circulating around the internet, so have the forewarned.
Well, again, I know the origins of that and even where the people were speaking, and probably a lot of your people have heard some of that. I don't say anything against anybody involved. They're all friends and good guys. But that's not based on some actual knowledge. That's based on some extrapolations. The reality is that there's a lot that still has to be done, and within the vote stuff, etc. And there's no civilian mechanism for reversing what Congress and the courts did in certifying that Joe Biden won the presidency. So a legal side, a court side, a state operation to decertify the votes, etc. There's no mechanism for taking Joe Biden out of office and putting President Trump in, except some kind of reversal of vote, impeachment, blah blah blah. And frankly, it's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen that way. The only option here is what I described previously to you and your audience, which is the military option. And again, I think the other day when we talked and it wasn't clear to a few people, I may not have made it clear enough. The reason for March 6th, it was 45 days after the January 20th swearing in of Biden. Why is 45 important? Because in the original executive order from September 12th, 2018, the Director of National Intelligence was given 45 days after any federal election to do the investigation and then the report to the president and to the various agency heads concerning any foreign interference in the election that just happened. They didn't comply with that lawful executive order. So what happened was 33 days later, on January 19th, they did give this report, but it was late. It was late with only less than a day to act, and nobody did act. Congress and the courts had right up until that moment, right up until Biden was sworn, to take some type of action, even if it was a last second. The governor tells them not to pull the switch in the dead room or something, and not let it happen and delay things. And it never happened. And there was.
Well, Warren, hold on. With what you're saying right now, here it is. I got the exact quote right here, what they're saying from the article. Can I read it to you real quick? Sure. So earlier, the U.S. media has circulated information that some supporters of that letter in the alphabet conspiracy theory are waiting for the summer with the hope of a military coup, which they believe will return Trump to power to continue to fight against a, patterass, what that means, trafficking ring with the U.S. government, which proponents of that letter in the alphabet allege exist. A top official of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, DHS, told members of Congress on Wednesday that the conspiracy theory that Donald Trump will be reinstated as president in August has raised certain concerns. According to the report, John Cohen, the department's senior counterterrorism official, spoke before the House Committee on Homeland Security in a members-only briefing. So it looks like, like they're gonna start targeting. I mean, is this because the rallies are coming? They don't want anyone. They want to break the morale. They want to stop the momentum. What are they trying to do here? What are they saying? Should we be worried?
Well, I think clearly there's cause for concern on some of these people's part because you're going to see turnouts at these rallies with President Trump that's going to be stunning. And they're going to be, a lot of people there understanding that there was a fraud done against the American people. There's a lot of people that only want to talk about election integrity moving forward, including people very close to the president. And, we're just going to solve this in the future with election integrity. But the reality is they themselves know what the president has told them. He isn't letting go of 2020 and for cause, and he never conceded. And of course, then the rest of the story that I've told your audience and others numerous times. This is about the only real action that can take place that is actually going to work is military action. That's what they've identified, even what you just read right there. It's funny, Judge Janine Pirro made a fun comment the other day, and it'd be fun to put more of that into context, but maybe someone in the future will say that. But, that the military is the only option, or that there was a military, expect the military to do something. Well, she's conveying to people the same thing that I'm saying. There isn't going to be action within the normal judicial congressional system. They're vested. They aren't going to turn things around and admit that they did something that was captured operation, and they're part of, they raced to get a certain thing done for whatever reason. You can make your own speculation, but they're totally vested. And the data that's there available that wasn't acted on, the research that should have been done prior to certifying the vote, only now are we getting some of that where Arizona's done stuff, but now they don't have a mechanism. They're going to close down their legislative offices and block any kind of action. Okay, well, so you're not going to get to justice in the justice system. You're not going to get to congressional action or even state action in a normal sense. Now in Nevada, looking forward, they're looking back at the 2020 election, and those counties in the northern counties that I've spoken about to your audience and others have decided that they're going to challenge Clark County on how it conducts the vote and the legality of the vote. And they're going to spend some money in the court system, and they got enough money to spend real money. They'll spend real money.
Senator Borelli, do you know who he is from Arizona?
Yep.
He said, AZ concerns Arizona State Senate adjournment will not delay the AZ audit action. State Senator Borelli says, he reassured everyone, he basically said, Arizona voters that the Senate will act immediately upon finding the audit findings. The findings and results will be presented to the Senate Judiciary Committee, whether we are in legislative session or not at that time.
Yeah.
So I mean,
again, takes both sides to do stuff. Yeah. Senate authorizes spending, etc., and the legislative side does the laws and things like that. What you're really talking about, you're going to have a bit of a food fight. You're gonna have a Mexican standoff. You're gonna.
I don't see this going anywhere, Juan. I just see this being like the court of public opinion, like you said. I think that's all this is for.
But you still do need the public to understand what's going on, have the conversation, see that they can't. I was just talking to a couple of great coaches out there in the Southeast. Just got off the phone with them. That's why it was delayed when you wanted to start here just a moment ago. And they're, big time college coaches, great guys. And we were just talking about this, and I was trying to explain to them again, this is about trying this in the court of public opinion because we can't get to lawful court action. The courts kept saying we don't have standing, So there was no real investigation of the legitimacy of the
But
vote.
by simply having a conversation about this, like we are now, does the DHS find that as a threat?
Yes.
Wow.
And again, why is that? Because even there, who did not provide the evidence for or against foreign interference in the election in a timely manner was the Department of Homeland Security under the Director of National Intelligence. So they're vested. They had a little internal fight over what the data meant and what they could release and how it was going to be presented on. So they waited until the last possible second to hand that over with no time to act. But so that they could say that they did provide it. It's bullshit. And they didn't do their job. They didn't do it timely. They need their ass kicked.
Yeah.
So, with pointy boots, not those round-toed suckers.
You got
And, yeah, that's right. You think I'm kidding? And we got hoses. We can spray them off.
So how
We'll
are
get sun
they
2D.
going to try to stop this movement? How are they going to? What are they? They're going to put up all. They're going to put up all stops. They're going to throw tons of obstacles in our way. I mean,
Parrots have quick instincts to protect. That's why they trust Raid Anton Roach to quickly protect their family. Raid! America's most trusted insect control brand. SC Johnson.
criminal charges coming against Trump soon and his organization. I mean, it's floating around the internet now. I mean, what do we look
Well,
at?
look here, they make a move, we make a move. So for example, if they want to hand down an indictment in the Southern District of New York in that very highly politicized environment on these charges, yes, President Trump could very well have to, be arraigned and then a judge, conceivably, as happens many times.
Dude, they're playing Russian roulette with the fucking one-shot Derringer. Ha 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 ha.
There.
Dude, they're playing Russian roulette with the fucking one-shot Derringer. Ha 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 ha. Dude, they're playing Russian roulette with the fucking one-shot Derringer. Ha.
One missile at 500 West Court Street, St. Mary's. Patient missile, we call security. So far.
They are playing Russian roulette with a one-shot. Dude. You know what? My ecosystem in here is not. How is my fucking ecosystem in here? There we go. Oh shit. I had the fucking mic volume turned down. Motherfucking bitch fucking had that shit squealing. Only pigs fucking squeal. See what I mean? I could scream in it and not make it squeal. Now we're fucking cooking. I got stung by a fucking sweat bee, dude. I think I murdered all of them. It means I got my fucking shot for the year. My allergy shot. I quit jobs if I get stung by a bee. No fucking shit. And if I don't quit it, I'm fucking the shit up that I'm doing next. Not to my own. It's fucking, dude, I would say about $400 in damage. I just wanted to see that finish out. But yeah, the getting stung by that bee, it's a fucking the reverberation of that word. Bee. Maybe because I wasn't looking at the mic. Bee. A lot of weird shit going on today. Pretty fucking quiet on the fucking cop side. A moment of silence. Sweet lucidity. The motherfucker asked me if I kill people in my sleep. Do I sleep kill? I don't think so. Got my shit recorded, dude. After taking those Xanaxes, I did catch myself sitting up asleep. Bitch, I levitate as I sleep.
Jacob? What? Been calling unknown 911 area 1435 Booyer Road. Doesn't sound like an issue. Sounds like someone working at a factory. And you have a test report for disorderly conduct. 23 Big Chief.
Well, so that means go traffic them.
Okay. I'll have to get 5 here in a minute.
1037 vehicle at 200 South Fraser Avenue, 1017 Donut, Washington needs. Subject is sleeping in is a silver Toyota truck.
That's Marcy gonna go fucking human traffic some people. Yeah, I recognize these motherfuckers by their voices.
10-4 overtime.
This bitch right here is young. I don't know who the fuck it is. They fucking hire kids or motherfucking people from the hood that I wouldn't even fucking go by.
Gonna take you high places. Rocket Man.
Seven Nation Army.
Temporary rubber trash.
Illinois 212295 on a silver Toyota.
She's human trafficking them.
10-4. Zero 700 hours, standby for alarm for cell check. This is King County, test the Kansas City Fire Department paging system, station 3, 4, 5, and 6. Again, this is King County, the test for the Kansas City Fire Department paging system, station 3, 4, 5, and 6. And the test 0700 hours. 5.
Like a 30-second. I want to be able to.
5-1, Beaver truck plate, came back clear and valid to his Jesus Garcia, 496 South Fifth Avenue, in Kankakee, Illinois, on a silver 2002 Toyota.
No means being from the water treatment plant, 6 from the West Water, voicemail callback. Seven 9 can't come. 7 so it's actually going to be in county jurisdiction. Good, well, thank you. Van 9-1 area 32.
Why don't you leave the homeless alone? They're not doing nothing but sleeping in their vehicles. You guys are terrorizing them.
Van 9-1 area 32.
Why don't you leave the home?
Leave the homeless alone. Looks like we're automatically backed up 4 times.
Oh, sorry about it. What is the wrong house? Is the opposite way? I'll be tonight.
Reference that call on Cedar, turning to Med South, booked at Jesse Forks, confirm the elimination address 3339 North Bennett. Negative.
Seven o'clock wake up call, motherfucker. Damn, I want to fucking weaponize that fucking 7 a.m. break. Probably not even 20 seconds. This girl changed her fucking name after her fucking dude talked shit about my shit. You don't know what the fuck my shit is up there for. Ha ha ha. What the fuck happened? Two, 2, 9, 3. 2, 2, 9, 3.
It's Macy's July 4th sale with an extra 20% off with your Macy's card or coupon. That's on top of great deals like 25 to 50% off summer tents, tees, and more for everyone. And don't miss other great ways to save during our lowest prices of the season. 20 to 65% off furniture, mattresses, and rugs. And 40% off women's shoes during the great sandal sale. Plus, Star Rewards members can earn even faster during Star Money bonus days. Savings on selling clearance prices, excluding deposits.
Being disorderly and screaming at the other riders at the bus stop. And 15 is Verma. Time for Robert 5.
Yeah, just investigations, Rob, Champagne.
Joe.
Down 5 points. Yeah, handicap plate Illinois.
Around
307352.
It's come back clear balance with Kathy White, 387 South Rosewood, KC, 2016 Toyota order.
Kathy with a K. Could you give me the last name again, please?
White, like the color.
Couple things.
Take off the, correction, P2123.
10 for T21. For Robert 5.
Yeah, it's Brian Thornton, there's no problem.
611. I'll be out at 275. Of Wednesday.
K-10, same time. Being at 1889 East Meadowview Avenue. 1017 is Andre Wallace. Advises his ex-girlfriend, Jalea Jason, is going crazy. So far, take it in.
Okay, from 611. 611. Their 10-4 could possibly be a cell phone issue.
He's gonna be leaving what's the next month,
So far.
Provide an updated narrative of Penny.
We actually care about, and none of the overdramatic manufactured hype. A TV like this one.
Okay, guys, here's my new toy. This is a fireworks star pen gun. I don't know what that sounds good. So, and I've been shooting this thing like crazy, like a madman. So, I got a couple videos shooting it. That's gonna cause a shadow, little bastard. So this is basically a Vietnam Mayday kit flare pen. And it takes a 209 shotgun primer. And that really has a bang to it, that little sucker. So, and this one, I don't have any idea where this came from. It's probably close to the same time period. I don't know what kit this was in. So, you know, if anybody knows, just make a comment. This is also, this is a little bit different thread. It's a finer thread. So that's why I use the two different pads, because I don't want to mix them up. But 209 shotgun primers, sweetness. You just.
Country is inherently and intentionally racist. No more policing, incarceration, and militarization. It can't be reformed. Now that is astonishingly foolish. Defund our first responders, and yet, as dumb as that sounded, Liberal Democrat mayors listen to these fools and cut back on police budgets. Again, cops help out all first responders. So actually, these mayors were cutting fire and rescue as well as cops' access to resources. So what did these liberal Democrats think would happen? Nothing. They were wrong. Something did happen. Violent crime is spiking across the nation's Democrat-run cities. Look at the murder rate spikes in Omar's, Minnesota. Check it out. And in New York City, they pulled $1 billion from law enforcement this year. $1 billion. And guess what happened here? The same exact thing, a massive spike in violent crime. Up a massive 52% for murder and over 100% for shootings. But if you listen to squad leader Ocasio-Cortez, crime isn't really spiking. It's me, a conservative's fault. Apparently, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez thinks I'm playing with the numbers. Well, no, ma'am, I'm not being fuzzy with the math. Violent crime is skyrocketing in your city, and you are largely to blame. Simply stated, there is a common denominator here, folks. Homicides are up, with spikes in major cities as much as 800%. Mass shootings are up. Assaults are up. That's the numerator. The denominator, Democrats. It's a common denominator. That's not fuzzy math. That's a direct correlation. Fact. By the way, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I know you're numerically challenged. Please hit me up for a math refresher. If you haven't heard, I'll be here at Newsmax for the foreseeable future. So crime is spiking in America, and Democrats are to blame, especially radical Democrats like the Squad. They're especially responsible. Now, finally, let's turn to the military, kind of first responders for America. Our military fights for our liberties and freedom. The American flag and the national anthem are symbols of their fight, and in tens of thousands of cases, their ultimate sacrifice. So when I saw this weekend, it riled me up, and it should rile you up too. A U.S. Olympian, Gwen Berry, turning away from the flag as the national anthem was playing instead of being patriotic. Berry draped herself in a black t-shirt that read, "Activist Athlete." And Berry said the national anthem doesn't represent her. Well, that's disgusting. Gwen Berry should be stripped of her bronze medal and be tossed off the Olympic team. I think I speak for millions of patriotic Americans here. I don't want her representing America in Tokyo next month or ever. And by the way, corporate America is a sheepish ploy to appear woke. If you embrace this athlete, I suggest we, the patriotic 50% of America, boycott your products. As the weekend ended last night, I was struck by the fact that the left has divided America. On one hand, conservatives and patriotic Americans respect our first responders, our flag, our anthem, and our way of life. Meanwhile, liberal Democrats aggressively are trying to change this great country, defunding first responders, and create some woke version of the great and powerful global leader that America is. Gwen Berry and too many like her are pulling self-serving stunts to draw attention to some virtue signal blinking in their selfish little minds. It's just one example. Now, they say a picture speaks 1,000 words. I would agree. Let's bring in Congressman Jim Jordan of Ohio and former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Welcome to both of you guys. Congressman, let me start with you. By the way, good to have you guys on.
Congratulations, Eric, on the new position there at Newsmax. That's great.
Well, thank you. Right. Thank you so much. We don't have a name yet, and I won't state quite yet, but you know, we'll take all submissions.
We're happy for that.
Thank you. Congressman, let's start with you. This Olympic wannabe athlete decides that she does not want to face the flag and does not want to hear the United States. States national anthem.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? And some of these pictures are just so disturbing, where she's standing there in disgust with her shoulders down, and at one point she's holding up an athlete activist T-shirt. Give us a sense of what you're feeling with this.
So the very country that allows her to set the goal to work hard and actually make an Olympic team, she's now going to attack that country and not stand and respect our American flag. I said earlier today I remember that line in the movie Miracle where you know, Kurt Russell is playing the part of Herb Brooks, and there's that when they're training, he says to the teammates, he says, the name on the front is a lot more important than the name on the back. And that's used to be how the country operated. And we took so much pride in the fact that we live in the greatest nation ever that gives us an opportunity to accomplish amazing things. I don't think this is going to play well with the American people. I think it's a lot more than 50% of the country thinks this is ridiculous, and probably won't be cheering for this lady as much as they will be for other Americans who rightfully respect our flag when they compete in the Olympic Games.
Yeah, Mark, what are your thoughts on this? You know, so we have a right to peaceful protest, but is the Olympic podium where the stage, the wannabes of Olympic podiums, is that the place to be exercising your First Amendment free right of peaceful protest?
Well, I don't think so. And Eric, Jim is exactly right. You know, it's not Team Gwen, it's Team USA. And one of the things that we have is we get to enjoy the Olympics every 4 years. This time it was postponed a year because of COVID. But we get to put aside our differences and our politics and cheer for Team USA. And for her to do this, quite frankly, is not only disgusting, but it is really not what the Olympics are all about. You know, when we start to see this, Eric, and when you see this kind of protest, there are certain places that you don't protest. You don't protest at a funeral. You don't protest, in my opinion, during the national anthem, and you don't protest when you have soldiers coming home. So there's some areas that basically should be off limits. I think the podium for this third place finisher should be one of those.
You know, Congressman, agree with both of you guys on this. And part of the problem is, for some reason, I've talked about this for a while, probably with both of you guys. It's the corporate boardroom seems to a desire to be woke, and in a desire to be woke, seems to embrace this type of activism. How do we get corporate CEOs and board members to say enough of this? I mean, I hate to be on the right and say, recommend boycotting. In my monologue, I said, if corporate America embraces Gwen Berry, I think we should boycott whoever embraces that person.
Well, they better start paying attention, because I was at a rally in Lorain County, Ohio on Saturday night where there were tens of thousands of people who come out to see President Trump, and they all respected their flag. In fact, we saw American flags everywhere. They support our country. They have a much different attitude, a much different approach than the woke corporate culture and this athlete who 24 hours later did what she did. So maybe they need to start paying attention. Think about it, Eric. There were tens of thousands of people there on a hot Saturday afternoon, had to wait hours, could have been fishing, could have been playing golf, could have been swimming, could have been home having a picnic with their family, but they came out to support the guy who they know is fighting for the things they care about in this country, like respecting our flag, like controlling our boat. What a contrast. So these corporations, they better wake up and see where most of America, I think, is really at.
You know, Congressman, I'll say with that, let's play a soundbite control room of Congressman Jordan at that rally, because I want to dig a little deeper into it. By the way, Newsmax took that in full. I didn't see it on Fox, but let's take a look.
Tonight, as we sit here and talk, you can't go to your capital to petition your member of Congress to redress your grievances because Nancy Pelosi won't let you in. And freedom of the press, you know,
Congressman, give us a sense of the crowd. I mean, I watched it, but for the people who didn't catch it, I mean, just tell us what was the energy?
It was huge. The energy was tremendous. They love this president. They love this president not just because he is doing the things he said he would do, but mostly because they know he's fighting for them. They know he cares about their values, their principles, the values and principles that I think make America the greatest country ever. That's what this is all. That's why they'll wait out in the heat on a hot Saturday afternoon. That's why they'll do it, because they know the country's at stake, and they totally dismiss this idea from the left now, which is somehow that America's bad. They totally disagree with it, like you and I do, like Mark does. They totally disagree with it. They know America's the greatest country. That's what this is all about. And the idea that over the last year, every single freedom we enjoy under the First Amendment has been assaulted, that bothers them too, and that's why they were there supporting President Trump.
True patriotic Americans were there. Mark, I watched, again, on Newsmax. Funny enough, it wasn't on Fox, it was on Newsmax. But it strikes me, you know how a hurricane uses the warm ocean water to fuel the spin and the wind? It felt like as former President Trump was on that stage, he was being fueled by the energy of that crowd.
You were there for a lot of those rallies in 2020.
Last night,
Tell us what
it
you
looked
thought
like
of this rally.
midnight, went out to the senior housing for a battery robbery. A female was transported to the hospital, saying her boyfriend was the offender. We do not have the name of the boyfriend, so I'm not sure if this is all related.
I mean, but it's not only that. You don't see a defund the police, placard up there. You hear chants of USA, USA, and we love our law enforcement and our military men and women. What you see are great Americans and the energy that the president gets to not only have reflected through his comments, but also you feel it in the crowd. Jim was there.
When she was transported, she was
there. You have people that have shown up time and time again that continue to come, that perhaps this is their first political rally ever. I had a 78-year-old woman show up who had never voted that came to one of these and said, the reason why I'm doing it is because Donald Trump is just like me.
Yep. Well, I'll tell you what, like I said, that analogy of the hurricane, I can't imagine what Florida and Sarasota, Florida be like on Saturday. Hurricane Trump continues to spin through the country. Congressman Jim Jordan of Ohio and former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, thank you both for joining us.
Thank you, Eric. All right, we're now 18 months into the crime crisis in America, and then Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez calling the outrage over violent crime spikes across this nation a, quote, hysteria. So she thinks this is all some sort of joke. I don't know. These numbers reflect the crimes happening in our Democrat-run cities. This is all happening amid major calls to defund our police, a time when our police are needed the most. Bring in our next guest, St. Louis Police Sergeant and widow of former retired St. Louis Police Chief David Dorn. He was shot and killed by BLM rioters last summer during the rise of the violence, which seems to still be going on 18 months later. And Dorn, again, our condolences for your loss, and thank you for joining us. Sergeant, when you hear things like that, calling this spike in crime hysteria,
This season of All-Stars is going to be a game within a game. Just not to come at you when it needs to come at you. Get ready.
How's it make you feel?
It's disturbing. It's very disturbing. These are real crimes. We have real victims. We have families that are being victims.
Sticking out a sign. There was just a domino effect. When the riders are that nervous, you're smacked in them like sardines, and there's nowhere to go. So if you're sitting anywhere behind, most likely you're going to go down. You really don't have a chance.
The road is super narrow. You see his crash there, and the domino effect just spreads it all the way across and closes this road down.
Sticking out a sign. And there was just a domino effect. When the riders are that nervous, you're smacked in there like sardines, and there's nowhere to go. So if you're sitting anywhere behind, most likely you're going to go down. You really don't have a chance.
The road is super narrow. You see his crash there, and the domino effect just spreads it all the way across and closes this road down.
Sticking out a sign. And there was just a domino effect. When the riders are that nervous, you're smacked in there like sardines, and there's nowhere to go. So if you're sitting anywhere behind, most likely you're going to go down. You really don't have a chance.
The road is super narrow. You see his crash there, and the domino effect just spreads it all the way across and closes this road down.
Taiwan's foreign minister is sounding the alarm now. He says the self-governed island needs to prepare for military conflict with China. This comes 1 week after Taiwan reported the largest daily incursion by Chinese military planes into the island's self-declared air defense identification zone. Joining me right now is the Atlas Organization founder. He is the author of China's Vision of Victory, Jonathan Ward. Jonathan, it's good to have you this morning. Always a pleasure to see you. Your reaction to this, look, we know that China wants to reunify Taiwan. And anybody who says anything about Taiwan being its own independent country gets the backlash from the Chinese Communist Party. Your thoughts on what you're hearing now from Taiwan officials? They need to be prepared for conflict, they say, with the CCP.
Good morning, Maria. It's good to be back. Well, absolutely, they need to be prepared. I mean, this is going to be the centerpiece of deterrence in the Pacific. I mean, for about 50 years, a U.S.-China diplomatic relationship could keep the peace in the Taiwan Straits, but the diplomatic relationship is really deteriorating now, and at this point, it's going to be entirely about the military balance. If we ever lose the ability to maintain deterrence in the Straits, and a lot of that has to do with what Taiwan is capable of, and what can they do to repulse an invasion. If we lose that military balance,
they apparently transported a mail last night by the name of Jacob Black
to recapture this island. So it's quite a dangerous place, I think, in this decade.
Do you expect the CCP to invade Taiwan sooner rather than later? Would you expect this to happen after the Beijing Olympics, before?
One avoided the call in reference to a sexual incident. 5-year-old is the offender in this case.
5-year-old offender.
At AT&T, everyone gets our best deals on all smartphones. Let me break it down. We got your new customers. They get our best.
Specific, I mean, that's unconscionable. So I really wish that the leading financiers of America would begin to see this differently, but that appears not to have happened yet. That may require public pressure.
Well, look, China is giving them all licenses to operate in China, and JP Morgan got a license. It's going to have JP Morgan China, Goldman Sachs as well. Meanwhile, look no further than the treatment of the Ant Group if you want to see how you're going to get treated once you're in China. Do you really think that American businesses, financiers, are going to be running their businesses? The Ant Group now is in talks with Chinese state-owned enterprises to create a credit scoring company that will put the fintech giant's proprietary consumer data under regulators' purview. What a surprise. Ant Group is going to save and share its user data with the CCP. All, as we know, Chinese researchers directed the U.S. National Institutes of Health to delete gene sequences of early COVID-19 cases from a key scientific database. The NIH confirms it deleted sequences after receiving a request from a Chinese researcher who had submitted them 3 months earlier. Look, we know 60% of Americans believe the COVID-19 was linked to a Chinese lab. We know that the CCP has been covering all of this up. And in the meanwhile, we've got financial services companies in America gearing up to go set up shop in China, even as we watched just a few months ago, Jack Ma get disappeared, right? He was disappeared for a few months because he had the nerve to criticize the financial services regulations out of the CCP. Your reaction?
Sure. Well, it's a very sad story for Jack Ma, and you can see what China's tech companies are essentially becoming. It's massive data centers for the Chinese government, and also centers of innovation as they proceed on their military goals, much of which involves the use of things like artificial intelligence, which of course has been done very well at places like Alibaba or Tencent. I mean, that's where sort of the interplay of the tech companies and China's state goals, whether surveillance or military through civil military fusion, as we've talked about so much. That's what it really is, and that's what people are investing in when they're investing in this. I mean, people like Jack Ma just don't. It's a very sad story for Jack Ma. And the other side is for companies going over there and making long-term investments or even near-term investments in China. The anti-foreign sanctions law, which came out this month, is something to be reckoned with. I mean, this is something that includes the possibility of seizing foreign-owned assets in China. So you ask yourself what you're building over there. Are you really building it for the long term? How does it contribute to China's ability to wage a competition against the United States? And at the end of the day, I think policymakers are moving sort of slowly on the investment restriction side, even if they move more quickly on other aspects of U.S.-China competition. But I think this is very much at the heart of it. I mean, if we continue to invest in our adversary, we will lose the military, conflicts that may come.
Yeah, absolutely. Great point. Jack Keane has been on this program many times saying we're outgunned when it comes to the Navy already. That's right now, today. China versus the U.S. Jonathan, it's good to see you. You've been spot on this subject for many years. We appreciate your time. Jonathan Ward joining us.
Yeah, you can throw out the
Well, after Jira Service Management helped our dev and IT ops teams come together, it actually freed us up to focus on other things, like our band, a heavy metal band. It's been going great. Yeah, and then everybody started using Jira Service Management. Marketing, for example, is so pumped about the pre-built service workflows. So is legal.
First,
in HR, you can rebuild their employee onboarding service portal.
organize all incoming
Suddenly, they don't think IT is a blocker anymore. They're like our biggest fans.
Sure, thanks.
Some of them are also fans of the band.
And then the last way was feedback.
But people sort of bring it into the office, and that gets to be a little much. We're learning is that Jira Service Management is kind of the best. Sorry. Service management for high velocity teams.
I was making so much money with DoorDash. I wanted to earn money in my free time, but I didn't want to go out and get a boring 9 to 5. That's when I found out how much money my friend was making with DoorDash. There are opportunities in over 4,000 cities. Signing up was super easy. And before long, I was already making deliveries. Now, I get to make my own schedule and keep 100% of my tips. Download the DoorDash driver app and get started today.
Welcome back. Well, major cities gearing up for the holiday weekend this upcoming weekend ahead of July 4th amid a nationwide spike in crime. New York City increasing police presence at Times Square following the weekend daylight shooting of a 21-year-old Marine. This, as Chicago records, its 300th homicide this year. 300. Joining me right now is the National Fraternal Order of Police Vice President and Houston police officer, Joseph Gamaldi. Officer, great to see you this morning. Thanks very much for being here. First, give us your take on why the spike in crime across the country in the last year.
Yeah, I think what you're really seeing is these signs of urban decay that are occurring in our communities, and it's a result of rogue prosecutors and activist judges who have created a revolving door criminal justice policy in all of these major cities. So we have gangbangers, we have people that are our trigger pullers who are getting out on probation after shooting people, or they're out on 8 felony bonds, and then after they shoot someone, they get another bond. Combine that with the anti-police rhetoric that seems to permeate every single major city that we have in this country, and it's a recipe for disaster. But this is just the beginning. I mean, we saw historic crime numbers in 2020. We saw over 20,000 homicides, which we hadn't seen since the mid-90s. 2021 is outpacing it, and it's even worse in the cities that decided to defund their police department. They saw increases in murders in Chicago by 34%, in Minneapolis 236%, Portland 137%, New York City 50%, Philly 66%, and the list goes on and on.
Yeah, a lot of those cities are Democrat cities, and unfortunately, policy has something to do with this. I mean, look, the defund the police movement obviously had a major impact. You're also talking about the ending of cash bail, the New York plans to shut down Rikers Island and lower prison capacity. And then, of course, you've got wide open borders. So all of these policies from the Democrats have resulted in a massive spike in crime, and yet White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki actually astoundingly blamed Republicans for defunding the police. She said by voting against Biden's massive spending plan. This as Democrat Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez dismisses the rise in crime. She said that the headlines are causing hysteria. Your thoughts on what you're hearing from Jen Psaki and AOC?
Yeah, I mean, it's a complete joke. I mean, it's like they're trying to tell the American public, don't believe your lying eyes. I mean, in the same day that the press secretary was saying that it's Republicans that are defunding the police. The Oakland City Council, which is Democrat controlled, decided to defund their police by $18 million while their homicide rate is up over 87%. I mean, this is just Washington talk. And as far as Congresswoman Cortez, I find it funny that she says this is hysteria and that these are just statistics. Well, excuse me, Congresswoman, these are actual people who are being murdered. Fathers, sons, daughters, mothers being murdered wholesale in our street, and you've got the nerve to say this is all hysteria? But I think what you saw was the Congresswoman said the quiet part out loud, and that is the narrative matters more to them than people's lives. We have a major problem in our cities right now, but the fact of the matter is the American police officer delivered historic crime reductions in the last 20 years, and it led to an urban renaissance, and we can do it again if we restore the rule of law, if we prosecute violent crime, and if we embrace broken windows theories, and if we get the funding and the support from our community members and our elected officials, we can turn this around.
Yeah, Dagan McDowell, jump in here because you and I really watched this and expected this to happen as we reported on the policy changes as they were happening over the last couple of years, Dagan.
And Joseph, part of the, and I want to point this out, this has been going on for years here in New York City. And part of the problem is it's not just the governor, the left-wing assembly, the mayor, it's also the city council, which voted to stop enforcement of quality of life crimes. Well, that's one of the ways that, and people, and the left-wing liberals in New York dismissed it like, oh, what's wrong with public urination? But that's one of the ways that police officers get guns off the street. And then you disband the plainclothes anti-gun, anti-crime unit last year. That's part of the problem. I just want to ask somebody like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, before she stands up for law-abiding citizens and residents, how many people need to die every year? Like, what's your bar for giving a damn about crime in this city? Because last year, only 468 people were murdered in New York. At the 1990 high, it was over 2,200. So is that where we're going before you start caring about the safety of New Yorkers?
Joseph, I mean, it's just completely terrible. And you know what the worst part about all this is? It's members of our Black and brown community that are impacted most. Statistically, they are the victims of these violent crimes. So while she goes out there and talks about how all these lives matter, but apparently they don't matter to her too much because she's not supporting policies that will ultimately be able to impact the crime that's occurring. And I think they realize that this is a huge, complete loser, the defund the police movement for the Democrat Party. Representative Clyburn said that after they nearly lost the majority during the midterms. Not only that, if you look at a recent Gallup poll, 81% of Black Americans said they don't want less police officers in their neighborhoods. They want more. And if you look at a recent poll in New York City, less than 15% of the Black and Latino community want to defund the police. It's a complete joke.
And those are the people who voted for Eric Adams. It was Black and Latino voters in the outer boroughs, not the snots, the elitists in Manhattan. It was people who see crime at their doorstep and they care and they want it change, and they voted for Eric Adams for mayor.
Yeah, but you know what, Dagan? I want to point out what former police commissioner Ray Kelly told us last week when he joined us on this program about Eric Adams. We're going to play that soundbite coming up. He said talk is cheap. He's not buying Eric Adams that he's going to focus on crime. Joseph Gamaldi, good to see you, sir. Thanks very much. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Your friend turns up dead.
Someone's not allowed to die in this.
She's something.
141, go ahead.
Rising crime in New York City and around the country. The NYPD says a 21-year-old tourist, a Marine, was the unintended victim of a daylight shooting in Times Square on Sunday. This comes just one day after New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez says the media is stirring up, quote, hysteria about crime. Joining me now, New York Congresswoman and a member of the House Transportation and Infrastructure and Foreign Affairs Committees, Nicole Malliotakis. Congresswoman, it's so wonderful of you to be here always. But if you look at the list of crime statistics just here in New York City, it's not just shootings and murder that are up. It is of the crimes that are up. It is murder, rape, felony assault, grand larceny auto, hate crimes, shooting incidents, shooting victims, other sex crimes, other types of rape, housing crimes, and petty larceny. And I just, the response from the Democrats is just, well, I would say shocking, but it's typical, is it not?
Well, of course, they want you to look the other way now because they created this problem, whether it be through their rhetoric, whether it be through their policies that totally dismantled bail reform in New York, and it's just releasing people left and right back onto our streets, even those with extensive criminal histories, whether it be the defunding of the police. Remember, 1/6 of the NYPD budget was cut last year. They're the ones who created this problem, and now they don't want people to look at these stats and see that there's something desperately wrong. But the people know it because they see the news, they read the newspaper, they see it every day. And one of the astounding facts related to bail reform is 9 out of 10 of those individuals caught with an illegal firearm are released back onto our streets, and 50% of the people that actually shoot someone are being released back onto the streets. So it's a major epidemic that we have right now. We fought very hard and pushed back. I was a member of the assembly at the time to get homicide, manslaughter, felony drug charges, and some hate crimes back onto the list in which a judge can use discretion. But there's still a long way to go if they're going to address this issue and really fix it in New York.
I've said on the 5 last week, because let's just point out, this was Joe Biden coming out and saying, "Oh, you states can use money to fund police departments that you got through my stimulus earlier this year," even though that's not how it was allocated. So all the Democrats are trying to memory hole the fact they ignored the rioting on the streets last year and dismissed it, calling it mostly peaceful protest. The looting, not a peep from the Democrats. And then the defund and the demonize and the defang police rhetoric, they're trying to wipe that out as well. But I said on the 5, President Biden and Kamala Harris both are in favor of bail reform, of getting rid of bail for just in the way New York has for most offenses. And when the bail reform was written here in New York City, and you know this, I'm just saying this out loud for the audience, but here are some of the offenses that didn't require a suspect to put up bail: promoting or possessing a sexual performance by a child, reckless assault of a child, second-degree manslaughter, assault as a hate crime, and arson. This is who the Democrats are.
Yeah, and some of these people have extensive histories. 2 of the hate crimes that occurred in New York City recently, one individual had 40 prior arrests, the other had 77 prior arrests. So until the Democrats and Governor Cuomo decided they're going to fix the bail reform, we're going to continue to have this problem. And Mayor de Blasio needs to restore the NYPD plainclothes unit that went after violent crime. But let's not forget that Nancy Pelosi tried to take the bail reform and put it in the COVID relief package. That's how out of touch these individuals in Washington are. And I feel like that's one of my primary responsibilities here is to try to stop what's happened in New York City from coming to Washington on the federal level.
The Democrats like to talk but not walk. And what you're seeing from them in Washington in particular, because they know this is a losing issue, because that is the kind of primary duty of government, is the safety and security of the American people. But they're just trying to use words to deflect the blame or responsibility. How do the Republicans not only message this, but ensure that our streets are safer than they are right now?
Well, we just continue to expose what's happening as a result of these policies. And we have those little victories. Look, it was a shame in New York that we had to fight for 7 months to get manslaughter and homicide taken off the list, put back on the list in which a judge can use discretion. Think about that. 7 months just to get some common sense. But people have to recognize that this is happening in only in Democratic-run cities. If you look where the crime has truly skyrocketed, is correlated with the anti-police rhetoric, with the defund the police, with bail reform changes. And so if President Biden wants to be helpful, he would talk to Mayor de Blasio and Governor Cuomo. And if not, we have to take it out in the ballot box. What's interesting in New York City and what's refreshing is that both parties on Tuesday's primary night to elect a new mayor to follow Mayor de Blasio, they both selected the candidate who positioned themselves as the law and order candidate. So I thought that was good news. And 77% of New York City Democrats said that they want more police on our street and that public safety is the #1 issue that's facing our city. So it seems the tide is turning and we've done a good job in exposing what has been happening and getting public opinion to shift.
And I want to bring Congresswoman Liz Peek in here. Liz, here's a quote. If the Democratic Party fails to recognize what we did here in New York, they're going to have a problem in the midterm elections, and they're going to have a problem in the presidential election. That's a Democrat. That's Eric Adams, who's in first place in the Democrat primary for mayor. And his win potentially comes from voters in the outer boroughs among Black and Latino voters who feel and witness the spike in crime more than other people. The kind of like snooty liberal elitists didn't even vote for him here in Manhattan.
Yeah, good morning, Nicole. Thanks for joining us. I think the election of Eric Adams was an absolute shot across the bow for progressives. And it's going to be interesting, I think. I mean, I'm wondering what you're hearing about businesses and the fact that they are very reluctant to send people back to New York in some cases because of the violence. It is mostly in Black and brown neighborhoods, but it's not entirely there, as we saw with the shooting in Times Square. Eric Adams very forcefully argued the city's economy won't come back unless the streets are safe. What are you hearing from businesses and business owners on that topic? Look, the Partnership for New York City, which represents major corporations in New York, they came out with a study that showed that the majority of employees didn't want to go back to the city via subway because they were afraid of violence and they were afraid of crime. And so that is a major concern. If we want tourists to come back, if we want our employees to come back, and we want the businesses to actually come back and stay in New York, we need to provide public safety. That is government's paramount responsibility. And so I agree with the sentiment that in order for our economy to get back on track, we need to make everyone feel safe in our city.
Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis, thank you so much for being here. More topics next time. But again, innocent people are being shot in Times Square in broad daylight. And Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, your fellow congresswoman, refers to the reaction of people as hysteria. So we'll leave it at that.
She doesn't want cops on the subway either.
Which is, again, how are people expected to get to their jobs safely every day? The people who can't afford to drive and park, people who can't afford to take a cab or an Uber or a Lyft, they have to take the subway, and they're not safe.
Or have a security detail like her.
Right, exactly.
That's the hypocrisy of it. She goes around with a security detail, doesn't want cops on the subway for everyone else.
Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis, thank you so much.
She's clear ballot as a urban address.
All right, remarkable new Harris-Harvard poll chaired by our friend Democrat Mark Penn, one of the best in the business, comes out with some startling results. Let me just bring in right away two dear friends, Katie Miller, former communications director for Vice President Pence, and Hogan Gidley, former deputy White House press secretary. Kids, I just want to read you some of the results. We're going to put some of them on the full screen. 68% say that signals from Biden's White House are encouraging illegal immigration. Signals from Biden's White House. In other words, basically saying, come on in. 55% believe that former President Trump's border closing policies should have been left in place. Let me put this chart up on the full screen, if we may, to show folks the staggering change in illegal crossings from the Trump years, from the last Trump years. Here it is. That red line represents, the surge from, I don't know, I can't see the bottom, but it's running at about 180,000. You can see that spike up. That is January, February, when Biden changed Trump's policies. It couldn't be any clearer. So let me begin with Katie Miller. How can they still be in denial, Katie? How can Kamala Harris go down there? First of all, she really didn't go to the border. And second of all, she had no deliverables, no new policies. She didn't say, we're going to catch and deport. So the catch and release is still there. Nothing has changed. And the situation is 180,000 illegals per month. And that's probably a cheap number, isn't it? It's probably larger than that. You were in the Department of Homeland Security at one point. What do you think?
Thanks to President Trump, President Biden inherited a secure border. But what President Biden did is he kneecapped the men and women at ICE. What he did was said, you can't enforce the laws that Congress passed. And so when someone comes here, they're released into the interior, never to be sent home again. So that's an incentive for men and women from Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, Venezuelans to come to the border and stay here forever. That's a scandal, and the American people know it. Until we can enforce the laws that Congress passed, and until the president actually enforces the laws that Congress passed, I didn't know presidents could choose not to enforce congressional laws. Let's start there. Yeah. But it's a scandal, and the American people know it. We need to, once again, just enforce the laws, which what President Trump did was he enforced the laws that Congress passed, and we had a secure border.
Hoagie, Marsha Blackburn, Sarah Blackburn was on the show last week, and she makes a great point. I want you to comment on it in terms of the coming midterm elections. She said, this illegal immigration problem, which 80% of Americans completely don't like it and blame Biden, okay, and realize how good Trump's policies were. She said, this isn't really a border problem, Hoagie. She said, this has become a national problem. And she said it's a Tennessee problem. It becomes a Kansas problem. It becomes a Dakota's problem. Everybody, the eyes of the whole country are on this. So I would reckon as long as Biden continues on this path, this is going to be devastating in political terms, much less human terms, drug trafficking terms, child trafficking, and all the rest of it.
No question. And she's absolutely right. I don't even know why we're talking about this, though, because Secretary Mayorkas said the border was closed, right? I thought we had got a handle on this, but it's interesting how Kamala Harris goes down to the southern border to talk about the root causes of immigration, still her main term. You're the root cause of what we're seeing with the crisis at the southern border and throughout our country. There are three main issues dogging Democrats right now, as you know. Critical race theory, which is being blown up and actually backfiring on Democrats in all these school board meetings. Crime, when Democrats decided to defund all the police. And we've seen a record number of homicides and shootings and rapes in these Democrat cities, but also the border. This is devastating our communities all over this country, hurting our businesses, hurting our families. But I want you to understand something. This is a coordinated effort. It is not a coincidence. It is on purpose that at the same time, Democrats are pushing for millions of people to come into this country illegally and unlawfully. They are also pushing for a complete erosion of all voter laws in this country to allow the power grab to actually come full circle where they think they can stay in these positions of power and control the government forever by allowing these people into this country illegally and then not requiring any voter ID for them to cast votes. They think they're playing the long game and they're going to stay in power because of it.
Well, it turns out folks don't like any of it. Katie, another result from the Harris-Harvard poll. Again, this is Mark Penn's the chairman. I don't know if you know him. He's a terrific guy. He's a Democrat pollster, Bill Clinton advisor many years ago. Anyway, here's some more numbers. Overall, 74% of voters view the current surge in illegal immigrants as a crisis and one that needs to be addressed immediately. So much for Mayorkas and so forth. But it goes on. Here's where I want to go with you. 56% do not view climate change, racism, and sexism as root causes of migration. And Katie, you know what I would say? At least 56% just do not believe that climate change, sexism, racism, critical race theory is the root cause of anything. In other words, these issues, which are so prominent in the Biden, progressive panoply, these are losers, Katie. They're losers across the board. And here you got, the Harris poll showing that. And Harris poll is not a partisan poll.
What you're seeing here is a surge of illegal immigration driven by the fact that the Biden administration on day one said they want to legalize everyone and create a society where everyone is welcome. And what happens when you do that is you create a surge at the border and you create these backed up border patrol stations, which is what we saw. And in order to get people released and no longer have those overburdened border patrol stations, you're just releasing them into the country, one after the next after the next. Did you know, Larry, that this month compared to this month last year, there was a 100% increase in family units, 100% increase in minors coming across the border, and a 200% increase in single adults. That's not a secure border. That's not our borders closed.
I mean, they're telling us they're fixing the problem, but they're still running 180,000 illegals crossing the border, and I'll bet you they undercount. And just the very last point, really quickly, Hoagie, because you mentioned it, critical race theory is a loser. It's a loser. I mean, among other things, it got whooped in New York City, believe it or not. That's the liberal workers' Bulgarian paradise. But I mean, besides the immigration thing, where Trump gets credit, right? That's critical race stuff is a loser. The whole racism issue is a loser. That's what this poll shows. Last word, right? 10 seconds.
Systemic racism, Democrats control all the systems. They have the House, they have the Senate, they have the White House. So the whole thing is absolutely ridiculous. These policies are completely unpopular. The American people are rejecting them, not just because they don't like it overall, but because it's having a negative effect on their lives, on their families, on their businesses. That's what they care about, and that's why we can win in 2022 and also in 2024.
You know what I mean? Nothing. It's not the ideology. It's not people that are voluminously well-read and so forth and so on. It's not working. Even people here in New York, in these fancy private schools, they're up in arms, a complete revolt. It's fascinating to watch. Actually, I'm kind of enjoying it. I'm enjoying Katie Miller. I'm enjoying Hogan Gidley. You both are terrific. Please come back soon. Here it is. To double cross or not to double cross? That is this evening's question. As we discussed on the show Friday evening, an hour after allegedly making a bipartisan infrastructure deal with 10 senators, that included 5 Republicans, Mr. Biden then walked away, and then he took the podium by himself, which of course is always tricky business for him. And he basically said, if he doesn't get his $4 trillion Green New Deal, high tax entitlement state through a 51-vote reconciliation package, he's not going to sign the infrastructure deal. He said, quote, but if only one comes to me, if only one comes to me, when it comes to me, I'm not signing it. It's in tandem. Now, it's crazy language, not mine, his, but in other words, he established the principle of linkage. By the by, he never really used the word veto. Linkage was the clear word. Now, despite what some prominent Republicans said on TV yesterday on the Sunday shows, I don't think Uncle Joe Biden has walked anything back. He can walk back a veto, because he never explicitly used the word veto. But no matter how much White House aides have tried to spin and respin this, and been there, done that myself, I'm basically arguing nothing has changed. I think Hillary Vaughn is correct. I think Senator McConnell is correct. My Senate Republican friends should really wise up to that nothing has changed. Now, more examples. On Friday, after Mr. Biden's supposed walk back Thursday, Madam Psaki said that he expected these initiatives would move forward on a dual track. That's Psaki 1 Friday night. Additionally, we're going to call it Psaki 1A. She said he will leave it to leaders in Congress to determine the timeline and the sequencing. Now, take a listen.
Is he going to wait for both of them to land on his desk before signing the bipartisan package, waiting for the reconciliation package to come through?
He fully expects, hopes, plans to sign both into law, and he will leave it to leaders in Congress to determine the timeline and the sequencing.
Okay, now today, Madam Psaki said the president intends to sign both pieces of legislation into law. Quote, as you know, they're both moving forward in dual tracks. Leaders in Congress are ensuring that is happening. So, look, I don't see much difference between Psaki 1, Psaki 1A, and Psaki 2. And the key word here is dual tracks. If you want a bipartisan infrastructure bill, I want the American Family Plan, both. In addition, one of the Sunday show talk show people, Biden's senior advisor, Cedric Richmond, When asked if President Biden would sign an infrastructure bill on its own without reconciliation, Mr. Richmond said, and I quote, "I don't think it's a yes or no answer." Listen to this one.
Biden will, if it happens that the bipartisan infrastructure bill lands on his desk on its own, I understand that's not your preference, but if that were to happen, he would sign it, yes or no?
Well, look, I don't think it's a yes or no question. We expect to have both bills in front of us to sign, and I expect that President Biden will sign the infrastructure bill. He will sign the family's plan.
I don't think that's a yes or no question. But that's what Jake Tapper and really everyone else is asking. Yes or no? So, kids, let's go back a bit. A technical point. President Biden's original package of roughly $6 trillion in additional spending and up to $4 trillion in additional taxes, just to review the bidding here. A lot of people have forgotten. The first leg was the $2 trillion COVID relief plan, which, of course, we now know, given the booming economy and the rise of inflation, should have been a complete non-starter. In fact, most of the country now believes the federal plus-up and overly generous unemployment benefits was a detriment to the economy, as we discussed many times on this show, but I digress. The second part of the Biden package, roughly estimated at $2.3 trillion, included a small piece called infrastructure, and then a very, very large piece to implement the Green New Deal and some social programs, and to raise taxes across the board in order to finance it. Prominent in this tranche was hiking the corporate income tax, which now includes the G7 global minimum tax as part of the Biden-Yellen tax surrender, and also a domestic minimum tax on companies. Now, then the third piece of the Biden pre-Berlin Wall coming down, what I call the Bulgarian green workers' paradise utopia, consisting mainly of a massive wave of new entitlements and other income transfers, all of which to be made permanent, and financed by a series of brutal income tax hikes, including a doubling of the capital gains tax and a whopping increase in the inheritance tax by eliminating the step-up basis for capital gains. So, review. You had a $1.9 trillion COVID, $2.3 trillion American Worker Plan, and $1.8 trillion American Family Plan. That comes to a tidy $6 trillion of spending. And then something like $4 trillion in tax hikes, although that number keeps rising. And incidentally, you get that, it's going to throw a wet blanket over the Trump boom we are experiencing right now. And it'll yield massively lower tax revenues as a consequence of higher tax rates, hence the Laffer curve kicks in. And then, don't forget, stuck in there someplace is this $80 billion IRS money, which is supposed to generate $700 billion from tax cheats like Warren Buffett, Jeff Bezos, George Soros, Mark Zuckerberg, and Bill Gates, and other liberal tax cheats. Although the liberals, I still feel their tax pain. So at this point, I'm still in the camp that believes Uncle Joe double-crossed the GOP. It was bait and switch. And all we're hearing is a bunch of blue smoke and mirrors, not so clever White House aides who are frantically attempting to hide the truth. What is the truth? President Biden is still held hostage by the ultra-left progressive wish list of Senator Bernie Sanders, House Member AOC, the Squad, Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and others. Now, if the Republicans keep their wits about them, they can whoop this, because the country is simply not behind it. That's key.
You never know what you'll find in a Wisconsin summer. So get out there and explore by bike, trail, or boardwalk, and discover all the wonders of Wisconsin.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Kudlow. I'm Larry Kudlow. So we begin tonight. What did they know, and when did they know it? The they in this case is the 5 Republicans who participated in the final bipartisan infrastructure session with President Joe Biden. And it sure looks like they were double-crossed, a classic bait and switch. The victim of a big lie in full public view. By all accounts, the idea of linking a hard infrastructure package with a multi-trillion-dollar tax and spend and Green New Deal and entitlement package was never discussed, not in the group of the 10 senators who met with Biden yesterday, nor with the bigger group of 21 senators who endorsed their work, nor with the White House itself. And I quote here, in endorsing the deal, Biden praised the group for keeping their word, but then immediately broke his. That, according to a key Republican aide. Biden never mentioned this kind of leakage at the news conference with the Infrastructure 10. Take a listen.
Are you committed to the two-track system, Mr. President? Are you committed to a two-track system?
Yeah.
Sure.
There is going to be two tracks.
And are you confident that you're going to have all of the Democrats support in the Senate?
All right, so he dodged it, but then 1 hour later, he says this.
Look, the bipartisan bill from the very beginning was understood there's going to have to be the second part of it. Not just signing the bipartisan bill and forgetting about the rest that I proposed, the infrastructure bill, as well as voted on the budget resolution. And that's when, but if only one comes to me, I'm not, if this is the only thing that comes to me, I'm not signing it. It's in tandem.
Yeah, really. Well, now it's very clear that the double cross was always the Democrat strategy. Bernie Sanders has been talking lots about it. Nancy Pelosi's been talking lots about it. But Biden, during the good faith bipartisan negotiations, was not talking about it. He is the most important person in the room. Pelosi later said there will be no infrastructure vote in the House until the massive reconciliation bill is passed. Well, meanwhile, I feel the pain of the Republican negotiators. People like Rob Portman and Susan Collins and Bill Cassidy, these are principled folks of good faith. And in fact, in Senator Rob Portman's notes, the number one note was no income tax, no changes to the 2017 tax bill. And his third bullet was solely core infrastructure priorities. Not human infrastructure. Now, Portman is a smart guy, and he's a man of principle. He wouldn't have written that if he didn't think Biden had signed on to it. Now, I'm not going to just blame him, because we have a president who has no moral principles at all. He is dishonest. He is overrun by the far left wing of his party, and he'll do anything to make a short-term political buck. By the way, just for the heck of it, let's remind ourselves that we're talking about a $4 trillion additional spending. And actually, the $1 trillion infrastructure deal could wind up being folded into some kind of big reconciliation package. There may be less there than meets the eye. I say this because as a former Green Eyeshade myself who worked in Reagan's OMB years back, and as a negotiator in Trump's National Economic Council, I know that there can be no reconciliation until and unless there's a budget resolution agreed upon by both the House and the Senate. Right now, they are nowhere near a budget resolution. And on top of that, the Senate parliamentarian, Elizabeth McDonough, has already outlawed this phony, nonsensical IRS tax grab where you put in 80 billion and somehow magically you pull out 700 billion in revenues. The infrastructure group is more realistic, thinking you can put in 40 billion and get out 60 billion. Even that is somewhat suspect to me. Democrats, on the other hand, have been talking about a $700 billion revenue take from this IRS political weaponry against conservatives, 501c3s, and so forth. It'll never happen. It will never happen. And of course, the Green New Deal, in all of its obsessive and hysterical majesty, is going to be part of the Democrats' worker paradise utopian strategy. Does anybody think that's going to pass? We're going to end the combustion engine in a couple of years? We're going to surrender to the lesser male prairie chicken as an endangered species, which would take out roughly 75% of our oil production and give the keys to the kingdom to Russia and China and Iran? Or the so-called family infrastructure? We might better suggest this is the destroy the family infrastructure bill by heaping on entitlement transfer benefits left and right without work requirements or other employment incentives. That will just keep unemployment and family breakup high. and it will do great damage to minority groups. Didn't we learn this from the Great Society?
Getting closer and closer together is priceless. That's why MasterCard is creating priceless surprises every day by giving away reunion trips. Learn more about the vaccines and start something priceless.
Apparently, no matter how crazy and out there this stuff is getting. And it's an interesting question as to the former president's mental state, as to whether or not he really believes this is going to reinstate him as president, or whether he's just riding this for the grift now too. But however weird this is getting, Arizona Republicans really are right there for it. They are all in. The guy the Arizona State Senate Republicans hired to lead the audit, to actually run the audit, the head of Cyber Ninjas, the guy they said they hired to perform a nonpartisan, objective, fair recount of the 2020 ballots, he's in the new conspiracy theory movie made by the Aliens Did 9/11 guy. I mean, there he was in the movie on Saturday night talking about how the CIA has been running a disinformation effort around election fraud or something. He was hired by the president of the Arizona State Senate, Republican Arizona State Senator Karen Fann. She has said over and over again that she doesn't necessarily believe the election was stolen. The audit she launched is not about Trump. It's not about overturning the 2020 election. It's just about restoring voter confidence in elections. But guess what? This weekend, Senator Karen Fann herself attended the big launch event in Phoenix for the new Election Was Stolen conspiracy theory movie. She and a bunch of her fellow Arizona Republican state senators there in person. Arizona Senate President, one of the highest ranking Republican elected officials in the state, at the event, lending her authority to this crazy QAnon thing. If things are getting wild in Arizona, and we could find out what the supposed results are that they have come up with any day now. They appear to actually finally be stopping doing whatever it was they were doing and calling their audit. But here we are. I mean, life on Earth 1, where President Biden is trying to pass an infrastructure bill and he's getting pressure from young activists on the left to make sure it's ambitious on climate. Well, not coincidentally, the planet cooks like it has never cooked before. In life on Earth 1, where Democrats want a bipartisan review of the violence at the Capitol after we blew the peaceful transition of power for the first time in our nation's history. Right? Life on Earth 1 is hard enough right now. This is all hard work stuff, real problems that need real solutions.
Hey, 45, you're around. I'm sorry, I did not get the color of her band.
Republican Earth, where Trump thinks he's still president, I mean, that really is where the Republican Party is still stuck. Even as he, is now started leading political rallies again, even as he is the undisputed leader of his party, even as he girds for potential criminal charges coming as soon as tomorrow. What a world. What a world is it?
USAA is made for the safe pilots, like Matt, who can come to a stop with barely a bomb.
Call pending for a two-vehicle accident, please no injuries, right in front of 858 West Broadway.
What you're made of, we're made for. Get a quote today.
I'll take that. I'm clear.
Switching gears now, major damage control at the White House, where they are walking.
Now, Republicans have a literally extraordinary photograph that's just been unearthed by the Australian newspaper. Have a look at this. This is the Tasmanian Labor leader David O'Byrne with a raised fist last Christmas. His t-shirt says, "You don't become a good communist by going to meetings or memorising the manifesto. You do it with your fists." Do it with your fists. That follows revelations yesterday that O'Byrne's chief of staff, Graham McCulloch, is a former Communist Party member who likes, on social media, the views of a number of Marxist thinkers. But Premier Peter Gutwein, under the smile on his face, I'll tell you what, Labor voters in Tasmania do not give this guy any votes.
Chair recognizes Senator Hawley for your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to all the witnesses for being here. Dr. Powell, let me just start with you, if I could. Just help me understand the history here. My understanding is that the United States Justice Department, the Office of Legal Counsel, has weighed in on this question a number of times in the course of its history. To my knowledge, the Office of Legal Counsel has never said that Congress has the ability by statute to turn the District of Columbia into a state. Is that correct?
Only exception occurred during the Obama administration when the Office of Legal Counsel no go over this, and so he turned to the Solicitor General's office, and the Solicitor General said, we can change this. And of course, that's very precious because that's the job of the Solicitor General's office to defend even unconstitutional matters that may turn out to be such.
What happened was the Attorney General of that administration got a consistent answer, the same answer that Attorneys General had been getting and presidents had been getting for decades. Decided he didn't like that answer and said, well, maybe somebody else will give me a different answer. But consistently, the Office of Legal Counsel, which is that unit in the Justice Department, that office that is charged with looking at these constitutional questions and providing dispassionate, impartial, nonpartisan legal counsel, has consistently said there's no constitutional authority for Congress to snap its fingers, use a statute to turn DC into a state. Now, tell me about this. Of course, that's a bipartisan tradition. You mentioned in your written testimony one pretty prominent Democrat Attorney General, Robert Kennedy. He rendered a fairly lengthy opinion on this. Tell us about the significance of Robert Kennedy's opinion back in '63, I think it was, when he said that no, the Constitution does not give Congress the power by statute to turn DC into a state. Of course, it can be done by constitutional amendment. How exactly it would have to be worked out, but that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about just doing it by statute. Even Robert Kennedy said, no, that can't be done. Tell us about the significance of this.
Well, the significance beyond the fact that people are Democrat comes from the fact that authority to do what is contemplated by these various proposals that have come over the years. And the conclusion that the Office of Legal Counsel gave him is no, they do not. It is a single act to create the district. It is finished. If you want to do something more like retrocession and so forth, you're going to need to find some authority under the Constitution. And the important issue here, which is brought up by Senator Lang, namely that this district is unique. It's not an ordinary process of creating a new state from territory acquired for the express purpose of creating new states from it, the Louisiana Purchase, etc. It is sui generis. It was created expressly under Article 1, not under Article 4, to be the seat of the federal government. Under this bill, S-51, the seat of government would be this tiny enclave. And I just invite you to think, in response to an earlier question from Senator Lang, what this would mean with this much reduced authority of Congress to have exclusive jurisdiction over this tiny enclave. It means that, for example, they are dependent upon this new untested state for everything from power to water to fire protection and going on and on. We can imagine how the framers did not want that, and they didn't want it expressly because of what the experience, as we testified earlier, they had under 1783 when the Congress was attacked by a mob.
Let me ask you this. So we have the scene set. The Constitution of the United States explicitly creates the District of Columbia. It designates it as the seat of government. We have the 23rd Amendment, which comes along and ratifies that, essentially. It's already in the Constitution. The 23rd Amendment ratifies that, so that it is there. It's not an unincorporated territory. It is created by the Constitution, created as the seat of government. Now, my understanding of constitutional law is Congress cannot, by legislation, override the Constitution. Am I right about that basic understanding?
It's Con Law 101.
Now, what if Congress really, really wants to? Like, what if Congress thinks no, it's really, really important that we override the Constitution? Do they get to do with that?
That's called the demise of the rule of law.
What happens if it's if there's a great political advantage to one party if they do it? I'm looking here at a series of news articles from the last year and a half. The Nation. Democrats have inherited a broken Senate. Can they make it work? It calls for D.C. statehood to add 2 more Democrat votes to the Senate. NBC News. New push for Washington, D.C. statehood hits the presidential campaign trail. Imperative, Democrats say, to add 2 more votes to the United States Senate for them. New York Magazine. D.C. statehood is the Democrats' only option. Fox, 11 ways to fix America's fundamentally broken democracy. D.C. statehood to add 2 more Democrat votes to the United States Senate. Indivisible says making democracy reform a priority has to be D.C. statehood. All of this, the premise of all of these articles, which are very candid, is that Democrats think that they won't be able to control the United States Senate in the long term. They need to add 2 more Democrat seats to control the Senate. So it's really, really important. If they think it's really, really important, does the Constitution give them the authority to override what is actually written down in that text with the law? Can they do that?
Let me get on the record an important point.
530 South Fraser.
It is often thought that we on this side are opposed to giving the district residents the vote. Nothing could be further from the truth. The idea is, however, that you must do it in the right way. You've got to do it in the constitutional way. And so that means that you're going to have to address, among other things, the 23rd Amendment problem, because there will still be people within this who still have the right to vote. You can't remove that from them by mere statute. It's got to have an amendment to do that. And indeed, if the table were reversed on some other issue, I think the other side would be screaming if this were attempted.
And rightfully so. And I'll just finish, Mr. Chairman, by saying that it is a fundamental premise of our democracy that the Constitution of the United States is the supreme law of the land, that it binds all who live under it. And we, the people, can change it. We absolutely can change it. We have a process to do that, a democratic process. What Congress cannot do is override the Constitution anytime it becomes inconvenient for a majority in Congress. A temporary majority, as James Madison would have said. Today it's the Democrats, tomorrow it's the Republicans, after that the Democrats again, who knows? The point is the Constitution endures. And that is the fundamental premise of our democratic republic. And I fear that premise is being threatened by this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hawley. I want to follow up on Mr. Pylon's comment.
We begin this new segment with Texas Congressman Brian Babin. It's great to have you back on, sir. Okay, former President Trump is relaunching his rallies. What's the potential impact on who controls Congress and the White House?
Well, I think it goes without saying, Liz, and by the way, it's always good to be with you, that President Trump is the
System 1, protected in prayer. System 2, protected by the air. System 3, protected by the arrow.
Yeah, of course.
Megan B. Stelly, where shall we begin?
I heard Shakespeare wrote 5 sonnets about her.
Each of her dogs has its own bedroom.
I heard
she's gonna put toenails for so long, she has never looked down to my eye now. And it was awesome.
And you said when people are waiting for relief.
Can't come first. Good Morning, Ken Town. R6 is available. Fine, Jacob. Go ahead, pilot. Find a TX tow company. Yeah, South 511. 4-3 just showed up. Just told them that we need another one. His employee's gonna take care of it. Okay. For your East Coast. That's fine.
To all my redneck fan base, did y'all miss me? I know y'all did. 5 things to know before challenging a redneck for anything in life. 5. Number 1, before challenging a redneck to a drinking contest, just know you will lose. Now imagine sitting in front of somebody and challenging them to a drinking contest, and you put a shot of Hennessy, you put a shot of whiskey in front of them, and they put their thing in it, and they throw it back like it's nothing. You challenge a redneck to a drinking contest. Understand, these ain't regular human beings. Imagine a Russian and a redneck had a baby, and it was just a full redneck. Rednecks drink this stuff called moonshine. Moonshine ain't even real liquor. It's made up liquor. It's close your eyes and make believe, and you can be it. It is Muppet baby alcohol. If a person can drink gasoline, I'm not saying metaphorically, I'm saying literally, drink gasoline from a can and survive to tell about it. You want to challenge them to a drinking contest? Is you crazy? Number 2, before challenging a redneck to a fight, make sure your insurance and medical bills can be paid. And let me clarify, I'm not saying a redneck can't lose a fight because I've witnessed a redneck lose a fight. What I am saying is that fight don't stop right there. They don't die. They don't quit. You ever see that movie Terminator 2 where Arnold Schwarzenegger, boom, he shot the T-1000 and his body went everywhere, but then in the fire, they started falling back together in his body, and that's a redneck. You can punch a redneck in the neck, in the face, his face can fly out, he gonna blindly look for his face, he gonna pick it back up, and it's gonna be round 2. Rednecks don't fight and stop. Something else like the Lord gotta stop the fight. And he'll be telling Jesus, hold on. I don't want to disrespect you and fight in heaven. Let me handle this down there. I'll probably see you soon, but let me handle this down here. Number 3, do not challenge a redneck to go approach somebody to get a date or their affection. They will win. I challenged my homeboy Brandon, who's a redneck, to go get this girl phone number. She turned me down like she gonna turn me down. She ain't gonna take Brandon because Brandon got no shirt on. He got jeans and cowboy boots. He got on that hat a little dirty. He walked up to her, and all of a sudden she passed the phone number. Then she started rubbing him around his waist. Then she rubbed his shoulder. Then he whispered something to her. Then she looked at his feet. Then I see her make the hand size like this. Then I see Brandon go like this. I'm like, Brandon, you white. Then Brandon went like this, couldn't even fit in the screen. And all I know is Brandon supposed to be meeting on Thursday at a Hooters, and they're gonna have some wings, and they talk to Brandon says, and it's Wednesday the following week. There's no more manly a man that can walk into your yard, grab a chicken by his throat. I think I'm being in trouble. I just got killed. But it's okay, the chicken need to get it right away to the redneck, because the redneck is so manly. A redneck man will take your old lady, dog. Number 4, do not challenge a redneck to be innovative. When I was growing up and I didn't have a belt and I tied my shoestring around my pants and made a belt, I thought I could be a millionaire. I thought I could create everything for us. A redneck will take a hanger, 2 tires, a whistle, and a chicken bone, and they'll create a microwave with that. How that go together, I do not know. They will hold one end of a rope and another end of a wire, and they'll create life. I don't know. Jesus was a redneck. Jesus fed them people with 2 fish and a loaf of bread. Only a redneck could do that. Think about it. Think about it. Number 5, do not challenge a redneck to a political debate because it will end very bad. When it comes to politics, people are so divided. If you this way, you're a Democrat. If you that way, you're a Republican. If you mess with a redneck's rights, no matter if you're black, white, yellow, mellow, orange, green, blue, purple, you mess with their rights, they will become political geniuses. Now, if you ask them some other questions about laws and assessments and taxes, they ain't getting into all that. You mess with their right to speak, you mess with their right to tote fire, you mess with their property, you mess with their constitutional rights. And when I say they become political, exceptional, extraterrestrial people, you will be in for the debate of your life. But anything outside of those constitutional rights, they rocking. It's let freedom ring. We don't care what you do over there. We don't care how you live. We don't care what you say. We don't care what you're going through. Leave us be. But if you, with my rights, I come like the old moonshine. I snatch your old lady. I cook the chicken in there. I'll build a dam between her. 5 things to know for intelligent redneck. Hope you enjoy it. Don't mess with their rights.
Have you done ballet before? I used to be a stripper.
Northwest America. I heard it was hot in y'all neck of the woods the other day, but I ain't gonna come over here and mess with you. I'm gonna be nice to you, because me being from Florida, I understand. Here go 5 ways you can calm this heat before this heat loses mind. 5 ways. Number 1, the first thing you gotta do to control heat is complain about it. I know what you're thinking, Josh. Who we gonna complain to? The heat ain't got no manager. God is the only person above the heat. What I'm trying to say is when you go out your house, the first thing you gotta say is, damn, it's hot. It's so hot. It ain't never been this hot. Somehow that works. The heat starts to subside. The heat, the sun, it just wants to be respected. It wants to be acknowledged, saying, you know what? I'm the biggest, most difficult thing in this universe, and y'all gonna show me some respect. Down here in Florida, if they hit 1 temperature above what it normally is, the first thing I say is, it ain't never been this hot before. Why it's so hot? The sun hears you, and the sun kind of cools down. Give the sun its respect, and the sun will respect you. I promise you, don't know why it works, but try it. Number 2, don't wear no undergarments. When I say don't wear no drawers or nothing, don't wear nothing. It will help your body breathe. Now, I know what women thinking, but Josh, we can wear no panties. What about bras? We got breasts. Men don't got breasts, baby. Let me make you understand something. When it's hot as hell, men ain't even thinking sexual. We gonna see you, and all that's gonna be blurred. We gonna want you to get out of our way, because we trying to go find somewhere where AC at. Sex is not on our mind. Let it all go. Do not wear anything. If you got a dress, wear it. If you got a jersey dress, I know that's 2002. Maya and Silver Shaka videos. Put you a jersey dress on. If you can afford to go outside in just a bathrobe, do it. I'm telling you, your body will appreciate it more. Men, if it's gonna stick to your leg, let it stick to the middle of your thigh. If you're a black man, wear longer shorts because it might hit your kneecap. Number 3, Drink you some Gatorade, no water. I don't care what diet you own. I don't care what you would get. I don't care what your drink preference is. Get you some electrolytes in your body. Drink some of that sugar water they call Gatorade. It ain't got to be a sports drink because once that sun hit the back of that neck, everything you got inside will leave your body. Liquor, water, all your hydration is gone. Gatorade will quench that thirst. And get the yellow kind. Don't go get the blue. Don't get the orange. Get the yellow kind, the lemon kind. I call it the yellow kind. That yellow kind gonna sit on your stomach longer than anything you've ever experienced. I promise you. Escape. Just escape that water for like a week or two. Get you some Gatorade in your system. That Gatorade gonna have your back like four flats in a Cadillac with a messed up haircut at the wrong barber. Number 4, make sure your AC at home don't go below 70 and don't go above 72. The reason you want to make sure your AC, if you have one, don't go below 70. Your AC don't work at 69, 68. Maybe for a couple hours, you got to turn that off. Why? Because your AC might freeze. And if your AC free while hell is going over America, and y'all part of America in this house, you gonna cry. The window AC ain't gonna work. You gonna turn that ceiling fan, and that's gonna be circulating microwave temperature air in there. You don't want that. So keep your AC at 70. 70 is gonna set your house at a cool room temperature where you're not too chilly, you're not too hot. It's just perfect. What I'm trying to tell you is 72 to 70. Nothing above, nothing below. You're going to feel like it's about to snow. And number 5, sit down somewhere. Y'all are not used to this heat. I'm from Florida. We used to this heat every single summer, every Christmas, every spring break, every winter. This thing blows out its tongue like we like it. Sit down somewhere. If that errand ain't that important, don't go do it. All that extra shopping at the store, all that window shopping, all that going to visit your friends, you better FaceTime, you better text message them, you better use your AOL messenger in these days. That son don't play. That son is undefeated. That son will give you a heat stroke and go to the next house and knock on their door like they ain't just almost trying to kill you. Listen, stay out that sun, stay out that heat. Keep your kids from outside. Play a board game, play heads up, play charades, go do some homework over the summer because you didn't get the grades you're supposed to get. This is my advice to beat that heat. I'm a heat expert down here in Florida. So to everybody that's dealing with this crucial heat wave, good luck and Godspeed.
Your mom's got to go.
Oh, she's family.
Like daughter, like mother.
Well, what is that supposed to mean?
She's using my Old Spice moisturizer with shea butter for impossibly smooth skin, and she's wearing my robe. It's bad enough you use up all my body wash, now her.
We're out.
Our city and the value that people place in their city. Another data point that maybe you're not aware of, that I will share with you. Over the course of this pandemic, we've had 32 plus relocations of corporate businesses to the city of Chicago. Businesses that could have relocated anywhere but chose Chicago. Why? Because we have a great economy, we have a diversity of our economy, a great workforce, and they're happy to be here because of the values that they find in the city of Chicago. So the premise of your question, which is it's chaos everywhere, and the fact of the matter is, which you also didn't point out, but I will, so we get this straight, is that we're actually seeing a decline in homicides and shootings. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
No. Let him ask his follow-up question so he doesn't claim that somehow we're being biased and slighting the guy from Newsmax. Please, sir, it's 6:30 going on 7. Ask your follow-up question.
Well, my follow-up question is on this. Many residents in Chicago feel lost control of the city. Now it appears as though lost control of Chicago City Council. Do you apologize to the victims of violent crime, the thousands of unsolved shootings and murders and stabbings and random stabbings downtown, the south side, the north side, the west side? Do you owe these people any apologies?
So once again, sir, I ask you to give me back straight. Crime is not out of control in our city. Crime is on the decline. All of our major indices show that the decline in crime and our homicides and our shootings year over year are down. That's a fact. And you, sir, I was polite, allowed you to spew your rhetoric, which is offensive to me and others, but I'm trying to be polite and professional and answer your questions. But if you want to write your own narrative and irrelevant to what I'm going to say and what the facts are, then we'll just move on to the next report.
Okay, all right, so, everything that she said was, yes. And, the crime in Chicago, they're shootings every single day. And, basically, she doesn't even know that Newsmax is a TV, not a
It used to be Onion Fields.
magazine. Okay. Where did they find these people? Where did they find them? Which trash can did they come out from? It's crazy.
Chicago was a wild onion field.
It's just crazy. That's all I have to say. It's just easy. Okay. We have this. This is the company that is owned by George Soros. And this hate website has attacked me numerous times. I'd say Right Wing Watch, okay? They're the ones that started everything with Newsweek, CNN. On me, okay? They attacked me. I'm ethnic. Our efforts to expose bigoted views and dangerous conspiracy theories, yes, spread by right-wing activists, now it's results in YouTube banning our channel, removing thousands of our videos. We're attempting to appeal this decision and you rejected it, okay? But then, of course, YouTube relented. This is a horrible. They just go against you there. And, yeah. So there we go. Right Wing Watch. Yes, they're all connected to the Big East. And so YouTube tried to do the right thing. And they had to reverse their, far left tech giants and towards removing conservative content.
It's here on Wake Up America. It is Tuesday, June 29th, getting closer to the 4th of July. I'm Rob Finnerty.
And I'm Amanda Brohanty, and here's what we're following today, Rob. Now, 11 people are confirmed dead in the Florida building collapse, as today marks the 6th day of search and rescue, with roughly 150 people still missing. We'll have the latest from Surfside. Plus, President Biden heads to Wisconsin, of all places, to promote his bipartisan infrastructure bill. While in Washington, Republicans are warning Democrats not to hold the bill hostage. And you see representatives like Dan Crenshaw speaking out as well and saying, why is she standing out here for America if she's in the Olympics and standing away from the flag?
2024, but he came out yesterday and he said, you know what? She should be off the team because this is the one event. Nobody is saying that you don't have the right to demonstrate and to protest and that you don't have free speech, but this is the one time when what really counts is the name on the front, not the name on the back. Michael Ruzioni made that phrase famous in the movie Miracle, which came out, which basically chronicled that 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team. He'll be joining us in just a little bit, as he said.
Yeah, but we'll have to see what plays out with her because, as we know, the Tokyo Olympics isn't fining people for protesting. So there's no fines for her doing this. But in the past, she did have an incident where she held up a fist and she lost $50,000 in sponsorship.
Yeah, in 2019. It's going to be up to the U.S. Olympic Committee now, and the International Committee might weigh in as well because we're getting closer and closer to the opening of the Tokyo
That's right, we
Olympics. All right, Amanda, we'll see you in just a minute. Let's welcome in our powerhouse panel on this Tuesday morning. We've got former Nevada State GOP chairwoman and Republican strategist Amy Tarkanian. The former Lieutenant Governor of New York, Betsy McCoy, is with us, and senior contributor for the Federalist, Benjamin Weingarten, is here. Good morning to all. A lot to get into, including the Gwen Berry situation, which it's just a very fascinating situation. But I wanted to start with what Democrats are trying to do. They're trying to spin a brand new narrative that basically Republicans are responsible for defunding the police, not Democrats, despite police departments being defunded over the past year in Democratic-run cities across the country. Benjamin, we'll start with you. What do you make of this attempt to kind of re-message who's behind defund the police?
California is taking action against states that they say discriminate against the LGBTQ plus community. Florida, Arkansas, Montana, and West Virginia join the list of 17 total states that are banned from California state-funded travel after they pass laws that prohibit transgender athletes from competing in girls' sports. Here to react is host of the Rob Smith is Problematic podcast, Rob Smith. Hey, Rob.
Hey, Ainsley.
Good morning. Doing well. I want to ask you, as an openly gay male, how do you feel about this?
Well, first of all, the vast majority of these LGBTQ laws have absolutely zero to do with the majority of gays and lesbians across the country. This is all about the far left Democrats sort of embrace of this very far left radical transgender movement that, like I said, has nothing to do with the rights of gays and lesbians. And I would even say to a conservative audience, I know you guys want to be inclusive and all of that stuff, but I wouldn't even say LGBTQ because it erases gays and lesbians. I would just say gay and lesbian Americans. Now, back to some of these laws that they're quote unquote protesting. When they talk about gender affirming health care for trans minors, what they're really talking about is unchecked and unproven puberty blockers for young gender dysphoric kids. And they're talking about taxpayer-funded gender reassignment surgery for gender dysphoric adults. Like I said, these things have absolutely zero to do with gays and lesbians. And when you talk about the transgender and sports issue, this is protecting the rights of women and girls to be able to compete in sports against other women and girls and not against biological men who claim that they are transgender, okay? So that's what we're talking about here. And like I said, the far left has sort of embraced radical transgender ideology because they need a new victim group. This has absolutely zero to do with the lives of gays and lesbians and everything to do with the fact that California is failing and they need to pretend that they're doing something while they are failing their citizens.
Evan Lowe, who's the lawmaker who, who wrote this ban, he said it was meant to keep state workers safe and out of situations where they might be discriminated. Do you feel? I sniff others to form bonds. Petco.
Let's go.
This is about why I say what I say and what I do. I did what I came to do. We'll find out. We'll find out. This is about why I say what I say and what I do. Expression goes, the proof of it is in the eating. We'll find out. We'll find out. Been a long day for y'all. I just finished the last meeting. I made it clear to President Putin. I told him it. Corn flop for the bad dude. Bottom line is I told President Putin, I got hairy legs. After 2 hours there, we looked at each other like, okay, what next? You've heard me say this before again and again. I'm going to keep saying it. Come on, man. I made it clear. Well, I tell you what, I'm following the rules, man. This is about why I say what I say and what I do. I did what I came to do. We'll find out. We'll find out. This is about why I say what I say and what I do. Expression goes, the proof of it is in the eating. We'll find out. We'll find out. Biden said he'd invade Russia. You know, that was a joke. This is not a kumbaya moment. Let's hug and love each other. Folks, look, I caught part of President Putin's press conference. I told him, come on, man. I'm going to keep saying it. Come on, man. And so it was kind of after well, anyway. This is about why I say what I say and what I do. I did what I came to do. We'll find out. We'll find out. This is about why I say what I say and what I do. Expression goes, the proof of it is in the eating. We'll find out.
Я думаю, что для всех очевидным является тот факт, что президент Байден, когда конкретно там завтра, послезавтра, это вопрос коллеги на рабочем уровне определяться с составом этих делегаций. Не было никакой враждебности, наоборот, наша встреча происходила. Я думаю, ничего сложного не скажу. Это будет понятно, Торговые отношения, да, еще говорили о сотрудничестве в Арктике.
This is about why I say what I say and what I do. I did what I came to do. We'll find out. We'll find out. This is about why I say what I say and what I do. Expression goes, the proof of it is in the eating. We'll find out. We'll find out. You owe me.
Now listen, if you have not subscribed to YouTube channels, do it right now. Do it today. And all you have to do is click the big red subscribe button on the YouTube channel.
You want me to 5:39 rule? Let's have it on.
Do you have any feeling whether it's going to be a 9/11 type event, or is it just going to be some boys like UFOs, which have been around forever?
Yeah, no, I mean, there is going to be something that's going to happen, and I'm afraid that what it's going to do is it's going to further divide the country. I mean, it's not going to be as dramatic as something that you're talking about with 9/11 and the stupidity of this, nonsense of UFOs and this apocalyptic crap is such garbage. People need to face reality. They are going to continue to go after Donald Trump. Okay? They're going to continue to go after Donald Trump. And I'm glad to see the president finally getting out and doing rallies. He's going to be doing one in Sarasota here on the 4th of July. I think he's going to be opening up Ohio, tomorrow, Saturday. So he's going to get back out. He needs to light the world on fire, because I know that they are going to go after him. And whenever they I'm going to follow up, Mr. Director, on a point made by Senator Leahy. He talked about massive voter suppression that he's expecting in 2022. Your intelligence reports show there's going to be massive voter suppression in 2022.
I don't believe I characterized the voter suppression threat as massive, and I'm not aware of any intelligence assessment we've done that quantifies it. Certainly, voter suppression is a concern. It's something we investigate, something we pursue.
Okay. On the NICS database, where do you get the information for it?
For the NICS database? So a lot of sources, but most of the information is coming from state and local law enforcement.
Are they all sending in all the information they're supposed to?
We are continuing to improve that. The Fixed NICS Act that Congress put in place has been a big help in that regard. And every year we're increasing the completeness of the NICS database, but there's still room for improvement.
Yeah, there's still a lot of holes in it, aren't there?
There are, yes.
Yeah. And the truth is, I mean, for some, I don't want to paint with too broad a brush. But my understanding is that for some, at the state and local level, it's just not a priority. It's not that they're sitting around watching Netflix. They're busy doing other stuff. Would that be fair statement?
Well, I understand why you would describe it that way. I've got to be a little bit careful to characterize our partners as distracted. But I will say that I've gone out to NICS and put on the headset and sat there with the operator, listened to the calls and see how it works. And, some of these things, especially when you start getting into, misdemeanor, domestic violence offenses and things like that, it can get kind of complicated. And if the records out in whatever jurisdiction it is aren't ready at hand or clear, it can become a real challenge. And that was magnified during the pandemic, because a lot of departments local departments, were not at work. So that.
Well, I read about the president and others saying, well, the problem is we need to expand background checks. And it just seems to me that a big part of our problem, nothing's perfect, of course, but a big part of our problem is that the current system we have is only as good as the information input. And all the information isn't being input. It's just not. And I think FixNix did help. And I think it's better, but I don't think it's well. And it would seem to me that that would be a logical place to start. Is my thinking faulty?
I don't think your thinking is faulty. I think we all share the goal of keeping guns out of the hands of those legally prohibited from having them, which should be the table stakes in this endeavor, and that's what the NICS system is designed to do. To the extent that the holes that you identified are holes in different agencies and departments, patchwork around the country, I would be remiss if I didn't point out that some of them may need grant funding or to help them, because it may be a resource issue for them.
I say I'm not suggesting they're just sitting around watching. They've been cussed and discussed and accused of everything in the world, and their budget's been cut, and then we wonder why crime goes up. But so I'm not criticizing them. I'm just pointing out that it seems to me that the system is only good as the data that's put into it. Let me ask you a final question. I just want your opinion on this. Why do you think Chicago's become the largest outdoor shooting range in the world?
Well, I mean, I think I've referenced a lot of the factors from the national perspective. I don't know that I can, sitting here right now, give you a Chicago-specific explanation, but certainly some of the same trends that I described nationally would undoubtedly be at play in Chicago. I know that, over the past year, we've had, 200, this is just the FBI now, 270 gang arrests in Chicago, 150 maybe violent crime.
Being a good father is important to me. So being diagnosed with advanced non-small cell lung cancer.
Look, just a break from this coronavirus stuff. Prince Harry. Here we go. And Meghan Markle are back at it. This time, Prince Harry has listed himself as His Royal Highness on his newborn baby Lilibet's birth certificate. A copy of the birth certificate has been obtained by the Sun newspaper in London. You are aware that birth certificates have all these little boxes that have to be filled. One says, first name of the parent. In that, Harry has put the Duke of Sussex. The middle name box is left empty, but then the next box obviously says last name, and in that box, Harry, fiddling with the truth, inserts His Royal Highness, unquote. Yet under the agreement of splitting from the royal family and leaving the UK, Harry and Meghan were not allowed to use their royal titles, that is, His Royal Highness. Harry agreed to this as part of his separation from the royal family. Yet here on his daughter's birth certificate, Harry is telling an untruth, claiming something to which he's not entitled. Is it any wonder the public are fed up with these two highly spoilt and overly indulged young people who allegedly want to be out of the limelight, and yet they love cashing in on the spotlight they seek? What's the word? I think it's fake.
When you check this out.
Okay, well, ma'am, road is clear. I'll be working on a report.
Public schools in Loudoun County, Virginia, like so many schools in this country, have gone insane in the last year. They've essentially stopped teaching. Instead, they're indoctrinating children with creepy and poisonous racial theories, master race stuff. Scary. In Loudoun County, kids are not allowed to read To Kill a Mockingbird anymore. Instead, they're assigned pornographic novels and told that America is an evil racist place. So parents in Loudoun County have been revolting against this, not just right-wing people, by the way, not just politically active people, people with kids in the schools. Why would you want your kids taught some bizarro, poisonous racial theory? It's disgusting. So last night, the school board met in Loudoun County and agreed to solicit public comments. They didn't take that many, but those they heard weren't very positive.
Freeze
the Western culture and values that brought forth Christianity and the founding documents are being called evil and racist.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Thank you so much for watching and supporting. Got a great video for you guys today. General Flynn shared a pretty epic video of Trump, and there's just kind of some interesting things from this. So I'm going to basically share what he says in the video, but it's pretty good. So let's dive in. So yeah, it starts like it's just Trump talking. Just starts out right away. And he says, as everybody knows, my family, your great country, and your president have gone through a terrible ordeal by some very dishonest and corrupt people. They've done everything possible to destroy us, and by so doing have very badly hurt our nation. They know what they are doing is wrong, but they put themselves far ahead of our great country. Weeks ago, and again yesterday, courageous Republican politicians and leaders had the wisdom, fortitude, and strength to do what everyone knows was right. I don't like people who use their faith for justification for doing what they know is wrong. Nor do I like people who say, I pray for you, when they know that's not so. So many people have been hurt. We can't let that go on. So then the video ends, and there's 3 screens that show up. Now it's our turn. And the gloves are off. So I guess just 2. But yeah, so it's I thought there was 3. I don't know. I can't find it now. So I guess it was just 2. But yeah, it says, now it's our turn. Now the gloves are off. So a lot of people were talking a lot about this because
Good
2018 at St. Evans.
A moment. Hey, Tommy's report is available.
Oh, sorry, Patty. Here, I love it. Number.
Hands down, fellow 9, try to stop. 9, go ahead. And then get 28 going to be Illinois V truck plate, 218-4423, 218-4423 on the white GMC Sierra.
09 second, Dixie. 12. Performing agency assist for animal control. And the address will be 1368 East, 3000 South, 1360 3000 South. You know. Okay, can we, email 72 right at Riverside. Can you go from 43, paper? Right. 2949 south, 17250 east. You chose clear, paper return. Going south, 17250 is clear.
Jesus, thank you.
What?
911 pocket dial in the area. With no history on the phone number.
No.
Can't come out, right? I'm 23, 221.
Florida, be creative.
Ten for Taylor. There's nowhere else on the street.
Can't help P21.
P21, go ahead.
I'll be out on the business check, Dollar General Jeffrey.
No, Jeffrey. P13, go ahead. Go for it.
I'm not aware of any issues. Brickstone Brewery, 572 Brewery Lane. They advise that they found what they believe is a bullet hole in a window to the business. Couple. Can't give you a place, can't come. Six two 899 732 899.
Ambulance to 1765 Easter waiting for a seizure. Ambulance to 1765 Easter waiting for a seizure. Cover the page 935. Respond on city 5.
Can't come 135 23.
Cover.
Ambulance to 1765 East Wayne.
Cover.
Nine seven.
Fifth Ward, clear just a minute. Yeah.
Five 23 Jacob. And she wants a welfare check done at 1334 West Capture Pole. I believe this is 5-year-old being battered at the moment.
Greenwood Court has been muffled. The Greenwood Court was. So. 709, I'll be 10-8, River One meeting. Yes.
Rosewood, they gave me about 7 cones. Do you know which sport cars they go to?
7 what?
7 traffic cones.
Okay, no, I do not. If you bring a 7, I can't put them in the, garage. Nursery, push, they will figure out what's going to go on.
Or I will do that.
Thank you. 23605, Charles 23605, direct access. Not with the dragnet.
And then your question?
That's man.
Okay, come, 709, traffic stop. Go ahead. Yeah, I'll Bixby in seconds. Bixby in seconds. I'll be in the parking lot of Municipal Bank. 20 going to be Zebra, 20220, Zebra, 20220 on a black Honda Accord.
She's on scene. Gonna be 1767, 820. Nick at Taylor Dodge for VIN verification.
Okay, I'm trying to remember. Do it, 21. $48, 7.
Camera 5, I'm kidding.
North Page 941, respond on City Fire.
Everyone, cancel. K21, cancel.
All the radios don't get out inside that Dollar General.
I have a pending call for you.
You said.
Vietcom, K21. You should be 10-8 from the dollar store. My radio nor my cell phone is working inside of the dollar. Comfort. Wait.
What's the name of the video? Gary Benega, Boy Edward Nora, Charlie Adam.
Ambulance 1 on scene, 345 South 6, apartment 305.
Removal at 450 South Dearborn Avenue of the Travis Williams. He's outside doing Ron Cook's building. South Dearborn. Yeah.
And traffic 52.
No.
can't count 512 out of Jim. I'm 1808 on 72 in service returning.
Thank you, returning.
Next 52 paper. Get your release. 508 Prince Valiant Lane. 508 Prince Valiant.
Over.
I'll be clear from here. What was the name on the paper? It's in that one to North Maple, Clearfork. That's where I gotta go. Definitely. Is he home for service? Definitely. Did you all get 21 till I get better service?
Sensor always inactive until carry.
Yeah, 14971 East, 5000 North Road. History missed out that address till Juana Garcia. Subjects and background speaking Spanish.
Charles John, J. John, 5059. He was wearing a white shirt and gray shorts, cruising Steelers.
Email him to Jackson Santa.
Hey, I'm emailing 2 is transporting over to Riverside.
Return on CJ 50229, valid for Kyle Woodruff, 154 North Douglas Avenue in Bradley, and a 1998 Dodge Utility. Go ahead, 11. Over.
Same time, next 52. Same time, ambulance 1.
What's wrong?
No problem here. Accidental activation. Ambulance 1 available returning. Door. and Commission for Addiction.
When you're ready. All right, anyone? One, F. Frank M. Mary. 0, Union. 3, 4, X, X-ray. 2, R. Robert Hughes. 2, Charles. 85090. Okay, 21, let's try that again. The first 4 is the 1, F. Frank M. Mary. D. David. Union. Temper.
Robert, one on the scene for VA, no need.
Okay, Robert, we're on the I'll be on the follow-up shop. Can come. Comes back to a 1994 Ford Maroon, 574 Juniper Lane in Bradley, to a finished Russell.
Right. Go ahead, Ms. Luana Garcia, 1493 West 5000 North. Confirmed all information, all the histories of Ms. Alvin's ambulance calls. Mark 21. Terrific. Those 2 citations live on narrative.
Temper.
King Camino Shoes at Riverside. King Cam 141.
41.
Can you guys communicate 21-14683, 14683? I'll be out at Dr. Ross getting video.
Missouri.
Five, four, three to attention.
Five, three to attention, ready.
Kyle, first name spelling, John Adam Young, Lincoln, Young Nora, Middleton Nora, 61416, 61416. Child, first name Jimmy, 72155, 72155.
Declare valid until carry.
Last name Charles, first name Renee, no middle, 6368, 6368.
Clear valid until carry.
10600. Fifty-two going. 17, double jack, unit A. 617 double jack, unit A. Income, income to available.
911 missile at 542 North Indian Avenue. They just wanted info about phone scams. 1017 is now Whitlow.
Okay. We 10-8 on, I just got back in the car, I'll be 10-8.
10-4.
Okay, got me a email 72, back in district.
10-8 district.
Comic 52. He said ain't no service.
Check number 500 is coming. Robert Rice.
We got fire going down 448 South Center Avenue for a 7-9-year-old female difficulty breathing.
Your paper.
Good.
Blue Creek Estates. In North Florida.
Creek Estate.
Canton, Riley, 45 will be en route. 45, you're en route.
Can't come on 35.
On 35.
Photographs taken, partial rounds of team evidence, canvas here, unable to locate any cases. Lieutenant Monroe.
Canton, Riley, 45 MC. Ten for 45. Party caller of advising that the building just north of 860 Gettysburg, there's a male and female arguing in the parking lot. Now advising that the female just left in a black vehicle. Subjects involved have not called us. Vehicle was last seen headed northbound.
Can't work in row. And 21's in row.
Cover. One, 41 years status at Dr. Ross. And 41 year status.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, okay, thank you. One ten. Airport, slow truck driver here. Temper.
One 21's in there.
Temper 121.
Next 23. Go ahead. 170 Stadium Drive, car number 8, 2 of these. No stadium.
Park.
Okay, 21 and 23.
Yep. Accident at 350 North Wall Street, the Riverside Medical Center, in the parking lot, in the north parking lot. Caller's third party, the mother's going in for the daughter. No report injuries. She's in a red Chevy Impala.
From 21. I'm almost finished here. He's just finishing up hooking up the vehicle, and I'll head that way.
Are we clear on service?
Definitely.
Davis, Christian Davis, male, black, born in 96. 1017 is the father of Will Davis. He hasn't heard from his son since December, and he's concerned. 345 Stratford Court, apartment 4 is the address we got from agents. The father wasn't exactly sure of the location.
House 821.
21, go ahead.
You can show me 10-8. I'm having ROF. That vehicle's been towed, and I'm also going to have the plate placed into evidence.
20 Dennison.
Wait, 48 paper.
Consider.
I'll be at 195 South Skyler in Bradley, Ohio.
Doug Brian Bradley.
Station notice.
Okay, 45.
Point 12, give me the stop sign.
10 for control.
Game contact 48. And no service. Game contact 52. And no service. Just one. Okay, go ahead, please.
Go ahead, Anderson.
We're on lot right now. The SO number from this morning will be 21-35227, 35227.
Temporal attention.
Okay, thank you. I have negative contact with the same address. I'll be 10-8.
All city fire units was on the way to 695 East Eagle for a possible structure fire. Got smoke coming from the easement. All city fire units was on the way, possible structure fire, 695 East Eagle, same with page 626, respond on city fire.
Steve, Route 695 East Eagle. Fours in Route 695 East Eagle. Car 5 route.
Car 5.
Car 2 in Route 695 East Eagle. I'm Bradley 10-4 on that city auto-way. We're gonna have to take a pass at the truck.
Bradley taking a pass.
Coming off the 695 East Eagle. 25 East Eagle.
Stop.
Yeah, down to 10-4 on the base. Okay, Kyle. Give me the point, Rob. Line 10-4.
Stop.
6 to
one's in our Eagle.
Can't come against flames showing on the west side of the residence. City fire units responding. PD's on scene there by the flames on the west side of the residence. Ambulance 2.
We're gonna have beam 695 Eagle. We do have smoke and flame coming from the roof. Looks like it's gonna be the Bravo side flame. 2-story. We'll have Eagle 3 command.
South Bravo. So it's on fire 695 South Bravo. Fire is showing on the west side of the building. 10-4.
With the 16686. All companies be advised as well, we have a hydrant right on the corner of Eagle across the street, and we're gonna switch everybody over to Fire Ops 5. Fire Ops 5 on arrival. 5 to St. Mary.
45 to St. Mary's. Yes, sir.
And, cartoon car 513. Command car 5.
And
360, you got a working fire in the attic. Charlie. Okay, working fire in the attic. Get everybody switched over to Fire Ops 5, please. 4 on. Can't come to him. Clear 3 serve to retreat.
On 35 years dead.
That's where we contact with the current resident. Say that the wrong apartment. Jamie, doing our Eagle.
Address 82 Temple.
Car 1's gonna be on scene on Eagle.
Car 1. B1221, did you locate your
23, I'll be with car 6.
and where I'm securing K 21? I talked to Mom, she's in the lower parking garage and the north parking garage, lower part. I'm headed back over there.
Can't tell it's 52 paper. One 95 South Grand. Paper. You want 36 and a half. Life station. Engine 5 from command. 36 and a half life station. Engine 5 from command.
Five 5130. 5130.
Engine 5, go ahead.
I want you to take your company inside, do a primary, please, on the first floor.
Engine 5 primary, first floor.
We're at the front door. You got time for us? Ambulance 1, once you marry up with engine 5.
Marry up with engine 5, 10-4.
Engine 5, I want to give you ambulance 1.
Okay.
One 41, go ahead.
Okay, Eagle Command. Do we have rally and route?
They haven't advised which unit yet. Pepper, respond on city fire, please.
Three, we responding to the Kankakee standby.
Does that second place come back there also? Same person that Robert Cutler. Thank you.
Can you get the aerial out of the Antino, please?
Command engine 5. Primary first floor, all clear. We do have smoke on there, but it's just residual from the fire up above. Primary in the basement, all clear.
Okay, go ahead and move up to the second floor. Let's get that primary on the second floor up there as well.
Across Eagle and Wildwood, they go ahead and send animal control to my location. We have an animal, or dogs of the owner.
DVWM, so I'm gonna help pull them up.
Okay, commit 48. Go. We're gonna work on some vertical ventilation. You've got 61 SC.
61 of them. Commander at 10 minutes.
Engine 82, I want you guys to hook up with engine 6 and help them with vertical ventilation. They should be on the Bravo side of the building right now, throwing ladders.
We with engine 6, ventilation, Bravo side.
Engine 6 from command.
6.
You'll be getting engine 82 to help with vertical ventilation. City Fire, Mayfield Tower, 79th route.
I'll see you in animal control. They should be there very shortly.
10-4, now I got a chance. Amanda, hi.
Go ahead. Okay, got primaries on the first, second, and basement all clear. Moving up to the second floor to assist with engine 4.
He's on the driver, 1 clear, St. Mary's, 2 call.
On speed.
26, Central.
Squad 26 from command.
For 26.
26, get your guys and tools and get up on deck on the outside as well, please.
Proceed, contact Alpha.
T21, can you post them? Take off T21 like that. Inform with her. I'm just trying to locate the other driver.
Okay, Tom, number 34. Yeah, I'm seeing for that fire.
Engine 4 from command. Can I get a camera report?
We got the fire under control. We're just trying to cool it down and ventilate up there. We need nothing.
Okay, got the fire under control and no needs. Go ahead.
The remote shut off this power line. We got a line coming directly into the house right where the guys are cutting the hole.
Okay, we're working on that. Thank you.
All interior crews for safety be advised, we have a rooftop air conditioner unit on the 2nd floor.
Please be advised, rooftop air conditioner unit on the 2nd floor. Office residence.
Staff work.
Jack, you can show Edgewood 65 and out.
County, you know what the people from Kyle Woodruff. He states that he left northbound on Sky wearing a black vehicle and questions for him to be served. Okay, 15 minutes. 21 negative. And like 40, what vehicle did you leave it? Oh, just devise a black vehicle, gave no other description.
Please, no need.
Thank you. Buy cigarettes, unknown destination. No more. 40, you have that paper. do, but he doesn't have a license. We were trying to find the paper yesterday. We didn't know if it was up in admin, but or else they sent it over on Friday.
Do you remember why? See if anybody by the last name of Color is there, or that lives at 695 South Wildwood.
But no, 20th, that's funny. You did go to Charles Union 47017, Charles Union 47017, Clear Valley with Cody Zem out of Linwood, like 2004 utility.
Clear no service, I'm also negative. That's it.
I'm 52, also negative on the payment. So for X48, I'm going to attempt to call her back, see what kind of vehicle make and also you would be.
Engine 5, engine 6.
Engine 6, no ahead.
Route report is on the west side. You still have flames where the vents were, where it was coming out. That's where the flames are still at. That gable dormer, right? That's where they see the flames at. Okay, we'll get to that.
This Catholic Charities trying to get further.
10 o'clock.
610, no.
From dispatch.
Go ahead, Jacob.
PD confirmed the address. Comment advised it is disconnected now.
Okay, thank you.
Jacob, you can show Superior 483 on scene so we can keep standby.
483 Temple.
Okay, we are working on utilities. All needs to be advised, ComEd has touched power to the building. You from command, if you can confirm that at the box, just let us know.
Johnson.
61, if you take your company inside of like a secondary done in the basement and on the first floor, please.
Secondary, first, and basement.
Engine 26 from command.
Yep, Squad 26.
Squad 26, take your company, go to the second floor, and into the secondary on the second floor, please.
Simple, secondary, second floor. Command from safety.
Safety, go ahead.
Advice confirming power has been shut down remotely. Also, this time it appears they got the fire under control. Still got overhaul to do, but I think they have it knocked.
Okay, do we get gas shut off as well?
Number 5, for 43, they're at 183 South Broadway. Transport.
Command engine 5.
Engine 5, go ahead.
One member from engine 5, one member from ambulance 1 coming out to recycle. 2 members still up in the third floor.
Okay, you got a couple guys coming out of recycle off of ambulance 1, engine 5, correct? Gotcha. Five for a par. Engine 4, Joe Park.
Step apart.
Ambulance 2, Joe Park.
Ambulance 2 has a fire outside door.
10-4. Ambulance 1, Joe Park. 52 was Willowbrook Drive, Unit 4. Unit 4. Engine 5, Joe Park.
Engine 5 driver, if you have a medic, we have one outside.
Okay. Engine 6, Joe Park.
Engine 6 has a park.
Engine 82, Joe Park.
The car on the road, Charlie side.
Very good. Engine 61, Joe Park.
Charlie has a power.
Very good. Squad 26, Joe Park.
The car is 34.
Very good. Car 2, safety, Joe Park.
Car 2 has a park.
Very good. Car 5, Joe Park. Can't come from it.
Ambulance is going to be available.
Okay, you can put them on deck right now, out the side. Can't come from it. We have a fire control. We go over to remains, you know.
Message received, Tower 79, are you 10-4 direct?
Repeat your message.
And advise they have the fire under control, you can return.
6.
Need to recycle, send another company up to the first floor.
Very good. Squad 26 from command. Completed with that secondary on the second floor.
Cancer early 45 will be back to service returning from the hospital. You can go ahead and clear trouble and call. Stop right.
No further. Five from command. Max 23 paper. Yeah, that was Bradley. Not sure about that. Engine.
On the way up.
Command Engine 61, all clear, basement, first floor.
Okay, 61, I got your secondaries on the basement and the first floor, all clear. Go ahead and take, you can just be on deck on the outside now.
On deck.
See out with a male and a female. instead of. Therefore, just complete the first one.
Command Engine 5.
5, go ahead.
Ivan 1 of recycling. We're gonna get a bottle and you head back in for some salvage with tarp on number 1 and number 2 floors.
$48 to negative.
This is actually a landlord tenant dispute. The caller owes the landlord money and he's trying to get her in trouble now. There was nothing going on. It's just we'll be great.
147 East Division, 147 East Division. They're off the roof. Don't want to recycle.
We're not off yet. We're in the process of doing it.
Very good. You can see with that Renee Childs again on Cat Circle. She's requesting a report now, so she can try to get an order of protection against Ramona.
I just documented and she told me on the 16692 that's the number she leaves.
Call it back, advisor. You guys, engine 4, ambulance 2 on the first floor, checking for self needs. Sorry, now.
Yes, 5 2 North Center, follow up on 15830. 15830.
Go ahead. Usually Renee has left notes in the call. Courtesy notice attached to the vehicle, to have them call me to see if there's a report that needs to be done. 10-4. Yeah, come on.
Check on ambulance.
Okay.
Good.
We'll call if I get into report from the police.
Okay, 393.
That way, I'm over here in the west side. I'm Penny, 11 Montgomery, adding the narrative.
10. Nine two six one, Zebra 16, 9261. So it looks like a BMW or a Volkswagen.
For that Trump clear. Juan Martinez August, now red fuel bay, 07 BMW.
And 16. No. Come back, 23. Serve would be on another one, right? Four, you got your fan coming. Try to go ahead with this. West Broadway, apartment number 5. Two thirty four West Broadway, apartment 5. Hang on for the next 48. That's 48. I spoke with X22, the courthouse. He said he was gonna have one rewritten if we couldn't find ours. No.
Negative, no active fire.
Fire, and you guys are coming out to recycle. 21, I'll be turning no service.
City units be advised, hand is done at this time.
Can't come with her side, and I need close.
Here, from the report. Barbara, go ahead. I'm gonna be out on a walk through the county admin building, 189. 10 for 189 square.
Yeah, got 520 back in the car. 10, 520.
47.
Yep. Okay, next 23. No service. I will until I get my connection back again. can't count from Eagle, I'm sorry, from, Wildwood Cement. Do you have a place that the pets, were given to? I got owner asking about them.
Let me check with them, stand by.
Man, can you repeat?
Squad 26 out of the building with the park.
Okay, squad 26, I got you out of the building with the car.
23. Yeah, 733 Meadow Court, Raven. Engine 5, 3 members of Engine 5 Ambulance 1 are coming out to take a breather. Myself, and I have one member from Ambulance 2. We're completing the salvage on the second floor. We don't need anything else right now, other than we need some fans fired up to get some ventilation.
Okay, I got your communication and we're gonna get those fans up and running. Five 17 23.
Ambulance 1.
Ambulance 1, go ahead.
It's on building with park.
Ambulance 1, out of the building with the park. Five 17 10 28.
Five 17.
14, 5 7 8, 5 7, 14, 5 7 8, 5 7.
No main gun.
Fire's under control, just finished up some salvage and we're beginning the investigation part of the phase. You can go every, 20 minutes with the count.
And boy, you were just at 40 minutes now. Hi.
Just put it right to the left or right of the other fan going in, and then it should double that amount of air coming in.
Clear valve to Patricia Reeves out of Staggers, Phantom Black 2014 Chevy Handicap.
There is a back door to the house on the Charlie side we have open. Ventilation is minimal needs back here, but it's available if you need to push from another angle.
Okay, that's received, thank you.
Jim Ford from Engine 5, we're trying to positive pressure that, so if you can close everything up on the first floor, we're going to just try to push it all the way up to the third floor and up and out the window from next dormer. 10-4, 4 can be shutting all the first floor windows.
Robert Fire status.
5.32. Complaint of a subject soliciting outside of Walmart. Be a male black subject near the outdoor section. Black shirt, tan pants. No. That way. Or he's trying car handles.
Just ventilation with hydraulic ventilation on that third floor.
Okay. Just be advised, I got investigation starting right now. They should be moving up in that area at some point.
Okay.
Yeah, Mansfield, South 79 is back to quarters. Tower 79 is first. Chicken hammer. Yeah, staying on the side. Turn the alley the daily drill. Staff are doing Jim.
Okay. I'll get you a couple of textures up there.
Nothing today, Salemo. Over. Here, Carl, 500.
Canton, Birmingham, 65, officer Harris.
Kilo 69, 10.
CANCOM 211. Could you show me out 17 where this is? Clear subject Sheila. And from injury 4. Command. So is all clear, all level. Okay, you got steel level 0 at all levels, correct? That's correct. Okay, very good. Robert, K11. From K11.
Go ahead.
Were you the primary officer on 181 South Broadway?
Yeah, that was a landlord-tenant dispute. The caller, the tenant, was complaining about the landlord. They said they just got this doing work, and they're giving him an eviction notice to pay $4,000, and that's why he called.
You give me a call at 4.
Keep going on, go ahead.
I'll be out at 219.
Okay.
Can't accommodate less 65 minutes for 10 years.
As fixed income.
Go ahead.
We have a call for an animal case. Dogs were left at the 1017, the house, 256 South Main Avenue. Can we call animal control out?
Yes.
So far. April 2nd.
Go ahead.
For that animal case at 256 South May, there's an open 911 call. We can hear the subjects arguing. We don't know what's happening.
Careful.
From 11, you'll be as well there with them?
like I'm feeling rejection for the May call. Sorry, see you guys.
I'll be clear with the partial report so we get back to the connection.
I will be en route shortly also.
One hour.
Adam 6, can't come information. Down 901, rural apartment 300 East River, it's an employee in Otis, we don't know, so no problem, acted out.
Okay, we got it.
Check out P21, Shirley Curry. And what?
Eleven 23 on May.
And for K-12, K-10, go ahead.
Talking about possible payment date for May goes to legal. Y'all checking that?
Ten four. Can you come up with 34? Edward 34, go ahead. What address is it possible, Vander's Dog? Correction, 256 South May, 256 South May. 10-4, I'm on route. Mayor Pro Tem.
Red Cross on a couple numbers. I had to leave a voicemail on one, still have not spoke with them.
That 1017 from the lobby waiting room and the questions people to get this out of the way.
Okay, I'll be here all. Take that, go to 28.
Boy, Lincoln 55047. Boy, Lincoln 55047.
So I'm at clear and valid and Twain Allen of 809 Evergreen and Kia Tano Tan 05 Honda Sedan. 27 attached is valid, and that address is 27 at 28 North Cross Lane, apartment 306, 29 is clear. Caleb, go ahead.
Gotta keep an eye out for animal control. She's on hold for one, and she'll be waiting for them to arrive to give up the second one.
10-4.
We'll be sending her so here.
10-4.
Yes, I'll be 10-6-2-9-2.
And then with it again.
Ever 32 good?
We have to declare myself loyalist for the additional payment.
Yeah, Councilmember 11.
Robert 11.
Bradley 2 Gillespie.
You want a Riverside Bradley 2 Tillman 10-4. We'll start in 10 to 15 minutes. 17 west of town. 10-4. Hey, everyone. Catching on the Gilman.
Okay, 10-6. Michael Cyrus Office, again, 1043. The owner was arrested yesterday morning. Possibly in front of the Illinois.
City John Roberts Town is not referred.
Fairview Motel, room 111. It came in as text to 911. It's gone out, I believe it's going to be reference to migraine.
Town, Brush 88 will be in route to Fairview Motel.
First 88, have you en route, room 111, believe it's for migraine. A 12, here comes. I believe possibly in progress at 325 South Curtis, 325 South Curtis, 1017 advised. It's the upper left apartment when you pull up. You believe someone's still inside the residence. Check out, please. 21. I'll hit that first. Heavy at 325 South Curtis. Looks like they took off a screen to a window and gained entry. I believe it's a female with red hair, a peach top and black pants. The caller doesn't know the apartment number. She just said upper right when you pull in. It looks like we would deal with this couple that lives there, Sandy Stilwell or and Martin. Peach top, black pants, red hair. Yeah. 34. Edward 34, go ahead. Dean, what exactly is the situation that's going on with these dogs in the residence? 1017 advisor cousin abandoned her dog, the address. 1017 got a home for one. They need to take the other one taken.
Council 31, you can put me on for post.
Stand by. And still well, I'm 28 and ready. One 11.
082, the fourth Focus Marine College Purple. There's a female sitting in the front seat passenger. She stated that Sandy went inside and she lived here with her boyfriend. I'm going to the apartment to check.
Ten four.
Okay, 21 and 11A, we were dealing with parking that she had stuff in the parking on the top yesterday. A male and a female were removed by that.
Thank you.
There is no vehicle at residence, no answer.
Ten four. On scene. Ten four. 11A. K21, do you need to return? Return comes valid to Sandra and Curtis Martin, 45 and a half South Lake Avenue, Bradley, to the 2007 Ford four-door.
Thank you so much. I'm out with her.
Ten four. Scale of an 8, Anton.
Go ahead.
Your phone calls at 250 North Entrance Avenue, 10B, 14-year-old needs to be removed.
I'm gonna go with you. Yeah, that's right.
Plus, 11A, K11, just information. It looks like the female actually left on her own. She's only 14, wearing a black top and white and gray camo shorts. The test everything did advise that she did lay her hands on her. K11.
Okay, down in Chris on first.
Step forward on Curtis.
Yes, I'm. Okay, well,
K21, go ahead.
today, everything's 10-4. She's just grabbing some belongings. The roommates are inside. They stated there's nothing wrong. She can grab her things if she needs to.
10-4. and 1123.
Okay, call the interrupt the entrance.
Caleb Mays, I think.
Stepper Caleb.
K21, I'm trying to get this funeral escort.
Stepper,
King's up Brushy
Number 10 at Station 1, they'll be doing work up at Transport Shirley. Brushy 8 is returning interest.
Okay, have you heard? Income, Edward 34. Edward 34, go ahead. I'm gonna be clear, I did go ahead and impound the dog because I had some concerns. Edward.
already left.
Edward. Jacob.
Chamber 55 will be returning.
Here. Robert 524. Stop for Robert 5. Caleb, go ahead.
Take from entrance, the juveniles with the aunt, and this is June 43.
Barton. Number 32, go ahead.
Obviously, I have two more cats in custody, and orders requested is not let me take the other two, so we're trying to locate them in the house right now.
Pepper, Peter Jason.
Cat calibration needs some orders. One 18 Uncle Leo Drive, Unit A, Adam, from Ford Focus.
Can't come over to the same areas.
Okay, 13, can you deny your location?
280, 280, enough.
10-4.
From Bravo Command, you guys are gonna be released. Thank you.
Can't come, car one's available.
Car 1. Okay, 15, go ahead. Car Robert 5.
We're on return to last orders.
10-4. Take 13, can't come. Attachio, Smithtown 901, 202 Crestline, apartment 301. If you could just check and confirm, we have history at that address. We spoke with Darnell Rhodes. He did confirm all info. His advisor is a Fox Tile. Okay, 12, can't come. He meet with a Michael at 266 North 6, up top apartment, 266 North 6 is the top apartment. 1017 advised he's having a civil dispute with his landlord and he needs some 1043. He's gonna be standing by in a green Jeep Liberty. The landlord is unsure if they're, correction, he's unsure if the landlord's on scene. Come forward. Cheers, Howard 5. Go ahead, Robert 5. City from the detail, however, I'll be at City Hall in the morning. I'm first, at City Hall. Parkview Ridge.
Mike, what's your grade?
5, what's your good?
Handicap, David, 877, George, X-ray.
Take 21, Hancock. I texted you a call for disorderly conduct at 305 South Washington Avenue, the Eric out of Washington, no further. Sure. Take 21, correction, it's gonna be 195 West Station, the Eric out of Station. Email on Stu.
Released by car 6, we're unavailable, returning to cleanup.
Step 4, released but unavailable.
Jacob, Bradley, 45 en route, Davy Jonah.
45, you're en route.
Okay. And 10-4, you can just continue to count.
Step 4.
I'll be back on service when it's all located. I couldn't hear anything at the apartment from the entrance door.
Temper.
523 Jacob. It's rip away, I'm not getting a return on that. Yeah, I'll be clear. King Cop 5-1, you have no. 680 Jonette Avenue for a lift that sits out of a tub. King Cop Bradley 45 is on the scene, Jonette. Go ahead. PR. I'm Josh Smith, 92.
Go ahead. Passenger seat, I have your return.
Engine 61, seeing traffic.
Engine 61, 10-4. Six, 10-4.
Engine 4, is there about 4 guys that can get in here and help back this line out? From the second floor all the way out. Okay, we got people coming in.
Okay. Meet with the subject at entrance in Mulberry for disorderly conduct. He's being threatened in a ruined truck.
Or from City Hall, I gotta get to my car.
10-4. Details, go ahead.
Both parties' information is clear from here. Entrance and Mulberry.
Robert 5K12, just information, it appears she has no clue where she's at. She just keeps saying she's near the houses on Mulberry in the alley behind the old pool squad. She stated that the male in the maroon vehicle is supposed to give her a ride home, but now he's just stranded her and refusing to help her.
Yeah. Well, from here.
10-4.
I'll be out 148 South Washington, upstairs apartment on a follow-up. 15830. 15830.
Okay.
T11, K21, status. Temper. Can Bradley 45 will be the answer, just returning with one people.
Okay, 45.
Yeah, I'm Township Engine 82 around Arsenal.
32 getting up there, they're not Arsenal. Okay, so
No problem. She's walking. Making sure she gets away safely by her, but she's gone. All right.
I'm sorry.
Can we put car 6 back in the station? No, it's one.
Go ahead.
Ambulance one been released for good being out of service.
That part. Yeah, count. 21. Go ahead. Showing her 10-8 for now. She's been given a check for $2,700 back from the dealership. It's a civil matter. She's been advised to go to, get a lawyer, take her business support.
That's the orders.
Or that, something.
Okay, Commonwealth 31 available. Five, 23 seconds. I have a 10-15, no injuries in the, whoever's in the parking lot at Sarah Brett, 1694 North Route 50. Care back up, there's moving some room. We have care back up working here.
I think you just have to reset it.
Back in the car. Yeah, I know.
Five 38, please.
See me in a second here. Five, very good.
Wood Robert 30593. Wood Robert 30593.
Carl Gunny, 1515 Amherst Court, Urban Gray, 2012 Ford Hatchback. Okay, now Robert Bell, we have a 303 North Arsenal, no need for status.
Okay, Robert.
Six. There you go, Commander Attorney.
Okay, Councilman. All companies are in service and training for this law. Also, if you want to contact DPW and tell them to come pick up their barricades.
King of Rushmore, the next fast engine. Airport.
And just mark check your license.
Anytime roll with 10-4.
My 10-4.
Okay, Valentino can have 6 pass on the engine.
On the engine. Evergreen Avenue wants his wife given a ride.
Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, line's gonna be 10-4. Can you give me the available manpower base or station?
Okay. Right.
Hey, I'm Grand Park 10-4. Hey, Bourbon Fire 10-4.
And Bourbon AM 10-4.
Can't come from red line. We're gonna have to take a pass at the engine.
King Cop 5602.
5602.
Help you route shortly. Can you give me a Superior ambulance to cover our station?
Okay, we got you. Spirit change course.
Thank you.
Can't comment, 3-2 page.
10-4. Season for your line.
Spirit 481, 10-4, change quarter.
7441, you're going for the change. Okay, then, take a minute. Did you have traffic? 10-4.
on that page also. He called his wife over to the house. And she got there and I didn't want her there. She has all her items in his vehicle. I advised him he can give her a ride home if she wants to leave. We back to her.
$5,800.
We had the Task Force 7 group meet at Burgundy Fire before going to Braidwood.
Pepper.
We're gonna take a pass with that ambulance.
Okay, Roma taking a pass with the ambulance.
Taking a pass.
Site taking a pass.
Hey, Graham, that's 1401.
Essex 1401.
Essex is gonna have to take passings in regard to that.
Essex taking a pass to Gardner.
Okay, I'm real person has to take a pass on the engine to Braidwood on the visual task force.
Taking a pass with the engine.
Ambulance from 6800. Jefferson. Dimension 82 and quarters.
It's an 82 and quarters.
Yeah, downtown Dimension 82 is 10 on the task force page.
10-4.
Casey Township 82 from 1600.
1600, over 82.
We're meeting up at Bury Fire.
I'll meet there or limestone.
I was instructed to have me here.
We're gonna gather a couple other guys up and we'll meet you there.
That's all.
Fire.
And we're gonna take a pass with the ambulance to Braidwood.
Someone taking a pass. You said with the ambulance?
That's what I believe we're gonna do with the EMS.
Meet with Melvin Davis at 10:19. He wants PD to follow him while he drops his wife off. Oh, Roma, I was just making sure, were you okay with the slot, or were you taking a pass on that as well?
I'm waiting on one personnel, probably about 2 minutes, and the SWAT will be around.
Okay, thank you.
Jamestown, Robertson is in Riverside.
Robert, can I Riverside?
Division 82 is en route, permanent station.
That's engine 82 en route to Bourbonnais Station. All units that are responding for the Mavis Division Task Force for the Braidwood Pod are to meet up at the Bourbonnais Fire Station.
Anytime this is ready, we acknowledge the page to the change of quarters at our station.
You're down to the page.
And 481 is in a row position.
Tacom City Tower 1.2, we're ready for muster.
Okay, Tower 1, have your route.
Tacom between 5 and 4.
Sector 5, so far. And 17 advised she needs to get items out of her house, no weapons, both head and feet. Step on Robert 5. 10 on your location.
055 Southwest.
Check over 523. Parking.
Check over 1012. Being Rob Gardner on the change.
And calling out to Vernon.
Email 25 and around.
25 heavy around 1331 West Explorer Lane. CPR in progress.
Got me email 25.
25.
With the report of the subject not breathing, please see if Riverside has an ambulance available to start that way.
Riverside with an ambulance.
Pick up 709. 709.
I'll be today, Cat Novak. Can you send all this information back over from my clinical, please?
Sure, sir.
Principal, thank you.
Once you get everything out of the vehicle and we're crying for it to come back and then move.
Cover.
Limestone car 21 on the scene.
Car 21 on the scene.
But 50 can't come. Are you clear for adjusting for? Get back to the office. Oh, yeah. Progress, 1194 East 35 foot north. Reference to calls on the wall, punching holes in the drywall. That works. I guess that's better. So.
Ron, about
Thanks to the work of colleagues, Representative McCall, Representative Gallego, Gottheimer, Stefanik, Golden, and Fitzpatrick. We have a broad bipartisan group that is united, standing against the CCP's ongoing crimes against humanity.
Clear from a business check.
All Americans.
I don't think I was hitting the radio track in there. Do you have something pending?
To bring this resolution before the House this week, thereby allow us to send an unambiguous message that we do indeed deny the excellence of advanced socialist culture. We can lay the CCP's true nature bare for all the world to see. Early in her career, Speaker Pelosi was very forceful denouncer of the CCP's human rights abuses in the aftermath.
Annual call for Target, green Toyota Apple allowance and canine. Inside of it, back windows are cracked a little bit.
Let us help end the masquerade and speak the truth and urge the speaker to bring this resolution to the House floor for a strong bipartisan vote. Thank you.
Democrats, as Chair Stefanik mentioned, allowing
5-17 here.
still seeing a surge of migrants coming across on a regular basis for cities.
Take it.
Seeing an increasing amount of violent crime.
5-20.
The Democrats fail to hold China accountable. What they're doing is trying to pass what is their version of the My Way.
You now run away. 357 South Douglas, 357 South Douglas.
Together with bipartisan support.
Oh, it's a Teresa Character Schweitzer,
Ranked one of the most
13-year-old
bipartisan members of
son.
Congress by the Leader Center.
Yeah, white,
Became a member of the
white
Transportation
shirt,
Infrastructure Committee because
junior
I'm
spoilers on it.
in a
Can't stand
bipartisan way.
just about 20 minutes ago on foot on the southward Yankee.
Sit down
Well, it's out on
and
third.
talk about common sense regulatory reform issues like reducing the amount of time it takes for a project to go from an idea to actual construction. Democrats fail to care about taxpayer dollar efficiency. We all know the most popular
I got
issue
email
that the
25
Democrats have right now on their
first
agenda
email,
is
please.
infrastructure.
Okay, have email 25 and Robertson on
Is rammed through a partisan message that spends about $1 out of every $2 on new Green Deal priorities. It doesn't address the major issues of what makes these projects take so long and cost so much. And they're failing to do it, all while hoping that the American people will mistake this partisan bill with the bipartisan agreement in the Senate. It's unfortunate that Chairman DeFazio and Speaker Pelosi have decided to run this partisan bill. At the same time, we still do not see legislative text on this so-called infrastructure agreement. This partisan bill is going to continue. It's going to continue to waste taxpayer dollars. It's going to continue to fund Green New Deal priorities. And it's just a limited marker that will become political theater once they begin the reconciliation process, as we know Speaker Pelosi and Leader Schumer are going to force on the American people. Thank you.
Thank you, Rodney. First, let me express my prayers to all of those families who are grieving as they continue to try to recover bodies in the Miami building that collapsed last week. I have a family from my district in Kenner, Louisiana, that had reached out. The mother whose daughter was in the building and actually was on the phone with her husband while the building was collapsing. And these are heartbreaking stories. These families are grieving, so our prayers continue to be with them. Here this week, we're dealing with a number of crises, and yet on the floor, we don't see legislation that Speaker Pelosi is bringing to address any of them. As Elise talked about, the border crisis continues to get worse. When Vice President Harris went to Texas, she didn't go to the border areas where the worst crossings are. I went to McAllen, Texas with many of my colleagues. She should have gone there. She should have gone to the Donna Detention Facility. But most importantly, she should be working with our Border Patrol agents who all will tell you what they need to do to solve this crisis. And frankly, it's all things that President Biden himself did to start creating this crisis at our border. They can solve it today. We call on them to do that. There is a crime crisis in our country as well. And interestingly, over the last year, Democrats have embraced the defund police movement, and it's had detrimental results. It has had devastating results in so many cities across America where Democrat mayors
Yeah, Dr. Benjamin, to that organization.
in this defund the police movement.
Okay,
We've seen,
so
unfortunately, police officers leaving the police force in record numbers. And what is the answer from Democrats? To finally reject this radical idea of defunding the police? No, they're trying to blame Republicans now for the dumpster fire that they created. So we're going to continue to call them out on their extremist radical agenda that included defunding the police. And it's time for Democrats to admit that it was a failure when they embraced the defund police movement and start reversing it. Stop trying to blame other people. Actually own up to what they created that is causing out of control crime in our cities across America. And finally, on holding China accountable. For more than a year now, House Republicans have been calling on Speaker Pelosi to hold a hearing on the origins of COVID. It's perplexing that Speaker Pelosi refuses to have any committee of jurisdiction hold a hearing on the origin of a virus that's killed over 600,000 Americans, 4 million worldwide. And so with the mountains of evidence that continue to grow, that show that it may have started in that lab in Wuhan, House Republicans decided that we're going to have our own hearing. And so today at noon, we're having a hearing on the origins of COVID. We have many respected scientists and others who have done research, extensive research on the origins of COVID. And we're going to be having that hearing. It's going to be noon. Over at 2:15. We invite everybody to come and learn about what we at least have on the table, and then ultimately to continue to press Speaker Pelosi to have hearings where we can have subpoena powers to bring in others who refuse to testify. Nobody should be trying to cover up for the Chinese Communist Party, least of which is Speaker Pelosi. The fact that the Senate passed a bill unanimously that actually will show some of the data and declassify some of the information that's out there, passed unanimously in the Senate. Speaker Pelosi won't even take that up. So House Republicans are going to continue to press to get the answers, to get to the bottom of how this virus started. It's about time, long past time, that Democrats join in. With that, we'll be happy to take questions.
Yes, I wanted to know more about the Conservative Climate Caucus, whether the House Republicans are finally coming to the table on the topic after what seemed like a lot of reluctance to embrace the problem the scientists have identified. Where's that coming from?
I think a few of the members on our side kicked that off, but one of the things we've seen is as the Democrats have promoted things like the Green New Deal and President Biden rejoined the Paris Accord, all of these initiatives are things that exempt China. If carbon emissions are the real concern, why would you want to put policies in place in America that make it harder to make things in America and ship even more jobs to China, which is the largest emitter of carbon? And so whether it's President Biden shutting down drilling, which a federal judge just overturned that order, he's made us more dependent on foreign oil. OPEC nations are gaining more leverage. Russia, bizarrely, President Biden killed the Keystone Pipeline in America, citing climate, and yet he green-lighted the Nord Stream pipeline between Russia and Germany. So clearly it's not fossil fuels or carbon that President Biden is concerned about. It's American jobs that he's blocking, and he's doing it at the expense of not only American workers, but at the expense of carbon, because more carbon is being emitted in those foreign countries.
And he just located it at this location. There's no plate on it. It doesn't have a plate.
Not so much pointing out China's role in any of this. But
You'll have to ask members of the commission what their objective is.
About whether this is a late coming to the table on the topic.
No, in fact, Republicans have been leading for years on American dominance and the standards that we have. A lot of people like beating up on America. Frankly, if you look whether it's making steel, steel's still going to be made in the world. So the question is, if you take the President Biden approach, it's going to be harder to make steel in America, which means it gets made in China or India, where they emit 5 times more carbon to make the same steel. If you want to reduce carbon emissions, you should make more things in America, not less, and stop killing American jobs, and stop benefiting countries like China and Russia.
Speaker Pelosi's January 6th.
I know you're busy. Could you give me a call?
Will Republicans, A, vote for that? And B, will they participate on that committee in any way, shape, or form?
Well, ultimately, let's see where the vote goes. But if you look at the last vote, it was overwhelmingly opposed by Republicans. And what we've said is, look, there are a lot of standing committees that have jurisdiction. I think even the Senate is taking the approach of having some of their standing committees look into it. Speaker Pelosi ought to be exercising that same ability, not going down a partisan route. And so, we'll see where the vote goes, but ultimately they have the ability right now with standing committees. But on so many fronts, Speaker Pelosi is not using her standing committees to carry out the will of the American people. I just talked about holding China accountable. Not a single hearing by any standing committee, and there's at least 5 of them that could be having hearings today, including the select subcommittee on the coronavirus, yet to have a single hearing on the origin of the coronavirus.
Will Republicans be on Nancy Pelosi's committee?
I can't answer that question. Yes.
I was wondering, what's the GOP message to voters besides everything wrong? China, the border, crime. What's the message to voters besides being
What Americans want to see and what Republicans want to see is to get our country back opened again, to get our schools back open again, to create jobs and stop paying people not to work, to get crime under control. You don't have to reinvent the wheel to figure that out. How can we secure America's border? Our border was actually more secure when President Biden took office. He took direct action to open up America's border, make it less secure. So again, if he didn't like Donald Trump, at least acknowledge those policies were working to make our border more secure and go do those things that will work. We had a humming economy. Right now, we're seeing rising inflation in part because of President Biden's actions. I wish he wasn't taking those actions. I wish we were talking about things we're doing to work together on things like a bipartisan infrastructure bill, but he gets an agreement with Republicans and Democrats on infrastructure, and then minutes later, he blows the whole thing up by cutting a side deal with Speaker Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, trying to appease the most radical elements of his base.
This morning, New York City is now reopening, ending one of the longest lockdowns in the country.
It's been a little minute. I've just been cooling at the crib, hibernating. I can tell. Well, you're Rocky. They might not let you in dressed like that.
Apparently, his mother's position to have stay here at grandma, but no papers yet.
So I just think it's all unraveling for them. And, have Dominion turned around and started suing everyone. Well, I was listening to Michael Lindell speak, and that's not going to end well for any of them. And at the top of the Dominion Smartmatic, is Lord Mullock Brown, by the way, who is George Soros, his right-hand man. So, there's a lot of dots connecting right now to connect what we've been talking about, which is this puppet master cabal that tries to about 3,000 people, elites, big tech, billionaires, royalty, that have been manipulating the 7 billion rest of us for decades. So, a lot of things are unraveling.
So just before we move on to the Princess Diana death, can you tell us what was the most special part of the speech by General Flynn and Mike Lindell that you love, that you would like to share to me?
Well, as far as General Flynn, I think General Flynn is much more involved in everything that's going on and has been going on. He was up there like a full-on leader and somebody who is he's flying all around. There must have been 5,000 people waiting in line to shake his hand, and he shook everyone's hand. This guy he is fighting for God and country, but I have a feeling he has a much bigger role to play going forward. And in my opinion, I think General Flynn will end up being the biggest hero, especially military hero, that America has seen since Patton, if not beyond. And I see Flynn playing a giant part in the healing and the rebuilding of our country. And as for Lindell, the guy's so full of energy and enthusiasm, but I believe he has all of the evidence, all of it, of foreign interference and election fraud that will bury plenty of people. She was sharing it about the packets and how they can tell. They were watching it in real time. You and I have discussed the whole time that it was apparently a sting being watched by everyone, because we know what happened in Frankfurt, and then there was Pakistan played a part, Italy played a part, all that. Well, that makes the whole situation violating of that executive order that Trump put out in 2018 because he knew what was going to happen. And also another thing that happened in the transition, transition
The
between
House third party.
between the
he just saw
election
that
and when
happen.
Trump
He
took a
saw
break
the
and went to
juvenile
Mar-a-Lago
running away from the
was
older gentleman.
we
He's a
got a lot of
middle-aged,
information
great
in
facial
that
hair,
period of
long
time about
hair. They don't
the
know
Obama
directly travel. We
administration
will either one of
interacting
them.
with the Vatican and with Italian prime minister at the time and with Sarkozy, who just got 6 months in prison. Sarkozy. Well, I would think that he doesn't really want to do that. So I would assume that we're going to start to see a lot more disclosure on many levels as people are being picked up. Because Sarkozy was involved. He was, and now he's. Nobody thought that he would ever be arrested, let alone get jail time. But the minute that they go to pick him up to take him to jail, I have a feeling he'll be like, "I'll tell you whatever you want to know."
I see. That's good. Wow. So moving on to Princess Diana, you were.
There's more information coming out of the UK that people are going to be shocked about. Yeah, obviously I don't need truth. Obviously we know the Matrix is forward. Hey, you ready, Battle? Don't be so lame. Well, I'm trying to look at this right. It's hard to fight. It is hard to hide everything. Great job. Special effects, visual effects, makeup, surgery. All sorts of things that they do, folks. I've witnessed the processes of these things, and it is quite miraculous how much work goes into making people look good in general. So can you imagine the amount of work it takes to make, Michael Mandingo Obama look like Michelle? The amount of waxing that must go on in all sorts of parts and places. My goodness.
Yeah, that's a toughie, right? Well, they never did really do it, did they?
No.
That was a failure.
that was epic fail. Many over and over again.
Yeah. But yeah, so they but they literally torture them. If they get them, like I'm thinking somebody like Joan Crawford or Grace Kelly, or I'm thinking they all came.
Working with Congress to pass even more of my economic agenda, so we can keep building an economy from the bottom up and the middle out. As we bring home 2 parts of my American Jobs Plan, I'm going to make
Report all of Creepy Joe fucking Potato Head's videos. Ha ha ha. Report all of Creepy Joe fucking Potato Head's videos. Report Sleepy Potatoes videos.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Tuesday morning. Oh man, a lot to talk about today. I'm calling this video the gut punch. Last night with some people, and look, folks. As a lot of you understand, I've said this many times before. You got to get comfortable being uncomfortable. You got to get comfortable being uncomfortable. This is a very unconventional war. This isn't like a Vietnam. This isn't like us against Russia, us and China. I mean, there's bad actors in all countries controlling all these countries, but they're in our country. We've been infiltrated. We are under attack, so to speak. We are under attack. We suffered a digital Pearl Harbor. The methods that this war is being fought is very unconventional. And we're all being held hostage. We're basically all being held hostage during this fight. So a lot of things are going to transpire and a lot of things are going to happen from what I've been told. Summer is going to be hot, like I've said, a lot of revelations. But don't be surprised when riots pick up again, burning. I got Victor Avila coming on.
HBO Max, now with new plans to choose from. What? Starting at $9.99 per month.
I'm at Q the Storm Rider this morning, and he's got some posts I'm going to go over. This one is from yesterday, and I probably already read it, but I'm going to read it again. Expect military attacks on UK, German, NATO, US forces. It's coming this moment to trigger events. Mark these words, it will begin. The most important summer thus far of the 21st century is upon us. Game theory, end game, bullseye in sight, weeks, not years. Okay, this is from this morning. Audits, false flag, audits, rallies. Excitement, false flag, exposure. False flag, Fauci, false flag rallies, false flag riots, indictments. So what we're seeing is it's going to be constant false flags. Pain, false flag Gates, false flag hope lost. Only the wisest can understand the plan. It had to be this way, summer on fire, clarity after pain, 11.3. So just a reminder, something will happen, or a series of events will happen, and you will think all hope is lost. You have no idea what it will be. It could have something to do with the pandemic. It could have something to do with world events, with Russia, with NATO, with a nuclear disaster, who knows? But just stay in your faith and know that it will pass, and it's meant to be that way. They have to do that because as you know, there's so many people who are completely in a coma. I mean, they have not a clue of what's going on. So at some point you have to like shake a person and slap them in the face and wake them up. So that's what's happening. You must remember also the deep state is getting ready to play their last cards. They have been saving and hope is lost. White hats will emphasize on those major movements coming and people won't understand the moment. Pain, hope, lost for Anons, patriots. So even Anons, people who are in the know, who've been reading Q, they might even feel hope is lost. Okay? Just remember that. Stay strong. That's where your faith in God is going to step in. That moment will pass. The moment will be used wisely by greater good, white hats. So remember, just draw closer to God. Pray, pray, pray. Just stay in that love. Stay in that vibration with God. And you're going to get through it. I gave this warning many times for a reason. So you will be prepared in the weeks coming. Clarity after summer on fire worldwide, especially the U.S. Faith, God wins. Military is the only way. And another one just came in. Also expect major escalation in Ukraine. On the clock. Russia, this is a Zero Hedge article. Russia launches Mediterranean drills with hypersonic armed jets at the moment. UK carrier is in area just days after the Black Sea close call, warning shots fired incident. So they're playing games with each other, buzzing each other, I guess. And just like that, he is back. In a few days, we will start learning a bit about what the auditors have discovered. Timing and momentum is important. Once you start building momentum, you can't stop. Today marks the beginning of the next phase. Nothing can stop the truth. So it's going to be a busy week. And just remember, things really go bad. Just have faith. Remember these words, that it had to be this way and that it's to wake people up and stay strong. Okay, so now I'm going to go over to some of my saved messages on Telegram. Now this is a book. It's called The Adam and Eve Story. And I've seen it before and I've looked at it. I don't know if it's true or not. It's the history of cataclysms. But the CIA confiscated it when it was published, and then it was classified for 50 years. So it must have something in it. Anyway, there's a link here. If you go to the reading room for the docs for CIA, you can find it. Just like you can find the Fritz Springmeier stuff. I would say if the CIA is classifying something, it's probably true. Okay, this is a page from Book of Klaus Schwab. Dr. Evil is who I like to refer to, Klaus Schwab. At least 4 billion useless eaters shall be eliminated by the year 2050 by means of limited wars, organized epidemics of fatal rapid-acting diseases, and starvation. Energy, food, and water shall be kept at substance levels for the non-elite, starting with the white populations of Western Europe and North America, and then spreading to other races. The population of Canada, Western Europe, and the United States will be decimated more rapidly than on other continents until the world's population reaches a manageable level of 1 billion, of which 500 million will consist of Chinese and Japanese races. And you know why? That's because they've learned that the Chinese, because they've been under communist rule for thousands of years, like slavery, that they're easily controlled. That's why. selected because they are people who have been regimented for centuries and who are accustomed to obeying authority. See, they're without question. From time to time, there shall be artificially contrived food and water shortages. So yeah, Mr. Dr. Evil, yeah, let's listen to what he has to say. Gosh. Military takeover. Good. In control? Let's see what this says. This is from Royal New Zealand Navy's Post. Devonport area alert. Court Martial of New Zealand. The court martial's in session. Good news for New Zealand. And some news about John McAfee that might blow your mind. Let's take a listen.
Hello again, John McAfee here. I have been drinking heavily, which you may also have done as you've been in my shoes. At J Pizzle 88, one of my body doubles, one of my many body doubles, disappeared 11 days ago. He reappeared today in the hospital with no recollection of what had happened to him. The hospital can only say that he was poisoned by an unknown substance. Please, people, will you wake up? Please see what is happening here. The CIA unsuccessfully tried to raid my boat in the Bahamas with the help of the Bahamian military. Unsuccessfully. I am here in Havana.
If you have moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis, Enbrel helps relieve joint pain and helps stop joint damage. Enbrel may lower your ability.
Jay is still in the hospital. Please see what is going on. I don't know how to make it any more plain to you. J Pizzle 88 at J Pizzle Pizzle 88. One of my body doubles disappears the day that hello again, John McAfee here. I have
Okay. Sorry about that. And I don't know if this is Klaus Schwab or Dr. Evil. The pandemic didn't work. The race war actually united the peasants. Unleash the second wave of the Rona, and if that doesn't work, commence Operation Alien Invasion. Hang on, it's going to be a wild, crazy hot summer. Isn't it interesting how Klaus Schwab always dresses like him? And this is what watching Emerson will do to you. Look at the surfer guy. He's not too tough with that mask on. They really think that they're going to be protected by something with the mask. They can't breathe. It's really sad because it kind of shows how stupid people are. That's sad. Leaked documents on permanent lockdown of the UK in 3 weeks. Is that what they had planned?
Of freedom. And if you want to help out, you can by going to reformtv.uk/march, and there you can donate money, which will help us to continue coverage with these live air.
All flights out of Australia to New Zealand. This was yesterday. 30 minutes ago, been stopped. So things are happening in Australia. So that's good. All right, so that's it so far from Telegram and Q the Storm Rider. And I'll let you know if anything else comes up.
Well, friends, that's a real ad, by the way. You can never be too sure in clown world, of course, but no, that's a real one. When it comes to wokenomics, and you've got all of these woke corporations recognizing that they still got 2 days left to extract a bunch of money from these dipshit lefty liberals, because that's exactly who this ad is geared for. This ad is not geared towards Republicans, to conservatives, to straight people. Oh, shit, no. They're sitting there going, the NFL executive powers sitting there going, oh my God, how many days are left in the game month, everybody? Oh, we got 2 more days left over here. Quick, run out the gays and football ads out there with the rainbow-flavored NFL logo so we can extract some more money from the angry feminist bitches on the left-hand side with a bunch of college liberal arts degree debt out there. We got 2 more days to make as much money as possible. Which is really weird, by the way, because that's the same group of shitbags that keep going out there. We need socialism, everybody, because the patriarchy and Western civilization and capitalism has raped my vagina. I need the AOCs and the Bernie Sanders. I need the socialisms. Right? I need you guys to pay for my college debt and pay for my college in general and pay for my health care and pay for my daycare and wipe my fucking bottom for me. You fucking idiots. Same exact people, by the way, are the ones who are going to go out and buy a shit ton of rainbow-flavored fucking jerseys and rainbow-flavored fucking footballs that they will never throw. Have you seen any of these cocksuckers try to throw anything lately? Most of them are in Antifa. I go, fucking idiots. So no, this is clearly geared towards the left-hand side, clearly, and it's just stupid. You're the NFL. You're the NFL. Just be NFL. Just play fucking football. But no, of course, guys, no. They got to tell everybody how much they love gays as people. Read the National File video. NFL proudly declares that football is gay. Oh, we know. It's also queer and transgender, my friends. The 30-second advert was widely mocked online. Thank God. Thank God. Things are going in the right direction. And so they put this out on their Twitters over there. Look at this. Look at this. It's got the rainbow flavor and everything. Do you have... Oh, they got it, boys. They even got, look, they got the updated rainbow flag. So they've got the traditional rainbow colors that we are familiar with. They got the pinks and the baby blues and then brown and black added to it. Oh, whoa. Where is your intersectionality? Steroid? Some of the other stuff. Is it going? It's not even going the right way. I don't know. This is probably still going to offend some of these mental lunatics on the left, of course. I'm sure that there are some straight, white, angry feminist bitches at some sort of college university go, that's not good enough. Where is the deer kid representation on that fucking NFL flag on them?
In my spare time, I go out to my yard and I prance around and I eat grass.
You can never please these idiots, which is what we've been telling everybody forever. But the NFL is going to try it, friends. The NFL is going to give it a shot. They're thinking that there's a few more dollars to squeeze out of these dipshits. And, of course, it's just stupid, right? People are mocking this online. What's fascinating about this, by the way, is you got this dude who came out the other day, right? This is Carl Nassib. He came out for the Raiders, and he said, hey, everybody, I'm gay. Super gay. Cool. Now, you would imagine the left-hand side would be like, oh, thank God, we finally got the fucking Mason first into an active player on the roster out there. That's super exciting. But fuck no, man. I'll tell you, look, they found out that this dude is a Republican Trump supporter. Like, we don't give a fuck that he's gay. Oh, of course there's going to be a fucking white person coming out gay. Fucking white gays and people ruin everything. See, everybody's on the hit list. You will never be good enough. You will never pass a purity test for any of these fucking monsters on the left. Even you gay people out there. If you're a black person, Black Lives Matter doesn't care about you the second they find out your political persuasion, right? If you're not a flaming communist, they hate you. They'll start calling you the most racist, vile stuff on the inner zones because, of course, they don't care if you're black. They don't care if you're gay. They don't care if you're a Muslim. They don't care if you're a woman. They don't care if you're transgender. They don't care about any of the stupid shit. The second they find out that you're a conservative, all that goes out the window and they attack you. They start calling you a Nazi. Oh, I got fuck that he's black. The black is Nazis are like the super duper worthless white supremacists out there. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Because it doesn't need to make any sense. These people are fucking mental. And so while you have the NFL going out there telling everybody that they're gay, and you got your first gay person coming out on an active roster over here, The lefty liberals are upset about it. They don't care about your sexual persuasion. They don't care about your skin. No. You have to be a communist. It's communist. All that other stuff is superfluous. It's all a mask. It's all a guise. It's all a facade. They don't care about any of that stuff. Any of the SJW characteristics, they don't care. Because right behind that paper thinness is, are you a fucking communist and will you help us with our political goals of destroying Western civilization? That's what this is all about. Of course it is. As these dipshits are fucking telling everybody, hey, we're super duper gays over here at the NFL Towers, everybody. Wow, you care so much about the gay people. Do you care anything about the gay slave workers making all that Nike shit that you guys are using? No? The Nike people just came out the other day and they said, no. Nike is a Chinese corporation from China out there, the same place that is literally right now using Uyghur Muslims to pick slave cotton to make Nike fucking gear. You can't make this shit up, right? NFL partners with them, extends the partnership to 2028, and it goes out and tells everybody how much they want fucking gay. How much they're gay. You can't even be gay in China. You can't even be gay in China. This is all fucking stupid. So here you have some more fake platitudes being projected to a bunch of dumb liberal white women at college universities and angry feminist chicks who had it too well in this country, don't even understand the planet that they're on right now, are going out there and they're telling everybody how great they are because they're buying rainbow flavored fucking NFL jerseys that were produced by a corporation that uses slave labor in China, and they don't understand at all that these people that they're sending money to are laughing at them the entire way. The NFL is mocking you, you dumb assholes. The NFL's sitting there going, oh, all we gotta do is put a Black Lives Matter thing out there. We get a bunch of these dumb, stupid fucking people who don't even watch football to spend money. Fantastic. Oh, it's gay month. All right, well, tell them it's gay month. See if we get some. some more money out of these dumb assholes. And these people on their way, they're texting on their $1,200 Apple phone using the servers over at Silicon Valley, eating up all of the rich minerals out of Africa picked with little child labor, drinking a fucking Starbucks latte that used all coffee beans from a fucking plantation using slave labor in South America, and they're on their way to a store to buy a fucking jersey made with slave labor picked cotton from China, and they're telling everybody how great they fucking are. You dumb assholes. You absolute dumb assholes. But some things will never change, though. There you have it, my friends. NFL telling everybody that they're super duper gay, and dumb white liberals are eating it all up because they're stupid. All right, guys, thanks so much for watching the Idiot Sports Channel. If you want to be kept up to date on this wokeness out there, hit that subscribe button and make way, because the salt must flow.
Breaking news on 294 near O'Hare.
Just north of Springfield.
Distracted driving to blame. Woman to win the most gold medals, and then she could also win it back to back.
Simone Biles?
Simone Biles.
Yeah, before all this other, stuff on the periphery started to develop, she was the only reason I think that people would watch. The swimmers of all, no more Ryan Lochte, no more. She was the only. Don't forget, we're dealing with a time change in Tokyo as well.
A big time change too. I think it starts 7 a.m.
It's going to be tough watching all that stuff live. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Amanda. GOP lawmakers are raising concerns about skyrocketing consumer prices and dangerous inflation levels as the nation looks to bounce back from the coronavirus pandemic. For more on this, we want to welcome in Georgia Congressman and the Chief Deputy Whip for the House GOP Conference, Drew Ferguson. Congressman, good to see you, my friend. How are you?
I'm good, Rob. Good to be with you this morning.
I want to thank you, by the way. We had the former President Donald Trump on the show on Friday. You know the president. We had him blocked for about 12 minutes. He spoke for almost 40. And you stood by because we had you scheduled to be on the show. And I appreciate you standing by. And I apologize that we weren't able to get to you Friday morning.
No problem. But listen, the former president had an awful lot to say and some things that the American people needed to hear. And listen, it was at that point I was a happy listener, just tuning into the show at that point. So I was glad to do it. As I said, I was either going to watch it here in the studio or back in my office.
Oh, well, thank you. And by the way, I like that tie. I like what they did at Augusta National. They did not bow to the woke mob, and you know what happened to them, Congressman? Absolutely nothing. The tournament went off without a hitch.
It was very well done.
That should be an example to corporate America. All right, let's talk some business. As a member of the House Ways and Means Committee, inflation is going up every single day. It looks like Jimmy Carter's America, but it's Joe Biden's America. What's happening right now?
Well, I think by the time Joe Biden is finished with America, they're going to want Jimmy Carter's America back. That will be the lesser of the evils. So what we've got is we've got trillions of dollars that we're pumping into the economy right now that the Democrats are continuing to push. That is driving the demand side of the equation. Prices are going up, and simultaneously, you've got a real issue with workers staying at home because job creators and small businesses are competing with the federal government for workers. That's not right. So you've got a real high increase in demand, and you've got a depressed GDP in the sense that you can't get enough workers back to go to work. It's a horrible situation for American consumers, for American families, and American small businesses. Throw in a little skyrocketing fuel costs, and it's not good for American families.
Yeah, according to Gas Buddy, the average cost for a gallon of gas right now in the state of California is almost $4.25 a gallon. Joe Biden's only been president 5 months, so this didn't take long. A recent report from Reason Magazine says that the president's tax hike will impact 60% of taxpayers. That's 6 out of 10 people. Joe Biden promised us when he was campaigning that he would not raise taxes on the middle class, but it doesn't sound like that's going to be the case now.
Joe Biden made a lot of promises that he's not keeping right now. But one thing that we are seeing is we're seeing the devastating effects of inflation on American families. Last month, we had the highest growth in inflation that we've ever seen in the country, the highest of all time. That's not good for American consumers. Very simple terms. Go to the grocery store right now. Try to buy, if you try to buy a piece of red meat or a steak, you try to buy bread, eggs, the fuel to put in your car to go to the grocery store.
It is really profoundly, really affecting American families. Here's the other thing. For those families that are in rural America, it's even worse because you have the driving distances, you've got to go to work, the fuel costs are adding up every single week, and they're taking food off the table of our fellow Americans.
You put out a tweet the other day that said, quote, inflation is coming at Americans like a freight train, and it won't stop unless we pump the brakes on President Biden's liberal agenda. We've got the midterms. I suppose they're coming up. 2022 still seems like a long way off, but what can we do between now and then?
You know, I'm a fan of just simply letting the Democrats talk right now. Let America see how radical they are. Let them see just how bad these policies are. I want you to think about what their priorities have been. Number one, they are making this country less safe. We have the Biden border crisis, and it is not safe at the border. And we're feeling the effects in our communities with human trafficking and with drugs. And it's just simply wrong to have that many people coming across our border unvetted. That's number one. Number two, the economy is really, it's heating up so quickly because of all of the money that the Democrats continue to pour into it. And again, we're seeing people stay at home. You have the defund the police movement. You have the critical race theories being taught in our schools. I mean, they look like that they are going for the royal flush here, and they are really going way too far to the left. Americans know that this is not a socialist country, and we're not going to let it get there. So we've got to continue to get the message out there. We've got to continue to fight. Here's the thing. We cannot accept the fact that they think that these taxes that they are going to put on the American people are a done deal. We've got to fight back. We know that we can get this message out, and America needs to call their members of Congress and say, don't raise my taxes. It's that simple.
Congressman Drew Ferguson, thanks so much for coming on with us. Don't be a stranger. Come back and see us soon.
Thanks, Rob.
All right, you got it. Good to see you. That is Georgia Congressman Drew Ferguson joining us here. Coming up next, I have a magazine, and that magazine is very popular. In fact, and this is big in the magazine world, more than 700,000 people read that magazine each and every month. I read the magazine. It's one thing I like about this magazine is it's thick, it's meaty. It's like, I mean, there's a lot in here. Joining us now is the editor of Newsmax magazine, Ken Chandler. Back with us on Wake Up America. Ken, good morning. Nice to see you.
Hey, good morning. It's great to be with you.
Ken, I always ask you this, but I want to ask you again. I want to find the page here because this is the first thing I turned to, and I told John Gizzi this. I believe it's page 37. He has John Gizzi's Inside Washington. Where does he get all that information?
John is an amazing resource for Newsmax. He's been in Washington for a long time. He knows everybody, and he has this, I don't know whether you've been to his office, he has this amazing old-fashioned Rolodex, which separated into 50 states, into various issues. It's amazing. He knows everybody.
It's going back to filling out a clip in here.
One of my favorite sections. This month's issue is all about the incredible.
Go ahead and send him to his down there. He's talking to the detectives, let them know that we had it. We're going to turn it over to the owner here. They're already aware of that. No damage other than the plates missing, and they try to paint it blue out of red.
My kids had my pen, but I'll circle things and use it on the air just because there's so many good nuggets and tidbits of information in the magazine. Tell us about this month's issue.
So this month's cover story is really interesting. If you go back to the 1970s, a very young Joe Biden was the first U.S. senator to endorse Jimmy Carter for president. And now, as you know, Biden appears bent on recreating what was Carter's disastrous one-term presidency with high inflation, low growth. The parallels between the Biden administration and the Carter administration are striking. You remember Carter came to office in 1977 with an economy that was on the rebound. The economy today is on the rebound. But his policies led to inflation, unemployment, an energy crisis, a major foreign policy crisis with Iran, and just a general malaise. And 4 years later, Carter was kicked out of office by Ronald Reagan in a landslide. I mean, Reagan got 489 electoral college seats. Carter got 49. I mean, it was a complete blowout. Yeah. So our cover story this month explores whether this is the fate that awaits Joe Biden, because his big spending, higher tax policies.
Give me that Quintila Hayes in reference to Philip Hayes with 305 South Washington around auto.
You're sitting at home right now in the middle of our country, our great country, and you're saying you're a little down right now about what's going on. After Ronald Reagan, I heard Shakespeare wrote 5 sonnets about her.
That I'll talk to her. I heard
Somebody else is so long, she
I'll go back in.
gouged my eye out, and it was awesome.
Happen.
Reagan knocked Jimmy Carter out of office. Republicans had the White House for 12 years. And a lot of people trace that directly back to bad Jimmy Carter policies. On page 55, Doug Weed has got a really interesting article about Joe Biden. And he asked the question, is Joe Biden the worst president yet? And I remember when I saw the headline, I said, well, that's a little aggressive. He's only been president for 5 months. Then I read it, and he walked us through everything that Joe Biden has done in just 5 months. It was some of the stuff I'd forgotten about. It was appalling.
Yeah. And, you know, for those of us who are old enough to remember the Carter administration, you know, what we're seeing today in Washington is
All right, Ken Chandler, good seeing you. I'll see you in the office in a little bit. Thanks for the
Oh, yeah,
update.
thanks.
It was
Nothing,
fantastic.
the owner, guys.
Newsmax magazine, as we've said, it's well worth it. We've got some of the best investigative reporting in print right now, anywhere right now. And you can order it at Newsmax's special offer. And Bad Decisions, the Joe Biden story, a new movie that rips the lid off Joe Biden's 50 years in Washington, as Ken just said. Joe Biden was the first senator to endorse Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter ran in 1976. Joe Biden was elected to the Senate 1972. That's how long he's been around. It unmasks the real Joe Biden and takes a powerful look at his shocking record and disastrous policies. Get the $25 DVD for free with Newsmax magazine. You can call or go online or check it out at newsmax.com/realjoe or call 800-670-6559. You are watching Wake Up America. These have caused a humanitarian crisis at our southern border, the likes of which we have not seen in over 25 years. For more on this, I want to bring in Montana Congressman Matt Rosendale. Congressman, good morning. Good to see you again.
Good morning, Rob. Good to be with you again.
It's a pleasure to have you back. What I think is fascinating here is I think that our viewers have at least an awareness of what's going on at our southern border, but I don't think people realize that our northern border has been completely shut down as a direct result of what's happening at our southern border. Tell us how that's affecting your state, Montana, massive border state.
Yeah, we've got an incredibly large 600 plus miles of border with Canada. And I've been visiting the border crossings up there as well as the southern crossings. And what we recognize is that the communities that are reliant upon that trade back and forth are just being decimated. We've got businesses that are being closed down. We've got families that are not able to celebrate weddings and births and mourn the loss of loved ones, death. That is all taking place across the border.
It was in front of 518
We're very concerned about additional resources from the northern border that could potentially be extracted and diverted down to the southern border just to support those border agents and the customs agents with this inflow, this massive inflow of illegal immigration taking place like that.
You know, I don't think people are aware of how big a role the relationship between the U.S. and Canada has for all of our states that share the northern border as well. I know some of the in Montana was hugely affected as a result of coronavirus and the border being shut down. But now the border should be reopened, but it's because of the situation down at the southern border that's now had a chain reaction up north. Has the administration addressed this in any way yet?
They have not, and we would like to see them work with Canada to get this border open. I've seen crossings where the traffic counts have been down anywhere from 50 up to 70% based upon the closures and the requirements that Canada has placed upon us. And I just don't understand why the administration isn't working harder to get that open. Lord knows they have thrown open the floodgates on the southern border. Why is it that they won't work with our partners on the northern border to get some of this these mandates removed so that we can get this commercial traffic taking place again?
Yeah, I just think it's something that people aren't aware of, and I think the issue is only going to get bigger and bigger as long as that border stays closed. Quickly, what did you think of the vice president's visit on Friday?
It was theater, as we see time and time again. She was nowhere near where the problems were. She did not go into the holding facility so that she could actually look into the eyes of these people that are coming from not only thousands of miles away, but from different countries to find out exactly the suffering that they're enduring during their trip to the United States, and then to actually have these conversations with them to find out about the indentured servitude that they're going to be placed in when they do reach into the United States because of obligations that they have to the cartel. Everyone that comes into this country is paying the cartel funding.
Congressman, something I wanted to ask you about. The VA recently proposed they want to provide and cover sex reassignment surgeries for veterans. And I know that you sent a letter to the Secretary a couple of days ago to address this. Talk about your stance on the issue.
So the Secretary McDonough is trying to impose a policy that even President Obama recognized years ago that was too radical. He basically proposed the same policy and within weeks withdrew it because there was such an outcry from the public that they did not want to support this. What we're talking about is sex reassignment surgeries being paid for by the Veterans Administration. They have not shown to be effective to help these people in any way, shape, or form. They still have their same problems and depression and many cases of suicide even after they have this at the exact same time that we don't have adequate resources to deliver benefits to our veterans through service-related injuries. It's bizarre. It's another radical agenda item that the Biden administration is trying to push forward.
You know, it's so fascinating because the former senator and really a legend in the GOP, Bob Dole, he's about to celebrate, I believe, his 98th birthday next month. He can tell you all about what the Veterans Health Administration is really supposed to be about. And as you said, that's providing care for veterans that really need it. And the fact that the Secretary is focused on something like this right now, what does that tell you about the priorities?
Yeah, they are completely misguided, and this is just it. We're talking about diverting what could be billions of dollars. They estimate there could be as many as 134,000 veterans that have these transgender issues that could possibly be requesting this surgery. And that would be approximately $30 billion over the next 10 years. And at the exact same time, we can't even get the electronic health record system straightened out so that we can deliver the benefits that our service-related injury veterans have earned, they deserve, and they're waiting in line to receive.
Darn right, they've earned it. Congressman Matt Rosendale, good to see you again. Thanks so much for coming on with us. All right, coming up next year on the show, let me hear a mighty
Love boat. Meanwhile, Gavita Carranza turned 72 today. Carranza is an American businesswoman who served as the administrator of the Small Business Administration. She previously served as the 44th Treasurer of the United States after being appointed by former President Donald Trump. Virginia Fox was born on this day in 1943. The North Carolina Congresswoman has established herself as a champion of conservative values and has led the national movements to reduce federal spending and increase government oversight and accountability. Fox is a Republican leader of the House Committee on Education and Labor and previously served as Secretary of the House Republican Conference. Rob, happy birthday to all of them.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Amanda. Gwen Berry, who calls herself an activist athlete.
When the custom and creative is out there, why drive boring?
Looking for
I'm probably 45 around 595 North Industrial.
of special offers like this all month long on our lot. So call, click, or stop in today.
Turned her back on the American flag during the U.S. Olympic trials on Saturday in Oregon to protest systemic racism in America after winning the bronze medal. Joining us now to talk about that is the captain of the gold medal 1980 Miracle on Ice U.S. men's Olympic hockey team, Mike Eruzione. It's such a pleasure having you back on the show.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
You know, I was thinking about this when I was driving home yesterday. Who could we try to have on the program to talk about something like this? You remain top of mind. I'm a fellow Bostonian as well. Didn't get into Boston University, but I did apply. So question for you. No one is saying that Gwen Berry doesn't have the right to protest, but the Olympics are a little bit different. You know that very well. What do you think of this? Was this appropriate?
Again, I'm old school. I don't think it's appropriate. I think there's a time and a place to be able to voice your problems, your issues. But I think the podium, with the anthem and the flag, and maybe we should highlight the two young ladies who are standing there with their hand over their heart, with the flag in their hand, and what they're standing for. Again, I think that clearly people have a right to their opinion, but I clearly feel that the flag and the anthem is the ultimate honor that you can be a part of, especially during the Olympic Games. I know this is the Olympic trials, but I think when you hear that anthem being played, you see your flag being risen, there's no prouder or special feeling that you've had. And I'm sure there are many Olympians that feel the same way as I do. Maybe you got to talk to some of the younger Olympians and not somebody old like me. But again, I took it as an incredible honor. My family's a military family. My dad was a Marine. My nephew was a Marine. My son's a fireman. My son was a police officer. I respect the flag who are standing there with their hand over their heart and proudly, standing there representing, the United States and the Olympic Games and the anthem and the flag.
Gives me chills just thinking about that. Back in 1980, we were coming out of a tough time in our country's history, 4 years of Jimmy Carter, and you invited the entire team up onto the podium there. Tell us about that moment.
Well, the team should have been on the podium. It shouldn't be one athlete. The teammates were kind of walking towards me, like nobody told us what to do after the anthem was played. So it was just a reaction. And if you watch the Olympic Games after 1980, there's a long podium, and all the athletes are on the podium. So it's the way it should be. It shouldn't be one athlete when it's a team. It should be a team.
Let's get back to Gwen Berry. Senator Tom Cotton said yesterday that she should be removed from the team. Do you think that the Olympic Committee does something like that? Should that happen?
I don't know if the Olympic Committee can do something like that. I don't know what the rights and freedoms that the athletes have, if there's any waivers that they sign. I firmly believe that's not going to be the first time. I think we'll probably see something somewhere down the road, perform something like this or do something like this again. But, you look at the history of our country, look at the athletes. Let's go back to Jesse Owens. Let's go back to Michael Phelps, Simone Biles, some of the greatest athletes we've ever had. Yet they've stood in that podium very proud, knowing there was other issues out there, knowing that there's some problems in this country. We need to unite this country. And I think the way to unite is to stand up there and stand for the flag, stand for the podium of the anthem. Maybe that helps bring people together.
And it's been a weird, these woke Olympics. Chelsea Wolfe, she's a trans BMX freestyle biker. She's an alternate, but she said she wants to make the Olympics and medal so she can burn the American flag. So we're in a weird place right now. The International Olympic Committee has a rule. It's called Rule 50. It bans political demonstrations during medal ceremonies. So I don't think the International Olympic Committee is going to allow something like this.
Again, I hope not. I think that's a moment. It's not like you're representing Boston or Chicago or San Francisco. You're representing the United States. You're a U.S. athlete standing in that podium, representing yourself clearly, your family, your friends, but you're representing the country. And I think that the flag and the anthem are very much a part of that. It goes hand in hand. You're putting a jersey on that says USA across the front.
That's right.
And I think that's the ultimate honor you can get as an athlete.
The name on the front means a heck of a lot more than the name on the back, of course. I just want to play this for you. We found this, and this gave us chills when we saw this. But 2016, a pole vaulter and U.S. Army Reserve Second Lieutenant, his name's Sam Kendricks. Okay,
the first responders, don't stand in front of them and not show your love for the country.
I'm with you. Mike Eruzione, such a pleasure having you back on the show. We appreciate your insight. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. Be safe.
All right, you too. I'm Rob Finnerty. The death toll in Surfside, Florida has now risen to 11 people as search and rescue crews begin their 6th day of looking for survivors. Right now, 150 people are still unaccounted for. In just a few moments, we're going to bring in with an engineer and search and rescue expert to talk about what might have happened in South Florida, what is going on down there. But first, joining us to talk about the latest in Surfside right now is Florida Congressman Byron Donalds. Congressman, good morning. Thanks so much for being back on with us. We appreciate it. Search and rescue crews have come in from several states and several countries to help with the ongoing search down there. What's the latest in Surfside right now?
The latest is, we have many crews, like you said, who are from everywhere. And it's painstaking work. It's going to take time to dig through the trouble. Obviously, if somebody still has survived this catastrophe, you want to take your time and
tragedy. This is so difficult to discuss every single day, and our hearts and prayers go out to the families, as you mentioned. Many of the families say the search and rescue is going too slowly. We're now in day 6. At what point does this shift from a search and rescue to a recovery effort?
I don't think
I completely understand. You want to be able to get their loved ones back, excuse me. But the one thing I would urge is that you have to be very cautious about what's happening here, because again, you don't want to start shifting rubble too quickly, which might actually help hurt the chances of somebody who's actually maybe been able to survive this, if that's happened. And so I know the family members want us to move as quickly as we can, but it's going to be important to trust the professionals who are out there every day working around the clock to make this happen.
These are having the 1407 East Oak Street for disorderly conduct.
We want to make sure it's done right and appropriately, because we're trying to save as many lives as we can.
Yeah, absolutely. People are asking what might have happened. How could something like this happen, especially in the U.S.? You see things like this maybe in third world countries, but you're not used to seeing something like this here in America. But out of tragedies, there's always lessons that we can learn. What do you think the next step will be in the coming weeks?
So Tuesday, there's a male black man wearing a red sweatshirt on a bike. Teenager, he threw over their garbage can. They believe that he may be armed with a
It's going
knife.
to be difficult because, Florida law, I served in Florida's legislature. Florida law call for review of older condominiums in our state. Obviously, there was the engineering review of this building a few years ago. The other part is that people need to understand is that condominium associations really operate under their own laws. So when people sign up to live in a condominium, frankly, the people who live there in the Condo Board Association, they are the government in those buildings and those structures. It's going to be very difficult for the federal government to step in and do something. The third thing that people need to understand is that we don't know to this point why it took so long for the repairs of the building needed to occur to be scheduled. They were scheduled for later this year, and unfortunately, with the tragedy, I was never able to get started. But I think what it is going to do is be a real, a tragic wake-up call for so many condominiums that do need these repairs, to not kick that can down the road, but to get it scheduled and get it done as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and this building, 1981, so it's an old building, but not that old, but it does predate those code changes that we saw in 1992 after Hurricane Andrew. Congressman Byron Donalds, thanks so much for the update. Appreciate it. Good luck to you, and thank you for all you're doing down there.
Okay, that
was Congressman Byron Donalds joining us for an update on the situation. Now I want to continue the discussion and bring in Fort Lauderdale attorney and contractor Greg Schlesinger and the Director of International Emergencies, Erica Glantz. Thank you both so much for joining us this morning. Greg, I'd like to start with you and just get your expertise. Now, I understand that it's early. This happened last Thursday, but what do you think might have happened? How could this happen with a building that was right around 40 years old?
Sure. What happened was catastrophic structural failure. And the type of defects that were in that building, the spalling of the main steel column, the rebar that is contained within the concrete columns rusted out. Steel in those concrete columns rust out, the concrete falls off, it falls off. We've seen that in the photographs of the 2018 report. That loses its structural integrity and compromises the structural support. What we found out last night, as reported in the New York Herald and shown from my Herald photographs, was that problem was occurring in a structural slab that abutted the building and structural beams around the pool area. When that goes, additional contributing causes and forces that are exerted upon it causes a cataclysmic collapse. And you have a domino effect as far as the building's collapse is concerned.
And we know that the pile that these rescuers are working through is roughly 3 stories tall, about 75 feet tall. Just to give you some context on. Erica, good morning.
Good
create the beauty that moves the soul. We promote a beauty that gives people confidence in who they are and who they want to be. Create the beauty that moves the world. L'Oréal.
Morning. Thank you so much for being with us. I know how difficult this is. Your group is an international nonprofit group of volunteers that trained in Israel. The group has responded to more than 1,000 natural disasters since 2005. But the rescue effort here in Surfside is a lot more personal to you. Tell us why.
Right. So thank you for having me here. First of all, all our responses are hard. One of the things that we encourage in our volunteers in our rescue team is empathy to the situation. But personally, for me, this tragedy, I know 4 of the missing people. That doesn't mean that we're doing something different than we usually do. We try to work as hard and as soon as possible in every kind of disaster. We usually try to arrive before the 72 hours, and in this case, it's
1056 South Washington. 1056 South Washington. Can you with the 17 to read your husband's making false reports on him?
Because it's already, people want answers.
I'll give her 21.
Good morning. Another week, and sadly, we are back here talking about President Biden's failures and the crises that his administration is causing across America. Today, Rep. Davis is going to discuss the Democrats' partisan My Way or the Highway bill that's on the floor, and Representative Mike Gallagher will be discussing his resolution condemning the Chinese Communist Party for 100 years of gross violations of human rights. We must continue our efforts to hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable on the COVID-19 cover-up, on their human rights violations, on all of it. And we must stand with the Chinese people for freedom. Since Nancy Pelosi is unwilling to stand up to Chinese Communist Party, Republicans will lead and do so. Before I pass it over, I want to touch on 2 other important issues. President Biden has failed to secure our southern border, and this week we have a group of House Republicans who are joining President Trump visiting our border. Yet last week, while in Texas, Vice President Kamala Harris said they had made progress. This is absolutely false. May was the 3rd straight month of 170,000 apprehensions, which hasn't occurred since 2000. CBP has seized more fentanyl so far in 2021 than all of 2020 combined. And it is because the Biden administration's ending of successful Trump policies like the Remain in Mexico policy that we now have this border crisis continuing to grow today. In addition, President Biden has failed to protect Americans from the surge in violent crime, a true crime crisis that we are seeing across America. Just this past weekend, there was a 21-year-old Marine shot in broad daylight in Times Square. His family lives in my district. He is originally from my district. So this impacts every community, urban, suburban, and rural. We need to secure our borders, secure our streets. The Democrats' defund the police rhetoric and policies are making that more difficult. I'm now going to turn it over to my colleague, Representative Mike Gallagher from Wisconsin.
Thank you. This Thursday marks the 100th anniversary of the founding of the Chinese Communist Party. Under the slogan of "Follow the Party Forever," General Secretary Xi Jinping is marking the occasion for a wave of propaganda and triumphalism, especially about the party's earliest days, rewriting history. They're hosting study sessions on party history. Theaters have been ordered to screen propaganda films at least twice a week. And in Wuhan, of all places, the party put on a giant light show where buildings and bridges are being lit up with the hammer and sickle. CCP officials have even set up a website where individuals can report on their neighbors and the, quote, historical nihilists who, quote, defame CCP heroes or deny the excellence of advanced socialist culture. Well, with an invitation like that, and to assist General Secretary Xi Jinping in his commemoration of CCP history, I've introduced a resolution that details the dozens of crimes against humanity from across the last century of the party's history. The point here is to illustrate that the abuses we're seeing from the party today, including the genocide in Xinjiang. Think about the fact that we now have two successive administrations, one Republican, one Democrat, have certified that what is going on in Xinjiang province is a genocide. Not much worse than a genocide. This is not a new phenomenon. Human rights abuses are hardwired into the Chinese Communist Party's very DNA. So I'm thrilled to say we actually have strong bipartisan support for this resolution. Thanks to the work of my colleagues, Representative McCall, Representative Gallego, Gottheimer, Stefanik, Golden, and Fitzpatrick. We have a broad bipartisan group that is united in standing against the CCP's ongoing crimes against humanity. This is a message that all Americans should get behind, and I urge Speaker Pelosi to bring this resolution before the House this week, and thereby allow us to send an unambiguous message that we do indeed deny the excellence of advanced socialist culture, and we can lay the CCP's true nature bare for all the world to see. Early in her career, Speaker Pelosi was a very forceful denouncer of the CCP's human rights abuses in the aftermath of Tiananmen Square. She said, first we saw the massacre, then we saw the masquerade. Well, I could not agree anymore. Let us help end the masquerade and speak the truth. I urge the Speaker to bring this resolution to the House floor for a strong bipartisan vote. Thank you.
The Democrats, as President Arnold mentioned, are allowing the border crisis to go unaccounted for and still seeing a surge of migrants coming across on a regular basis. Our cities are seeing an increasing amount of violent crimes, and Democrats fail to hold China accountable. What they're doing is trying to pass what is their version of the My Way or the Highway bill. It's a bill that was not put together with bipartisan support. And as most of you know, I'm ranked one of the most bipartisan members of Congress by the Lugar Center. I became a member of the Transportation Infrastructure Committee because I wanted to work in a bipartisan way to get things done. But when you can't get the Democrats to even sit down and talk about common sense regulatory reform issues, like reducing the amount of time it takes for a project to go from an idea to actual construction, Democrats fail to care about taxpayer dollar efficiency. We all know the most popular issue that the Democrats have right now on their agenda is infrastructure. What the Democrats are trying to do today is ram through a partisan message that spends about $1 out of every $2 on new Green Deal priorities. It doesn't address the major issues of what makes these projects take so long and cost so much. And they're failing to do it, all while hoping that the American people will mistake this partisan bill with the bipartisan agreement in the Senate. It's unfortunate that Chairman DeFazio and Speaker Pelosi decided to run this partisan bill. At the same time, we still do not see legislative text on this so-called infrastructure agreement. This partisan bill is going to continue. It's going to continue to waste taxpayer dollars. It's going to continue to fund Green Deal priorities. And it's just a limited marker that will become political theater once they begin the reconciliation process, as we know Speaker Pelosi and Leader Schumer are going to force on the American people. Thank you.
Thank you, Rodney. First, let me express my prayers to all of those families who are grieving as they continue to try to recover bodies in the Miami building that collapsed last week. I have a family from my district in Kenner, Louisiana, that had reached out, the mother whose daughter was in the building and actually was on the phone with her husband while the building was collapsing. And these are heartbreaking stories. These families are grieving, so our prayers continue to be with them. Here this week, we're dealing with a number of crises, and yet on the floor, we don't see legislation that Speaker Pelosi is bringing to address any of it. So he's talked about the border crisis continues to get worse. Vice President Harris went to Texas. She did go to the border areas where the worst crossings are. I went to McAllen, Texas. She should have gone there. She should have gone to Donovan's detention facility. But most importantly, she should be working with our Border Patrol agents, who all will tell you what they need to do to solve this crisis. And frankly, it's all things that President Biden himself did to start creating this crisis at our border. They can solve it today. We call on them to do that. There is a crime crisis in our country as well. And interestingly, over the last year, Democrats have embraced the defund the police movement.
Moving day means you're in for a big transition. CubeSmart makes self-storage as easy as possible. Online or in person, we put the focus on you. Click now to learn more.
And it's had detrimental results. It has had devastating results in so many cities across America where Democrat mayors participated in this defund the police movement. We've seen, unfortunately, police officers leaving the police force in record numbers. And what is the answer from Democrats? To finally reject this radical idea of defunding the police? No. They're trying to blame Republicans now for the dumpster fire that they created. So we're going to continue to call them out on their extremist radical agenda that included defunding the police. And it's time for Democrats to admit that it was a failure when they embraced the defund police movement and start reversing it. Stop trying to blame other people. Actually own up to what you created that is causing out of control crime in our cities across America. And finally, on holding China accountable. For more than a year now.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Thank you so much for watching and supporting. We got a crazy video for you guys today coming out of Wisconsin. Just sickening, honestly. Before we dive into this video, I want to give a quick shout out to our sponsor, Survey Junkie, Fast, Easy, and most importantly, 3 ways to make money online. Sign up using our below, as well as Webull, probably the best stock trading app out there. The best part is if you haven't gotten started before, you can get started.
There's going to be transporting one, be 10 8 I have in there.
$100 in stock. That is a really good something to get started. So check that out. Let's dive in. Semi-tractor toilet, car carrier shows headed to the authorities found packages containing fentanyl and cocaine. More fentanyl. Guess where it's coming from? The border. It's like the biggest thing they're saying. Like one of the scariest things is the amount of fentanyl.
Have to ride a big goat that had his head and neck stuck under a fence for being perfectly in one house. Except from cell phones up, 50 feet from that address. We do a history at 635 East Broadway with Hillary.
Kilograms of fentanyl. And 14 kilos of coke. That's absolutely insane. The amount of drugs.
516, 540.
Authorities seized the actual fentanyl cocaine and replaced the replica 50 gram safe packages back in the compartment. Authorities then arranged the transport of the parking lot in Milwaukee. Who would have thought of Nissan Cube too? I mean, that's probably the type of car you actually go with because it's like less conspicuous, right? But like a Nissan Cube, like I would never see one of those drivers and be like, there's the deal there. Authorities then saw the 2 subjects enter the Nissan Cube and then drive away. Officers tried to stop the vehicle, but the vehicle tried to flee at a high rate of speed. What's a Nissan Cube got of it? Like a V4? Like a Sprint 4? Is that even like topping out at 8 miles an hour? And then it crashed in Bayside. Both of the subjects then fled on foot, but were later arrested by authorities. 2 suspects were both from California. 24-year-old Daniel Rodriguez Lara and 41-year-old Richard Chavez. Both are charged with conspiring to distribute and attempting to possess with intent to distribute kilogram quantities of fentanyl and cocaine. If convicted, both men will face a mandatory minimum of 10 years and a maximum of life in federal prison. Yeah, it's a lot of drugs. As this case demonstrates, drug traffickers utilize a variety of concealment methods to bring their deadly goods to our communities, said DEA Milwaukee District Office Assistant Special Agent in charge John McGarrett. Multiple agencies across the country helped investigate this case. That was Kansas Highway Patrol, Colorado State Patrol, Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, North Central High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area, the DEA, and even others. It's a huge case. That's like.
Here you come, 11A.
Hey, Simo, Yo, I absolutely love this sign over here. It's amazing. It's so amazing. This is just, I don't even know, words cannot express just how much this pleases me.
It's so weird to see it too, because it feels like we're in some tumbleweed ass cowboy town.
Yeah.
In the desert, and then you see Chinese.
It's
What the hell?
Yeah, this is really weird out here.
Yeah. Dude, we gotta go inside.
Yeah, let's go check it out. Boy, is it hot. It's hot, but you know what? You gotta sacrifice for freedom.
Yes.
Fly flew into my eye, nice.
There's a lot of scary bugs around here.
Yeah. No communists allowed, bro.
These roads are made for bikes like this.
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing though. I don't think many people know about this place.
That's why we came here. We feel like it's underrepresented if it's a real thing.
Watch out for this sound.
You actually talked to the guy that started it on Facebook, right?
Yeah, he contacted me to say that they did this, and I can't remember when I was contacted, but for some reason it popped into my mind, and I was like, you know, we gotta go check this out.
We gotta do it, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa, I'm sketching out.
Yeah, watch out for this. Oh, I'm seeing 6-4. You know what that means?
Yeah, dude.
Hell yeah.
June 4th.
Constantino injury.
That's right. You know what happened?
The library, 201 East Merchant Street. Provide GMC to the park.
Nothing happened in China. According to the Communist Party, everything was fine. Everyone loved Mao Zedong and Deng Xiaoping and just said the Communist Party is the best thing in the world.
Correct. Nothing happened. That's why it's parks here.
There's a reason we're coming here, and you'll see in a minute. Yeah, I'm starting to see it now. And it's not so we can get all sandy and dusty and stuff.
Because that part sucks. If it was a dirt bike, it'd be fine.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, here's some serious soft sand. Better be one mindful.
Okay.
Whoa. Why is it little toddler's car there?
Yeah, I don't know.
Whatever.
It's
Fantastic.
That's pretty epic, dude. He's got a briefcase.
Yeah. Hey,
how's it going?
I was not really expecting it to be like this. I'm very happy that we found this place. It's bizarre to me to see Chinese writing on the front saying no
Hey,
communists allowed.
traffic complaint.
And then you come in here and you have the sculpture of Tank Man. And you have the Lady of Liberty.
But in Longwood, her vehicle's not stopping at the stop sign. There's no specific
Yeah, it's
vehicle.
really, really cool. And look, I wanted to talk about something that's been bugging me for a long time. Remember I made a video a while ago called Our Chinese Men Cowards. And I just spoke of the kind of despicable ways and stuff, just because they disagree with my opinion. I'm not saying all Chinese men, I was just saying that particular set of nationalists.
That group together.
Yeah. And I got thinking, why is it that we don't see more acts of courageousness in China? I mean, all those videos of children being kidnapped and no one lifting a finger. Every time you see someone get pickpocketed or hurt in public and everyone ignores them, why is it that you don't see courage? Because it's evident that courage exists in China. I mean, Tank Man has got to be the most courageous person I've ever seen in my life, honestly.
As a more great example of that.
No, I mean, standing in front of tanks when you know that you're just gonna die. But you're standing in front of a column of tanks, not just one tank. It takes incredible courage to do that. So where is this courage? Why don't we see it in mainland China?
It died in 1989. It did. There was courage when one of my favorite scenes is the guy on a bicycle.
Yeah.
And the journalist, as he's riding towards Kennedy.
Tired of running out of sparkling water? Then get this counterbalance forklift. It can carry truckloads, so you never run out. There must be a fresher way. Oh, get a SodaStream and make fresh sparkling water in seconds. Shop SodaStream now.
It's time to spread your wings and your fins
Breathe the air, excite your senses from day to night. It's time to see the world again. SeaWorld. For a limited time, save up to 35% on tickets and passes. Hurry, offer ends soon.
Lori, thank you very much. I told Lori when she was showing me the bus she's driving now, back when I was in law school, I drove a school bus during the summers.
Okay, go ahead, six, seven, seven.
And from one bus driver to another, Lori, I want to thank you for all you do to make this city run, help folks get where they need to go, and you do it in a way that sometimes is not always easy. I'm glad to be here with great Wisconsin leaders. Gov, I guess I landed at the airport just a few minutes before you did. Thank you for making a difference.
First time for here, no need for status.
If something can be done with heart at MedWest Express Clinic, check in to receive fast and reliable medical.
I have another 1017, 1019, workers that didn't run, that for the fireworks that can be. Not fun.
I can't sit down and figure out how I'm not
We're going to be able to show all these people these crazy stuff unless we have a, like a, state agency.
Well, that's a whole other thing that's been coming out. They've been saying that, I think one of the things that, we have been hearing and you and I have discussed and Anons have discussed is that and early on, when this very first started, we were told that there will be filmed confessionals and the tribunals that are occurring. There will be statements that they made these people make so that they can show the public. Sometimes you have to show the public is one of the terms that Q has given us. And, this is very true in crime because when you're investigating a crime like that, you don't tell the public you're investigating the crime because, maybe you haven't even apprehended all the criminals and the conspirators and the people that are culpable for this crime. And, once you gather all your evidence and, you have the trial and now the person's been convicted and it becomes public record, then the public starts to hear and the press, well, we're not going to talk about our press, but I'm talking like local newspaper press is what I'm thinking back to in my days, where the press was allowed to come in and report on a story. And so now we've got this huge criminal organization that is, way beyond a municipal or superior court or appellate court. We're talking about these, you want to talk about these military tribunals that we've been hearing about. Because you featured I forget what her name is, but I watched it several times when we talked about it. This girl who had been talking about that she'd been part of these military tribunals. So we've been hearing from different sources that these military tribunals are indeed going on. And if you want to segue into that, we can give your audience and people that are listening some glimpse of hope of what's going on, maybe.
Well, Delara's gonna, throw some stuff around. But this is what people are saying, and they've been saying this for a long time. It is not the first time that we've heard this. We've heard this all along. And don't forget, No Name McStain was put to death. So that right there tells something happened, that they had to try him, and you can't just grab somebody off the streets and put them to death. There has to be some kind of legal proceeding. And I would think that by that, I want to ask your opinion on this. Don't you think that the thing was all set up by that time?
You mean what thing?
For McStain.
for you.
Oh, yeah, you know, there had to be an investigation. Okay, nothing happens without an investigation, absolutely nothing. But by the time that we knew that the McStain had been taken care of, preceding that is when all of this had started. Okay, so this didn't just start now. This has been going on for a very long time. You know, I've heard that this has been going on since, to be honest with you, I heard this has been going on since the early 70s.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I've been told that this has been going on in different factions of law enforcement since the early 70s with the Luciferian Order, with the, and I'm going to say it, Linda, with the churches that have been infiltrated and involved with, I'm sorry to say it, folks, but it's true. Look, every aspect of our society, every institution, every part of our infrastructure, you name it, it's been infiltrated. So don't think the church has not been infiltrated. You know, we all know that there's good and bad to everything, okay? When there's humans involved, there's good and bad to everything. And this goes beyond humans. This is demonic. So, go ahead.
No, I'm just agreeing with you. But, yeah, so, yeah, getting back to the tribunals and all of that stuff, Sarge has been talking about this. Every time it's all over the military back channels, they just talk about it. They're not even questioning it. And we've had so many signs. What's happening in DC is not normal. I showed that video of those kids coming out of there. There were little people coming out of there.
Burger King, 10:15 in Northwest College. I've been in the drive-thru about 10 to 15 minutes now. Fires are going. There could be anyone inside.
That the Chinese military was down under there and that there was broke out. So I don't know about that. Don't quote me on that one. But something caused smoke to be blanketing Washington, D.C. And it wasn't blown in from California fires, which was what the news was saying. So there's been all kinds of signs that all kinds of things are going on. Now, I'll tell you what Sarge was saying. That Brennan in the video, that Brennan was executed, and that he went down like a bitch, whining and bitching and making a scene at the hanging. And that he wasn't hung. And that is what I heard about Brennan. And I heard Comey might be next, but then I'm also hearing that Comey has already been executed. And it was said that Comey helped to stock the FEMA camps with the guillotines, and that he didn't get a choice on how he was going to be. That some of them are given a choice, but that Comey wasn't given a choice, and that he was executed by guillotine. So how does that compare with what you're hearing? And you don't have to mention any, you know, I heard it here or I heard it there. Just what you're hearing on the download, in the backgrounds, you know, from all of your.
In this 3-month survival food kit, you're going to get 688 entire servings of tasty food.
See these plastic totes right here?
The world.
All of the world.
All of the world.
All of my little world.
Oh, your world.
Very little. You know, I did hear some very similar things. So, you know, let's compare notes here. We can start with McStain. One of the things that I wanted to bring up before we go into these specific people and arrests and possible executions or incarcerations is that I have a very close friend, and I won't say who or what their role is, but they are a federal official. And this person, before when POTUS took office, I had a conversation with this person. It might have been right. Actually, it was before POTUS took office. Before the election. And I was told that specifically more than one shoe was going to drop. And I was pointed to this shoe comment. And I've known this person for a very long time, over 20, 25 years. So I thought it was very strange that shoes. And then when I started seeing those boots that we talked about, that were actually ankle liners. They do deals with people if they're notable celebrities or they'll do like a deal where they might wear an ankle monitor that doesn't look too much like an ankle monitor. And, you know, these are very specific types of devices. So we saw this boot on lots of people, Linda, on Tegan, on I think Tegan and Legend both had them on or something at one point. His and hers, or his and his, or hers and hers.
Another employee before they can take any orders.
His daughter, I believe, had
Or
one
take
on
stuff for
a bit.
them.
And we saw these boots on everybody. So that's a huge indicator that that person is under some type of surveillance by a government entity. So all of the people with boots seem to be getting either incarcerated or arrested and taken out, is what I've been hearing. So back to Brennan. Brennan, I heard, was executed by hanging.
Plane Drive, Unit 102, spoke with Nicole Stone. She confirmed all info, history of myself.
I believe was arrested, and I believe the guillotine is correct, that he didn't get a choice, and he hasn't been guillotined yet, is what I've heard. I was given a date of July 4th. So that would be interesting, which is coming up quite quickly.
That would be interesting, July 4th. That's
One
very
kid,
interesting. And, yes, Sarge said that Coney, I think he said he thought.
Can we with a Deborah 1019 for an unknown problem at 245 South
And I
6,
think he's correct.
Unit
I
404.
think his information of what he's telling you is correct. There's a lot of other names here. I heard that Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson are scheduled for a hypno trial coming up very shortly, or has already happened actually, or is coming up. I know that Adam Schiff has been arrested. I don't know exactly what his punishment and what awaits him. I also know that these people are squealing and crying like a bitch and just ratting each other out left and right. I mean, it started with Epstein and Weinstein, who are, both of them are still alive.
That's what I kept saying. That's what that girl, that one young
So
woman
he was
said on that video.
1200444,
And you know, trust me, they're using her for
1200444, he
information.
was
Those, these people are pussies, okay? They're not tough guys. They don't have integrity. They are talking, singing like a bird. And what did you say? When does a bird sing? Right? Yeah. A caged bird.
300 North Kennedy, Suite 10.
So, you know, there's a lot of other names. There's Kevin Spacey, you know, and, you know, this is wonderful for Hollywood because these were the people that were higher up in the Luciferian order, in this dark criminal organization order. And now that they're under, they're in custody, I should say, I won't use that word. I really believe that they are telling them everything. They're telling everybody everything because they're just so friggin' scared and they're just getting it. I mean, they're really being put through it. And again, they're not strong people, they're weak people. So they're giving up all their cronies, all of the crime that has happened, all the people that are involved, even the people that didn't actually do the killing, beating, and raping, but knew about it, didn't say anything, and collected the check.
Decisions. Stored in a gallery or online?
Have you seen this space age book?
Line 39 can come. I attached to a call for suspicious activity to occur around 1:30. 1017 is reflecting of 21 only. positive for a subject to not responding, not breathing. Engine 5, ambulance 2 requested 407 South Alma for a subject not breathing, out of phase 255, acknowledged response, all is desired.
Taking first 6. Ambulance 2 out of service. Ambulance 1 not available.
Ambulance 1, will you 10-4 on that page? We're at the hospital unavailable.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. I really only have one thing to say. It's not even a word. It's more of a
Engine 4 can respond to Alma also.
Engine 4 bonus 407 South Alma.
Democrats are seething on Twitter, seething with rage, partisan-filled rage, as once again they were led
Engine 407 South Alma.
they actually thought Donald Trump was going to go to jail. How many times have we seen, oh, we definitely got him this time, coming from the Democrats? The walls are closing in. Donald Trump's time is limited in the White House. He's going to be impeached. They're going to drag him out of the White House in handcuffs, throw him in a cell, and lock away the key. How many times have we heard that? And then, of course, Donald Trump gets completely exonerated. And the Democrats keep falling for it. The next one.
He's unable to perform CPR.
Donald Trump's going to jail for real. The man's not even in office anymore. It's been failed attempt after failed attempt after failed attempt, and they still are advocating for a politically partisan legal system to jail their political opponent, the Republican juggernaut that is Donald Trump.
Robert, can I have you in Route 407 South Alma?
Of course, we all know we've been covering it. New York prosecutors are looking into the Trump administration after the second failed impeachment. But we're going to go after him on the state level. Exactly what they're doing. Every single liberal outlet a couple days ago was announcing that a New York City prosecutor was definitely going to announce charges against the Trump administration. And of course, Donald Trump in the next couple days. Well, let's just say that didn't age well now, did it? And Democrats are not so happy about it. Let's get into it, folks. Let's talk about the Democrats' worst nightmare, which is actually connected to why they're continuously going after him like they are, him and Ron DeSantis, because he's, of course, a political threat, and they're scared. They'd rather him in jail.
You advise semi 300 South Alma. They're going to take another road.
Please make sure to leave a like, a comment, subscribe, and share the video as much as possible. We're still shadow banned by the YouTube algorithm, hidden from non-subscribed viewers. With that out of the way, hold the tape. All right, folks, so here's the initial reporting.
Sam, Charles Henry, Nora Ocean Williams, Sam Kim Young, and Shannon, SHANNON, Middle, 121670, 121670
Tax-free perks such as apartments and car leases. According to NBC News, these types of cases are almost never pursued, but the witch hunt of Trump and everyone connected to him never ends. It looks like they're going to come with charges against the company. That is completely outrageous. Ron Fischetti, an attorney for the Trumps, said after the development was first reported by the New York Times, "I've been practicing for over 50 years and I've never seen a case like this." Fischetti said that the corporation will plead not guilty and will make an immediate motion to dismiss the case against the corporation. And so clearly, the angel said, "Whoso be him, show me a man and I'll show you his crimes." Lefties, of course, getting super excited. CNBC reporting Trump lawyers warned by Manhattan DA of possible criminal charges against Trump Organization and CFO Alan Weisselberg. New York prosecutors reportedly give Trump Organization a Monday deadline for final arguments. And so today is Monday. What Democrats were hoping for, of course, was Donald Trump being pulled out of Mar-a-Lago or Trump Tower in New York in handcuffs, headed to jail. But what did the Democrats get? Breaking 911 just in. Manhattan DA will not criminally charge Donald Trump. Politico. I swear to God, it's Groundhog Day, folks. It's the same thing over and over and over again. And of course, the cope. The proof is in the pudding. Look at the results. I lost 53 pounds.
I've lost 30 pounds in 5 months now. I have one definition, but I have been not work.
I've lost 57 pounds. Right now, hope continues.
We found the owner. He works here. It's very minor. We're going to handle it civilly. Leave me attached for a minute. I'm going to add the placement.
He won't be charged, Ron Fischetti told Politico, but he added that the DA's office said its investigation is ongoing, meaning the former president may not be able to They're still coping over and over and over again. They're met with clear failure on this examination. They're already inhaling a copious amount of copium. It's just the first indictment, folks. There's another one coming. We'll definitely get him on the next one. They won't, and if they do, first place. But of course, they don't
Be in the
want to
background
send
doesn't
one,
sound like a problem.
one will definitely get them. And it goes over and over and over again, a self-perpetuating prophecy with a complete inability to let go of their partisan rage targeted towards Donald Trump. They just can't do it, folks. He's living rent-free in their minds. But even beyond that, check out this comment right over here.
131.
Beyond belief, 193 comments to 47 likes as I'm recording this video. Sad day for democracy. Is this a democracy for lefties? A world where government agencies are used as a wing of the Democrat Party to go after their political opponents regardless of the crime. I mean, just think about it. I keep saying this, but I will keep putting emphasis on this. Democrats are the...
Welcome to Open Source News. I am your brother and your host, BC. If you like these updates, please give it a thumbs up and hit the subscribe button. Folks, if there's ever been a moment in the last 4 or 5 years that we are close to once again having unsustainable, unnecessary wars and aggression in the Middle East, we are fast approaching that moment.
At night, like for love music.
As I showed you that Congress, the Democrat Congress, is declaring war not on a foreign aggressor.
Have a comment on both.
Hatred citizens. I'll get to that in just
I will.
of this.
Hang on.
Once again, if you like the update, please help us out by hitting that like button and subscribe button as well. All right, folks, I want to start off with this, showing you how the former Vice President, Joe Biden, cannot do foreign policy. Why? Well, he can't do any policy that puts him in public with people, especially females, because the P in POTUS is not for President of the United States, it's for the herd of the United States, and that would be Joey himself. This is him yesterday with Israeli President Reuven Rivlin. This is what he said. I'm going to play this video later today on our off-platform show, BCExperts.com. Check that out if you want to hear.
The caller's gonna be stopping out. She'll be in a yellow t-shirt. It's gonna be Erica Lee. She advised it was a misfile 356 South Washington.
This is President Joe Biden with. This is.
We're happy to have President Rivlin here, and I don't know, it's not technically appropriate, but I'm so delighted his daughter is here. She's in the back right there. I got to meet her. We were talking about our kids with vaccines. We're happy.
Okay, yeah. Very beginning of the meeting. It's not technically appropriate, but I'm so delighted his daughter is here. Does Joe Biden make himself out to be a ladies' man that is irresistible to the ladies? Is that one of his many sins? Is that his form of hubris? He thinks that women are just enchanted and charmed into meet him. Let's not forget, it's the same Joe Biden who last month, just a month ago, actually, it was a month ago, this happened on May 28th, but I showed you it happened yesterday, June 28th, on May 28th. He was at a function with
Ambulance 45 returning.
a veteran, her small child, we're talking way too progressive. I think she was 4, 5, or 6 years old. He goes, I love those questioning her. Man, I'll tell you, look at, she looks like she's 19 years old. She looks like a little baby with legs crossed. And then let's not forget that when he met George Floyd's children, he can't, yeah. A weird thing. How's the family?
Hey everyone, welcome back to my channel.
Made the subject of 1127 Meadows Walk Drive in reference to a cat in her backyard.
Guys, I have missed you all, missed seeing all of your very informative comments. So please don't stop commenting. Okay? Hey, but let me just get right into this. I have an update regarding Arizona and Maricopa County that we love talking about. They have released an official statement regarding some equipment that they do not want to be using anymore in the future, which is very interesting because we've heard this before, and it kind of seems like they might be doing some more covering up. So let me get you the details. I'm going to summarize it a little bit, and then I'll read through the official statement that was released yesterday, I believe it was. Let me verify that in a second. It's the dates on the statement, obviously. But it was announced yesterday that
We're not using those machines that were compromised ever again. Dun, 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 or dot, dot, dot. Okay, so we're just gonna get the new ones and then, go forward with that and say, hey, yeah, but these are new, so it's all legit. Let me read you the statement that was released, okay? This is regarding the Katie Hobbs statement that was released back in May, all right, May 20th, 2021, her letter that she reported blaming, Arizona State Senate for the compromised equipment. The county responded to Arizona Secretary of State Katie Hobbs' May 20th, 2021 letter, in which she informed the county it should never again use subpoenaed equipment that was compromised. The county will never use equipment that could pose a risk to free and fair future endeavors. I guess I'll say that. The county recognizes that Hobbs' authority under a certain law certifies equipment for use in Arizona's stuff. As a result, the county will not use subpoenaed equipment in the future. The county noted this potential risk in February.
Call 266 North 6th Avenue, landlord at Time Dispute.
Since then, the county has implemented backup plans that include acquiring new equipment for March and May for 2021's future stuff going on, right? Those contests. With the backup equipment and the other certified equipment not subpoenaed, the Board of Supervisors are working with our current vendor to replace the subpoenaed equipment so we will be able to serve the 2021 stuff. All right. Then it goes on in saying there's different patriots going out there saying these are official, Republican-backed patriots. I guess I can call them that. They're saying, hey, kind of looks like Katie Hobbs and the county are trying to destroy more evidence before that final report comes out. Once again, it has not been announced when that comes out, but they have hinted at looks like the end of summer. So I think we're assuming August or maybe even early fall when everything is going to be released. The final statement will be released on everything that's going on in Arizona. Now, I want to hear from you. What is your opinion on this? This has been released before. Now it's been released with this official statement. To me, it seems like they're just making announcements to make announcements and look like things are going on. I'm not going to let them get me. I'm not going to, get all pessimistic on anything because I do try to remain hopeful and optimistic in whatever the outcome is. That hey, okay, at least you can go and verify and all of that. But that's all I want to know. I want to know that things can be verified and we can have trust and faith in our systems. Of course, I'd love for somebody else
to loose in the area of 348 West Zone.
In that big old chair. But sorry, I'm trying to get cryptic. But hey, I'm yeah. Anyway, let me get back to this. Okay, so I want to hear from you. What do you think about all this? What do you think about the equipment? That equipment not being used, but obviously they're going to be getting more equipment because I highly doubt everything's going to go to paper in the future. That might be a way to resolve this, but then again, there's going to be fault in everything, in anything we try and solve this with. There's going to be fault, right? So I just want to know your opinion. What am I missing? What am I not? Am I reading something incorrectly? Am I not looking at this? I love hearing from you guys because you guys always give me another perspective to understand this. So please, let me know your thoughts. I would love to read through all of your comments and see what you guys think. But anyway, thank you for trying to learn with me. I'm not the most knowledgeable on this topic. I put my hands up. I can totally admit that. But I'm trying to learn, and I think we're all trying to learn together. So if you have anything to teach me, please teach me right now. All right. When I do hear more updates regarding Arizona, I will definitely let you know. As of now, no results have been announced. It's now Tuesday. You know, there's a lot going on that different news sources were saying, hey, we're going to get some sort of notice yesterday on Monday. And then they came out, Arizona came out saying, I've never said that. That's no. Results are going to take a long time, a while, at least weeks. So when I do hear any word, I will definitely let you all know. If anything changes, I'll let you all know. But thank you guys. Thank you for all of your support. I truly appreciate each and every one of you. I hope you're doing well. I'm so happy to be back sharing all of this with you guys. All right, take care. I'll be back with more updates as I hear them. Bye.
If you are on the hunt or you have leisure wear for yourself or your family, check out
She was
schools.
simple.
They have them all.
They're not just crispy, they're crispy-er.
So take the bike to work, huh?
Sometimes.
Congressman, is there any way we can get you to talk about January 6th?
I do not do interviews with CNN because I do not trust CNN to be honorable or truthful.
Well, can I ask you, do you still believe
I've
Antifa was behind January
said what
6th?
I'm going to say. I don't trust y'all to be truthful or honest.
Well, can you tell us if you regret what you said on January
I
6th?
do not trust CNN to be truthful or honest, so I do no
Well, I'm just
interviews
asking
with
you
CNN.
questions. I'm asking you fair questions here, sir. Why
I
can't
do
you
not
answer the
trust y'all to
question?
be truthful or honest with anything
It's on,
CNN does.
it's on video. If you just talk to us for a moment.
Oh, you guys will lie through your teeth any chance you get.
Well, give you the chance to come on if you don't mind.
They're really showing themselves to do really well. Come on, man.
Do you still believe
I've
Antifa?
already
Antifa was behind January
said what
6th?
I'm going to say. I don't trust y'all to be truthful or honest.
Well, can you tell us if you regret what you said on January
I do not
6th?
trust CNN to be truthful or honest, so I do no
Well, I'm just
interviews
asking
with
you
CNN.
questions. I'm asking you fair questions here, sir. Why
I
can't
do
you
not
answer the
trust y'all to
question?
be.
Antifa was behind
I've already-
January.
Five 45 status.
The union and the employees are excited for more hybrid buses.
As I am.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You know, I'm going to talk today, Lori, about this infrastructure plan. And a big chunk of it is hybrid buses. A big chunk.
Yep.
And, you know, what people don't realize is you got
Absolutely.
I'm wondering if I can for this one.
We've been pressing the government for answers, you know, and again, and I've what?
Hey guys, very quick update out of Wisconsin.
39.
So this was now the second court hearing that they had concerning the drop boxes. That they are illegal. Get rid of them. The judge did not side with the right side. But they do have more hearings coming up, and they are not going to stop fighting. according to the report from Gateway Pundit, they have another hearing within the next couple weeks with the same issue, with a different judge. So we're going to see what happens. Now, just because we got bad news of this court hearing doesn't mean we're giving up, baby. We're going forward. You want freedom? You want liberty? You want justice? You want law and order? That is not good enough. The best is yet to come. So they said they're going to keep fighting until the drop boxes are gone. They don't care how many judges they have to go through. They're going to be persistent on this. They're going to keep fighting this issue. So and we're going to play our part by praying, by donating, by supporting and speaking the truth. Let's out.
To be E4143778212.
Hey everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Hillary Hill. Thanks for joining me. Alrighty, I have an update for you guys. This is about South Dakota and Iowa. What are they doing? What are they up to? Let me get you the latest details. The article is linked down below if you'd like to check it out for yourself. Alright, here we go.
Juan
The Republican governor
Vergara is clear and valid with a temporary visitor license.
announcement that they will be sending law
Jennifer,
enforcement
thank you.
personnel
Could you open
to
contact so we can see if they're available to invite us over here?
right after governors of Texas and Arizona asked all other states to help with the ongoing border crisis by providing additional manpower. So my first thoughts about this, why isn't our government? Why isn't the White House? Why isn't anyone else? I mean, I'm so appreciative for all of these states giving up their manpower to go help our borders and secure our borders, secure our citizens. But why isn't anyone else official helping? Why isn't the White House addressing any of this stuff? Let me know if you guys have heard anything. Okay, so South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, legend, she's a great woman, said late Monday yesterday that 50
National Guard troops will be sent to the southern border.
I-45 status.
Yeah, come on, here's what you.
Keep your case.
Show me back the survey as well.
6 disregard, ambulance 1, engine 6 disregard page. Engine 6, let's assist only, no injuries, 1079 north, Skylar. Engine 6, let's assist only, no injuries, 1079 north, Skylar, 52-year-old female, by in a blue house, Timo 1521 of now responsive fire. They were advised.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, what to do? Check, I'm at 6 route 1079 North Skylar. Lift system.
10 for engine 6. Fine, we're talking. Do a instant follow-up. Heard it correctly down, call it DCFS from the 1031. Ten for. K21, Campbell. He was a manager at McDonald's, 1030 North Fifth Avenue. He needs 43 on a extra patrol.
Check, I'm at 6 contact. Tab 6423. And check again, 825, PTO's gentleman on live, we want to speak. Yeah, let them know.
Yeah, thank you. Case call. Call you back in service now, but that's going to be the ROS. Ambulance 1, are you available? No. Ambulance 1, engine 4, 746 South Chicago, 63-year-old male, possible stroke. Ambulance 1, engine 4, 764 South Chicago, 63-year-old male, possible stroke. Amount 1728, now response 35.
And ambulance 164 out from Riverside. Fours and route 764 South Chicago.
10-4, engine 4.
Perfect. Release.
Engine 6.
Lift assist completed. Engine 6 to service returning. Clear the call.
10-4, engine 6.
Take Major 172 ground 41 JN.
Early 72, you're about 41 change road. Subject to his head, is on the ground at this time.
Can you repeat that, please?
Subject fell and hit his head. He's bleeding from him biting his tongue.
That's received.
Case 12, can't come. Penny Hall for a civil issue at Dollar Tree. Caller hit a pothole in the parking lot. Some damage to her tires. She's still on scene. Okay, got 5. 25, I'll put it up. I'll run with it. Yeah, fine.
Anti ambulance on scene, 746 South Chicago.
Step right, Milton.
2-4 is on scene.
Step right. Okay. Step right, thank you.
He's on scene 4-1 jam. Dimension 6 in quarters.
Engine 6, step right.
Just my clarification, Dollar Tree, not Dollar General.
She buys Dollar Tree. Not for my way.
You created 2-week absence control for midnight too. I'll be back in service.
My computer level. 35 South Alma, the problem's at 655 South Alma. 13, go ahead. Hi. Have. How?
Hurry up, man. Take out level 10 on the change in moments. Hurry up. Take a project file. Help me out. Tony, when you're ready.
Gentlemen, number 5 to 13, no need for status.
Perfect. Okay, come fire, please.
Female with 1, your status. Seven. K11.
John Adam Mary 1. John Adam Mary, John Adam Mary 1. Indiana 343, perfect 1.
That's Rosa, 10-4.
343, 4.
How many individuals? David, Edward, Christian, Robert, Christian, David, Edward, Robert, United Charles, King, Middle One, Robert, 11, 12, 03, 11, 12, 03, now.
Five. That's 43 somebody. Pepper. No valid, no valid, registered juvenile sex offender.
No. And Councilman Swan.
Female is 1.
Amos 1 is a route to Riverside.
So far, male is 1, we're up Riverside.
And Cummington 4 is available.
So far, he's 4.
Okay, come 545. Okay.
Five, 25,
2:45, thanks for voting
Howard.
Okay, County 2172 throughout St. Mary's. So make sure you're voting here.
Vision. I'm glad.
Next one is please for on Heritage is John Casey, Charles Williams, 55849. Charles Williams, 55849 at Doinkia.
Number 139 Heritage to John Casey. Okay, that moment for Riverside is going to be enough to Riverside.
Driving Riverside.
Email with one so far.
Yes, so can I got one more? Cage, to be tall, Charles Robert Bushman, Lincoln Young Noir, Middle J. John Ray was 10/11, 1960, 10/11/60.
Yeah, come back for the answer patrol.
Number one.
16263. 16263.
That one, 163. $39 years old.
I probably missed it. You get somebody in route 113.
11 was waved off.
10-4, I missed it. Thank you.
Sent for 3 pending call for theft of camera system at 359 North Grand.
We're down in the area. Catch me.
That's all, that's 3.
Handcuff 540, up 23. Yeah, 540. Can't come 135, out 139. Yeah, 139. 24 with warning, 10-8.
One 39 handcuff. Of the curve on Convent in Marshall, being a racetrack right now.
Yeah, I'll make a swing through that.
Left strap stop. Ford South Osborne, Class Nissan Sentra, handicap 28 is 299104, handicap 28, 299104, looks like 2 or 3.
Yeah, 139 in the area.
K21.
Speed up, it's dragging it.
Catherine. A1 Bobby. Not in progress, 1995 South Skyler, unit B20, vehicle registration sticker stolen.
Pick a 515. Only clear on here.
Customer side. Becca converted 1204 East North, 1204 East North. They got a hold of a husky that was loose in the area. He's wearing a harness, no collar. It was friendly.
I want to go see what all those people that you just mentioned a second ago, I want to see how much money they make. What are their salaries? Are any of them foregoing their salaries? Is Joe Biden, as a president of the United States, like my father did, is he foregoing his salary? I don't think so. They never have. They've been grifters on this government for their entire lives. Joe Biden has never had an actual job, neither has his son, other than, frankly, selling access to the United States government. And it's disgusting. And, you know, my sister never did it. She never took a penny, and she was incredibly effective. And you know what? I wish we actually had effective people like Ivanka and Jared within this White House. Something might actually get done, because when you look at their policies, they are destroying this country every single day.
And it wasn't a secret, of course. Jared and your sister, we saw them every day. It was understood, and there they were. You mentioned the buck a year salary. And let's talk about Hunter Biden. Nobody thinks he's a real painter, but this does seem to be a scam, according to, by the way, the Obama administration's chief ethicist. There's a guy named Walter Schaub. He's kind of big on Twitter, and he reported this: let's let foreign governments or anyone else funnel hundreds of thousands of dollars anonymously to POTUS's relatives through subjectively priced commodities like hotel charges, real estate purchases, and art. Oh wait, art is completely different. You see what he's getting at here. So this is a real issue. Well, listen, what's the latest on 2024? Where's his heart right now? What can he tell us? There are a lot of people who want him back, but I would imagine he's taking it, he wants to wait and see.
Yeah, well, Greg, a lot of people want him back, to say the least. You know, there's half this country right now that feels like they don't have a spokesperson, they have no voice. You've got another major amount of the country who thinks that they made a terrible mistake electing this guy. There's a lot of questions on that, but a lot of people are saying we made a major mistake. You see what's happening to fuel prices, you see what's happening to commodity prices, you see what's happening with inflation around the world, you see what's happening with Putin literally hacking our countries, the lack of respect. You see what's happening, the mess that's the southern border, millions of people coming over the southern border. Crime is spiking all throughout the country, and I can go on and on. And, you have a lot of people out there who say, I really miss Trump. I might not have liked every single tweet he sent, but the guy was incredibly effective. We had the best economy, and we had the lowest unemployment. I mean, you have businesses, Greg, all over this country that can't even open up because they can't get employees because of these ridiculous stimulus packages. And there's a lot of people that are missing Trump, and I think every single day that Biden messes up our nation, I think it further incentivizes my father and, frankly, our entire family to do it again. And I've told you this offline. I think 2022 is going to be an absolute bloodbath for the Democrats. I mean, I think we're absolutely going to do incredibly well. I think 2024 is going to surprise everybody. And listen, he's making it easy. This guy is making it easy with his incompetence. And we're going to walk through that door. I'm telling you, we're going to walk through that door.
I'm glad, because the door is open in 2022 and 2024.
It's a big door, and it's very open. Right?
Yes, indeed. Well, Eric Trump, Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization, also husband of Laura, give her our best, and all those kids as well, and your dad. We continue. Many thanks, Eric Trump.
These indoctrination camps challenge the staff when you're presented with a ludicrous statement, and do not allow anybody to tell you that you cannot accomplish anything because of your skin color, or to hate yourself because of your skin color. Students, it is up to you to be the next generation of victims or victors. And finally, to the board, this isn't over, and your policies are just as...
That's what they do. They cut the mic. As soon as they start building up some momentum, the students, parents, and some teachers in Northern Virginia have been doing a great job pushing back against some of this crazy cultural stuff. Sometimes they do too good a job for their school board's comfort.
Congratulations, graduates. Your days of indoctrination and wokeism are behind you. Your worries about being graded down because you wouldn't say America is systemically racist? Over. Your fears that you'd be socially shunned because of your failure to decry the evils of capitalism? Done. Yes, you've been liberated. Next up, the real world, where merit is rewarded, diversity of opinion is welcome, and the free and open exchange of ideas is celebrated.
This is again Loudoun County. We were talking about it earlier. Why?
This is 62, have you around Route 50 in front of McDonald's?
Thank you. Motion carries 9-0. Public comment is now ended. We'll move to our next agenda item.
You can't silence them. It's not going to work. I'd like to bring in Ian Pryor, Executive Director, Fight for Schools and Senior Counsel to Unsilence Majority. They've been doing important work in Loudoun County, which seems to be the epicenter of these battles, but it's affecting everybody across the country. Ian, welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
If Loudoun County School Board gets its way, if this woke stuff takes hold, what will it look like? What specifically are they trying to enact?
Well, it's already been enacted. I mean, this stuff has been going on since 2019, and really, word manifests itself as in teacher trainings. They will they'll be talking about white privilege or redefining white supremacy, which no longer means judging people for thinking they're superior based on the color of their skin, but apparently now means driving a Volvo. And you're seeing it in the schools too. You're seeing it in classrooms with kids coming home. They're seeing slides saying that people of color and women never get credit for their work. They're learning about white fragility, white privilege, and it goes beyond just sort of a black and white thing. I mean, it's really about oppressor versus the oppressed. There was one slide that was presented to teachers where they actually had, if you are a lighter skinned person of a minority, you are an oppressor over a darker skinned person of that same minority. So this division goes across many different layers. Really what it is, it's toxic, it's regressive, and it's destructive for, I think, the future of our children.
And it's already taken hold. The parents, though, and the teachers, some of them have been fantastic, and the board obviously is uncomfortable with that. Let's just take a look again from last night. Getting to make their voice heard. It seems un-American to try to silence them. I understand 259 residents signed up to speak, but a lot fewer actually did.
Yeah, that's right. I think about 59 people were able to speak, and then they shut down the meeting after applause, cutting 200 people off from being able to go there and speak. And that's really the only vehicle for parents to be able to get heard by this school board. The vast majority of this school board has no interest in talking to members of the community if they disagree with it. Now, they'll talk to their activist friends, they'll talk to the special interests that are basically controlling the school's agenda, but they won't talk to the parents. I mean, parents have been out there for a year and a half. Whether they're trying to get schools to reopen, whether they're talking about the curriculum or teacher training, they're standing up for First Amendment rights of students, parents, and teachers. They do not want to hear it. And by shutting down that meeting, it just shows that they have no respect for the First Amendment. And, if they had just let it go, the applause would have ran out, and then they could have let everybody speak. But, it certainly seemed like this was something planned from the get-go, that the first opportunity they had to cut people off, they were going to do it.
The thing that is most chilling to me, this gym teacher, Tanner Cross, as you know, it's not just, freedom of speech. They're telling him, they're ordering him to say certain things. Most of the debate has been about, you can't say this, you can't say that. They want him, they're ordering him to use these rather unusual, rather new, gender non-specific pronouns that violates everything that he is. They suspended him, they made him bring him back. But can you talk a little bit about that? Freedom of speech, they are forcing a language on students and teachers.
Yeah, it's freedom of speech, it's freedom of religion, and Tanner Cross went to court in circuit court in Loudoun County. He won his case. Everyone was excited that the court ruled for him. They did so, with some strong language. But now Loudoun County Public Schools is appealing that case with our tax dollars to the Virginia Supreme Court. And how telling is it here that we have a case on the docket, Loudoun County Public Schools versus Cross? I mean, that just shows you how much disrespect they have for religious liberties, for First Amendment rights, and for the parents that are out there in the community really trying to understand and speak up for what happens to their kids when they walk through those two doors every day and they get dropped off at school.
Hey, Loudoun County, I remember on election night or previous election nights, I always thought that was far enough from Washington, D.C. It tilted red a little bit. What culturally, what's happening in Loudoun County? That's, by the way, where Dulles Airport is, right?
Yeah, well, I think what's happened is you've seen a shift from people from Arlington County, Alexandria, Fairfax, what they did, and I can speak for myself, and this is how I moved out here. We moved out here for a little more space. The school system that up until 2 or 3 years ago was renowned for its education, and they would move out. But unfortunately, when you're moving out from Fairfax, you're moving out from Alexandria. Apparently they take their ideologies out there with them, and they've completely tanked the school system in doing so.
Haven't seen too much of this, but an arrest at a school board meeting. He didn't go there to be arrested. It wasn't a protest or anything like that. But roll it, please. No other allegation against him other than talking.
Unlawful assembly, you have to believe that there were threats of violence. There were no threats of violence. People were in there, they were speaking, they were giving the speeches that they came there to give before they shut down public comment. They were singing the national anthem. There was no threat at all. But the superintendent, and he really put the sheriff's department in sort of a gift back. And it's unfortunate that, parents and taxpayers that went there to have their voices heard, were cut off. And, 200 of them, had to go home without feeling that they were able to say their piece and exercise their First Amendment rights at a school board meeting.
Ian Pryor, thank you for what you're doing. To be continued for sure. Our gratitude to the parents and some of the teachers in Loudoun County, fresh off a tour of the United States. Mr. Farage, welcome back. Thanks so much for staying with us. How are you?
Be heading over there.
Thank you. No, very well. But I'm absolutely appalled that we've got European soccer championships. We call it football, but I use soccer for an American audience. Big championships going on with all the European nations, and the England team are now almost alone in taking the knee before each game. Now, the manager says it's about racial justice, but we all know that taking the knee is now absolutely linked with the Marxist Black Lives Matter movement. And what's been happening is the crowds have been booing. So this isn't working at any level. And I really want, and I agree with you, Copernic has ruined sport in many ways. I want people who play soccer to play soccer and not get involved in politics at all.
Gentlemen, Robert Fox has arrived at Riverside. Around Constable Riverside.
I sketch all the time. I'm just constantly sketching. Then did I think I wanted to do forever. 45, 45. I said, the specialist in buildings that are either tall or super tall. The CA valve is the property believers. Temporary court order, 1017 CL 2 children. Is definitely one of the most challenging projects I've been on. And I've been working for 35 years. The property itself is really unusual. It's not a square or
Well, I love that they're booing, quite frankly. The friends, you guys, that's a fantastic and natural reaction. I'm sorry that's happening. Hey, look, I want to get your thoughts on Boris Johnson at the G7 and Joe Biden. Boris seemed tickled with Joe Biden. I'm not sure if this was done for political reasons or what, but take a look at this.
It's wonderful to listen to the Biden administration and to Joe Biden, because there's so much that they want to do together with us, or from security, NATO, to climate change. And it's fantastic. It's a breath of fresh air. A lot of things they want to do together.
The breath of fresh air. Look, I thought Boris and Donald Trump were, kind of, no.
Well, Boris is like a chameleon. He can change his colours to suit any circumstance, any weather. But to call a man who's been on Capitol Hill for almost half a century, who was like a broken record, a breath of fresh air, was one of the worst comments I've ever heard from our British Prime Minister. Boris was elected as a Conservative and is now governing as a Green. He's obsessed with climate change, with carbon taxes, with carbon reduction, making British consumers ultimately pay massive bills for all of this. And he and Biden had this great big love-in, as of course did Merkel and Macron and everybody. The truth of it is, all the money we're going to charge people for climate change, the Chinese are building 2 new coal-fired power stations every single week, and we're going to have to pay the price for this. It was mad. So look, don't trust Boris Johnson. He's not really a conservative. He cozied up to Biden, but the way, Greg, I'm going to tell you, Biden made no impression on the UK at all. He spent most of the conference grinning inanely, staring into the middle distance. I'm not sure he even knew he was in the UK.
He did look rather dizzy and out of it, and there was plenty of gibberish. Hey, one other thing, though, about, and you're right, the climate change thing, and I thought this guy was, really was in touch with the working man. Here he is talking about gender and infrastructure, and it's very, very odd. Cut to, please.
We're building back better together, and building back greener, and building back fairer, and building back more equal, and how shall I, more in a more gender neutral and perhaps a more feminine way. How about that? Apart from anything else. So those are some of the objectives.
In a more feminine way, is he being tongue-in-cheek? Is he, and how is this playing in the UK?
No, I wish he was being a tongue-in-cheek. He sounds like a new age warrior. And given that today is the summer solstice, I'm surprised he wasn't out this morning at dawn, wearing some strange pagan uniform. I mean, what on earth is happening to Boris Johnson? I just don't know. It could be his new wife, Carrie. I don't know what the answer is. But this is not what he was elected as Conservative Prime Minister to do. And frankly, most of that last statement, I would need an interpreter to work out what it really meant. It was very, very disappointing indeed.
Well, he looks like he's vulnerable. Listen, I don't think we've talked about this, but Nigel Farage, you're brilliant. Former Brexit Party leader, in touch with the people. How about you? Are you considering a run? Could you have to become how does it work over there? You have to become a member of parliament before you actually do it. So is this something you're thinking about?
Well, the problem...
435-6605.
Guys, fantastic news out of Georgia. Like I reported last week, the court hearings where everyone's pointing fingers at each other. No, if you find anything, it's their fault, and they're pointing the fingers back at the other people. Now, here's what the judge did. The people that the lawsuit is originally going after, saying that if we find something, it's their fault, they are still all going to be responsible if anything is out of the ordinary. The people they are pointing the finger at, not all of them, the judge decided, will be held responsible and accountable for any issues. But 5 people from that other side were added to the list of people that will be held responsible. Another thing, the investigation starts next week. Once the 4th of July weekend is over, everyone gets back to work. The investigation begins down in Atlanta. Fantastic news, big win. God bless you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming. Want to thank our witnesses as well. This is something we've been wanting to do for a long time, and that is have a hearing on the origins of COVID-19. And so both the select subcommittee on coronavirus, Republicans, as well as our ranking member on the oversight committee, Mr. Comer, are going to give opening statements. Then we have 2 witness panels that are going to be presenting evidence, and then we're going to have some Q&A sessions. We'll do at least 1 round, 2 rounds if necessary. And with that, I'll give my opening statement. 4 million people around the globe have died from COVID-19. 600,000 of those deaths are here in America. With every one of those deaths, there's still families and loved ones who are also mourning. The entire world has been turned upside down. Our children have lost a year of their livelihoods.
millions.
Madam Speaker, I want to begin this evening by thanking my Democrat colleagues for their outstanding work in encouraging millions of Americans to celebrate their Second Amendment rights by purchasing their first, second, or even 100th firearm. From the left's riots in cities across America to Biden's threats to strip away our basic constitutional rights, Democrats are single-handedly responsible for the sale of tens of millions of firearms. Bravo. Well done. And I hear that the interest
You can
has
advise Robert
reduction
to disregard eye
when it
contact
comes to
back.
the sale of
I can't get it back on the radio
F-15s.
then.
Now, I have some questions for these freedom haters. When are you going to call on the chief executive, the basement dweller, to hold his own son accountable for his gun crimes? Hunter Biden lied on a federal firearms application, which is punishable by up to 10 years and a $250,000 fine, of which 10% will not be going to the big guy. Rules for thee, but not for my crackhead Parmesan smoking gun criminal son.
Sticking out a sign. And there was just a domino effect. When the riders are that nervous, you're smacked in there like sardines, and there's nowhere to go. So if you're sitting anywhere behind, most likely you're going to go down. You really don't have a chance. You rode is super narrow. You see us crash there, and domino effect just spreads it all the way across and closes this road down.
Run.
Yeah, I'm hard.
Run.
This is not just a grill. This is a Weber grill.
Ready for you.
U.S. cities hit by a surge in crime rate, and the White House pointing fingers at Republicans for defunding police. Let's talk about who defunded the police. An emergency relief plan for cities that were cash-strapped and laying off police and firefighters. It was the Republicans who objected to it, and our plan allowed state and local governments to replenish their police departments. So look, Republicans are very good at staying on the talking points of who says defund the police, but the truth is they defunded the police. Almost wait to hear the land track after Republicans defunded the police. Does anyone believe that? This is bipartisan lawmakers getting closer to look at a preliminary deal on police reform. Joining us now, man, in the room from the site of the Senate re-election launch today, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott. Barnstorm around the state trying to get momentum for 6 more years to do this fun job that you have.
If you notice clear valid to Mansfield Smith, Bourbonnais, 2011, White Chevy.
Back to Dr. Fauci, Dr. Fauci plus again, is Dr. Fauci's top deputy. So this is the
One thing
email
transported, the other one did not want to be checked out.
11:47 in the morning. It's in response to the one that Dr. Fauci sent in the middle of the night saying, hey, we got important things I got to talk to you. Keep your phone on. You're going to have tasks, etc. So he gets back to him. The email says, the paper you sent me says the experiments were performed. Again, the paper is about gain of function research at the Wuhan lab. Before the gain of function pause, but have since been reviewed and approved by NIH. Not sure what that means, since Emily is sure that no coronavirus work has gone through the P3 framework.
People determine if we have any sensitizers work abroad. Dr. Dwar, are you part of the work, when you were in the government, were you part of the P3 framework?
I was not.
How it does the P3 framework, it's my understanding it's an oversight board that is there to decide if you are in fact going to fund any gain of function research. Is that right?
That's what the intent is, but how it works, how research gets taken into that, it's unbelievable to me that coronavirus work would not get even into the process. If you look at the abstract from the latest grant that was done to EcoHealth, it talks about using protein sequence data, infectious clone technology, in vitro and in vivo infection experiments. This is all gain of function. How this could not get into the P3 process is unbelievable. And once it does, how does it work?
So
how do you judge?
Let's just back up for a second. I should have done this earlier. There was a pause in any gain of function research. My understanding is that the pause was in 2014. So for a few years, we didn't fund any of it, right? I don't know why we didn't. I mean, I think there's a fundamental question if we should be funding it at all. But we were funding it, paused 2014, was restarted a few years and but under the premise that if we're going to restart it, we're going to set up this P3 framework, this oversight body, this oversight function that people will have to look at this closely, or a second look or whatever, some oversight look before it gets funded. Who determines now in the P3 framework during this time, so when it was restarted, who determines what goes in front of the P3 framework or the P3 board? Who makes that determination?
I am sorry, I don't know that, and I don't think anybody knows that about out of the hundreds or thousands of grants, who picks which ones go and not. And if there were truly no coronavirus work that got there, you have an intake problem. That means dozens, hundreds of.
Well, someone's got to be responsible. Who heads NIH?
Well, ultimately the buck stops with Dr. Collins, who's the NIH director,
and Dr. Fauci. He makes decisions on
Dr. Fauci on NIAID. They are the directors. Ultimately, they are the responsible individuals.
So in the end, the people responsible for this, who are supposed to decide if a grant proposal is going to go in front of the P3 framework board process or not, is ultimately Dr. Collins and Dr. Fauci. Is that right?
They run the institutes, they run the NIH, the buck stops there.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay. I think Dr. Clay, you're getting ready to say something?
Well, yes, the moratorium started in 2014. It was taken away in May 2017. And as far as I know, there's never been a grant that's gone before this structure, the P3, despite the fact it was set up. So it was set up to look for gain of function research. My understanding is that there's been no grant that's been sent.
Well, my understanding is the guy who heads the chair of this board, this P3 framework board, is Dr. Hassel, and he's even said in a public forum, he volunteered this information that he's the chair, and he said it's been very limited, the work that they've done. Very few proposals come in front of them. But I think maybe the big takeaway for us today is the people responsible for making these decisions, Dr. Collins, Dr. Fauci, we invited him, they wouldn't come. And then the guy who chairs the board, Dr. Hassel, we invited him, and he wouldn't come. I think there's something there.
Decisions. What's the future of energy?
Okay, don't scroll. I have been hearing about this new fancy line called Ebby. They have no slip grips, so the bunching and wedges you get apparently aren't a thing anymore. I had to give it a try. All right, day one, I'm obsessed. I feel like I'm not even wearing panties. They are amazing. On day 2, I fed my pig and never once even noticed I was wearing any underwear. On day 3, I did a hike, wore super tight leggings, and you still couldn't tell I was wearing anything. Day 4, and I feel like I've gone commando for the last 4 days. On day 5, I had an event and they were comfortable all night. On day 7, I ordered 12 more pairs. I'm obsessed with them, so you should try them.
Do you think? Well, let me do this question first. Dr. Muller, you raised something. Well, let me go back. Dr. Gerard, why don't you think they're here? Why wouldn't they come? Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins and Mr. Hassel.
I don't know. I know Tony and I know Francis pretty well. I can't imagine a reason, because this is a worldwide pandemic.
in which millions of people have died. It may have been a result of a lab leak. There will be other, and we think highly likely it is. There will be other pandemics in the future. And if there's something we need, not just Congress, and I know you need it, but the American people in the world needs it, is truth and transparency and openness and trust. And when public officials who are supposed to have our trust don't show up to members of Congress, I think that's a problem. I showed up everywhere for a year and a half. I mean, you couldn't go a day. You couldn't go a day and not see Dr. Fauci somewhere. He was everywhere. I mean, he's like man of the millennial or whatever time declared him. I mean, he was everywhere. And now when we have emails that he's sending out at 12 and 2 in the morning, and we have this gain of function that didn't go through the process it's supposed to go through, and we have all this evidence, suddenly you can't find it. Well, all those redacted emails, they're redacted to you and to me, but they're not redacted to the people who are on it. So he could read it unredacted and refresh his memory and inform Congress. And look, when I was in the Trump administration, I got pinged by many antagonistic members on the House or the Senate side. 100% of time, I answered questions. I came to everything because I felt it was my duty as a public servant. We appreciate that. Try to be open to everyone, and you know that. Yeah, this is not the first time you testified. I would encourage my former colleagues to be open and transparent and provide that type of honesty, transparency, and trust to the American. Okay, I want to go one. If the chairman will indulge, I want to do one more to Mr. Giroir. Then I do want to come to you, Dr. Mueller. Dr. Giroir, Admiral, in your testimony, written testimony in Perspective 4. You said this: investigation of the origins of COVID-19 and the regulation of gain-of-function research cannot be left to scientists alone, many of whom have serious conflicts of interest. I think that is obvious. I mean, that's in the 4 emails I showed that took place in a 13-hour time span. I think that is clear just from those 4 emails that the conflicts of interest. But I wanted to give you a little chance to expound on that and expand on that if you could. So I just thought it needed to be said. I have the highest respect for scientists and physicians and for people who have developed so many things that are saving lives and curing disease. But scientists are like everybody else. They're people. They have conflicts of interest, and we should be very open about that. We sort of have a little quote that we can't hide behind our white coats of self-righteousness, that we have hundreds of thousands of dollars in salaries and millions of dollars at stake. And this needs to be, in reputations, I think is very, very important among an generally anti-Republican scientific community. So these need to be explicitly talked about. If I could just do one follow-up to that. Does it concern you that conference call I referenced in my opening statement, that conference call there was only one person from our government on there and all these others were scientists who were getting our American taxpayers' money? Does that concern you, that call, the way that took place? It's not sort of a smoking gun concern to me. It would be a concern to me if that wasn't specifically related to Dr. Cadillac or the Secretary of HHS or to me. That really should have been done. This was very important. And we say that it doesn't matter whether it was in the lab or not, but that's not necessarily true. If we would have known it were a lab-derived bug for which they probably had years of work, it might have appreciably helped our countermeasures, how we go about understanding whether it can be asymptomatic or not. So this is critical. And I think that email, all that blackout spots needs to be, maybe we don't need to know it, or Congress needs to know it. Sure do. Okay, finally, if I could thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence. Dr. Mueller, in the close of your opening statement, you said that people were afraid. You talked to people in the research community, in your community, who were afraid to be doing any research that might expose the truth that this came from a lab, because they were concerned about getting blackballed from China. Is that right? You said something to that effect?
That's pretty close. I'm not sure that they were convinced. They didn't want to be involved in that kind of investigation. How that investigation would turn out, they weren't sure. But yes, there were other reasons too. When people learned I was going to come here, I live in Berkeley. I get lots of advice
I get advice not only from my friends and colleagues in Berkeley, but I get advice from all around the country. Not one person of all my friends and advisors thought I should come to this committee. So the reason was because it was Republicans. My response to every one of them is, I am not going to go and, scientists get.
I got one more by name. Bender, last name is Bender, Bender. First name is Keith, James Edward, Ida Tom Henry, date of birth is 4/14/99.
9 or 99?
99.
Okay.
Pull my file.
545.
Victor 22040090882.
Adam 6, Cheryl.
What?
For 43, we received a call for the house to the south of 441 South Wildwood Avenue for a raccoon inhabiting a vacant property that just got boarded up. 43 was provided. She didn't want to meet with an officer. She said we get 22. She'll meet with the city tomorrow. 10-4. Caleb,
Check locals, Marshawn Hayes.
he is at Riverside, your status.
No need.
Cover.
U-25, my location.
Sean Hayes, their local.
Over like you.
Go ahead.
Clear North Street, I'll be out with 545.
Counselor.
Three, 1 minute. Tom, Edward, Adam, Charles Henry, first name Sophia, Sam, Ocean, Paul, Henry, Ida, Adam, H. Henry's the middle, 110, 110, 2001 female.
So there's a male Hispanic kicking out the door. Counselor. I'll keep close to the desk and refund it. Counselor.
Go ahead.
It's clear ballot, the hyphenated name of Keith Steelman.
Yeah, I'll about him.
One.
Same as Mather, Mary, Adam, Tom, Henry, Edward, Robert, first name Brittany, Boyd, Robert, Ida, Tom, Adam, Nora Young, middle is F. Sam, 11/7/2000, 11/7/2000 female.
It's responding to something. As far as this is gonna be a third party caller visiting a friend nearby, the male Hispanic gray lobster shirt.
So,
Service on issue. Mother found us, the dog got out the rear gate, 277 North Madison, dog returned. We just see him.
10:45, 5:15, 10.
Getting a fire truck on the again.
Ten for yard, Jefferson. But
Documentation only sent narrative.
five, 40 people.
Go ahead.
Blackout, 148 North Prairie, 148 North Prairie of a red Dodge Caravan, any alley not running.
Ellen. Okay, now 5. On the exit, to be attached, you can run up the riverside, you see the other end.
Dumper.
anh người đầu ở đâu?
That just plays a TV, I can grab it. 72 Grout, 557 through 19 northbound. Advising no airback deployment, no injuries.
And North South City status.
Take a 525.
Yeah, 525.
Take a 525. Just spending on that here.
That reference the bike that was stolen last week.
Checking out my air, my from earlier, I'll get that. Checking my air, checking 91 NPR real quick, then I'll be announcement. Somebody 102, just be advised the driver of the vehicle stating pain in the ankle, head is bleeding, should be in the medium floor. Single occupant? Yeah, she's the only one that car like received, and. Okay, thank you. $515, $545. He's not sure of their name. I'm gonna hit 1019 with the 1017. Hey, I mean, you know, he was 32 stages, okay.
7102, family 71. We're in the 382 right now. I don't see, we're going to go a little farther. At 72, get on and go northbound. 72, going to the highway, heading north. Yeah, come 7102. Can you make contact with that caller? There we go.
45 between.
Hold on, this team, in 71, we'll have 318 command. Here at the 318 command. 76, you can pull behind us and block, please.
Hang on, 75 Thompson. Okay, I'm on 75 is on the return.
7102 is on the scene. We are north of the interchange.
Hi, 40 your 7.
(7102) Reno 72. You guys go back to staging. Message received. We didn't activate the highway. We'll go back to staging and circle K. Car 7102 from NQM 71 left to relocate the ambulance to drop to their side.
President Public contact Beth Hall and Edgewood. Not clear.
Okay.
Check out. Let's see traffic stop. 1200 so vehicle on high rate speed.
100 east, so go ahead.
Charles Williams, 5338. Charles Williams, 5338. You know, like a purple. That's not 300.
Okay, that works. Hi, I'm Robert Middle, C2287, C2287, you know.
Thank you.
Harry Smiley, Clear Valley.
That's probably done it, sorry.
Let's see, you want to go on, just all I guess.
Being 545. Chief Clear and valid, 10-0, armed and dangerous, self-admitted gangster disciple.
Two by file. Victor 225-2146-9360.
File clear valid. Edwin Vega in Rio out of Bradley. You're next.
Mary 562-9007-2912.
File clear valid photo ID. Juan Mendez.
I'll be clear. We have any minutes. Can't have an additional claim. You got an ETA on the state. Call them and Set me one as soon as you have time. Let me know. Vehicle secured, no hazards. The vehicle is secure.
45 is back to quarters.
45 and quarters.
Yeah, come in. Good. Identifies their unit appears to be a couple miles off.
Check out Blackwood Park.
Clear 1019. Unless we have any pending calls, give me a test for errors.
Okay, settlement number 5, the second district.
Commissioner? We got 25 gentlemen figure.
Over 1050. 2525 South Kensington Avenue, BASF for a rollover. They're stating no injuries.
Can't count D11, they all head that way. Anyone will be in route, all that person. Yeah, 411, they send anything.
Engine 5 ambulance one requested to the accident rollover 2525 South Kensington Avenue near the BASF. Engine 5 ambulance one requested for the vehicle accident with rollover BASF 2525 South Kensington Avenue. Time of page 1715, acknowledging on City Fire.
E4 is going to respond to that also.
Dan County 25 responding to South Kensington.
Okay, just glad to have you around.
Can't count ambulance, one in route.
He will 20 around.
Ambulance 72, command. Go ahead for ambulance 72. You guys go to station 1 and stand by, we won't take you. I just received reporting station 1.
Jordan, 1019. I get a meeting with you.
You can just open up. Indicate 14019. 14019.
Time call 1606. 1606. Input number 16718. 16718.
Account 504, Doctor. Can't count man 2, maybe on 71 is in route to Riverside. Morning, Riverside. Water fell over, we're fine, no damage, back to service. Can't count man 2, Smith. Turn the scene over to state and terminate command car 7102 on the return also. UTV vehicle off the side of the roadway, on all fours. Go, check.
That's very well fun.
Kennedy, follow up for 16715, correction, 16710, 16710. Can't count ambulance 1. There's no problem, there's no injuries. EMS not needed. We're available to return.
Okay, ambulance 1.
Ambulance 1 from engine 5, is there any reason for us to be responding to them or not?
Negative, engine 5. You return.
Can't count engine 5 is available.
Okay, if I have it available. Engine 4, you available as well.
Can't count 4 is available.
Transfer. For dogs that are less than a vehicle, a maroon car and a handicap device. Like, we got a plate of 318231. 318231. Amount of progress, 672 Country Club Drive, beige Buick. Okay, how many six remaining? Last name Murrell, Murrell. First name Brandon, middle stage on 12/20/84. 12/20/84 now.
Ten 60.
On zero gate crime activity, prior parolee, clear and valid.
Yeah, 139, I'll be all of it. And our color.
Five for your status.
Bill. Yeah, 139, I'll be stepping out of Kroger. And County Ambulance 20 quarters. Can't complain for every time.
That's for you.
Invite each and four in the station.
244 in the back.
And 139, I'll be out with the vehicle.
39, 10.
Can't complain. 767 double good, 767 double good, follow up to 16709, 16709.
Sample 1679.
have fence on fleet.
Five, where you had a passerby call in for 312 North Forest, 312 North Forest. There's a silver vehicle. I believe somebody is living inside of that car. Male subject was just out using the bathroom garbage in the alley by the Circle K.
Ten four, he's a homeless subject. He's been there for quite some time. Next, average is 5 1/4.
That's hard to find.
Thank you for 21.
When 35 to 1.
Five 16 10. Five 25%.
31st. Five 16 opening. Old 72 is Route 146 Scarlet Drive.
And 39.
Attachment to that. Commonwealth property call, false. Kent County and Teal Ambulance 71 is out at Riverside. First.
I will want 251 feet in the area, 2394 South Kensington, open line, no history, no background. Have your said. Max over. Okay, Mr. 15. 461.
Can't count 142. You show me on shift. Take 135 off shift.
10-4.
Take 139.
39.
She's gonna contact the village tomorrow, see if they'll turn into the hotline trailer. Next day is gonna be her boyfriend's wallet. You show us 10 for now.
Power one.
You're in our response area. Okay. Right. Clear Riverside, one was issued. Unit 1, doing your task report.
You got me on double check, that's what I threw. Thanks.
Okay, account maintain email 72, from service returning one less this is for storm from the outside into the house. 72, Mr. Returning.
Hensler, I'm gonna attack you to a 1050, no injury, Chestnut in Washington.
Left your house. 121. Check the area, nothing showing. Back in service. Passing the accident.
Be 2651 East 2000 North.
South 540, 1028.
545.
Zebra 274877, Zebra 274877.
That plate is clear, expired, mandatory insurance violation, file, Respa, 396 South Cleveland, silver 2002 Honda.
Hang on, let we're at me, 220. Charles Henry 98629, Charles Henry 98629, I watched you.
Go ahead, then I,
58977, Poison 58977, Sonata.
senior attorney,
Okay.
Done, 525.
One sec.